Hi guys, welcome back to What's the Obsession. First, let's do a sound check. Can you guys hear me? Sound check 1 2 1 2. I hope you can hear me. Oh, happy birthday, Ara. That's awesome. Happy birthday to you. I always find a reason to sing happy birthday to you. Everyone sing with me. Maybe you can't hear me. Happy birthday, dear Ara. Happy birthday to you. How old are you? 23? How old are you? Tell us. Let's see. Oh. Oh my goodness. Can you hear me, guys? Happy birthday, though, sweetie. That's awesome. Hi, DC Primetime. How are you? Awesome. How's it going, Tony? Hi, Joan. Hi, Utter Nutter. How are you? Hi, Mia M. How's it going? And Kevin, Tony gets 2 highs. Woohoo! A Curious Rose, my girl. Midge, my friend. How are you guys doing? Let's see. Molson Man. And Matt Willis. I was just thinking of you today. So nice to see you around lately. Aw. Matt, thank you so much. You're so sweet. Matt says, well, I was congratulating Kelly on 15,000 subs. I almost said 1,500 the other week. Now it's 16,000, almost 17,000, I think. I just can't believe it. Thank you guys so much for your support of the channel. You guys make the channel. It's awesome. Thank you so much. Let's see. Hi, Leatherface. How are you doing? Is your channel up yet, Leatherface? And we've got some great creators in chat here. And A Curious Rose just hit 1,000. Congratulations, sweetheart. That's awesome. And Kelly Searches Equals Answers, guys, is almost at 1,000, and we'd like to get her there. She just needs a few more subs. So could someone drop the link for Kelly Searches Equals Answers in the chat here? And also, of course, The Curious Rose and Leatherface and DC Primetime. Oh my gosh, so many great creators and channels. And it's great to see all you guys doing y'all thing. Let's see. Let's see. Aw. Thank you, moderators. You guys are great. Hi, Sugar's Mama. How are you doing? Let's see. All right. So, I'm going to turn my camera off so the computer runs a little better, but just want to let you know I'm not putting you guys off. I had to clean the bunny cages. It's really hot outside. It's like extra super cleaning 31 bunny cages. Did you know? Never mind. And then I think my mom, I told her, all the people on the YouTube channel, Mom, they're thinking about you. They're praying for you. They're always asking, how's your mom doing? It's really sweet. It's just, give her some good energy. So lo and behold, she starts calling around the same time some evenings, especially when I've mentioned that I'm going to have a live stream, which is super cute. So I'm like, hey, Mom, I've got to go. I'm starting a live stream in a little while. She's like, oh, okay. Well, just, call me back later, the mom guilt thing. Oh, it's just about my will. Well, okay, Mom. So now I'm sitting down and listening because I'm going to call you back later. Did you know that, your will has to be signed by an attorney in New York State now? It can't just be what is it? A notary public. Yeah, okay. So I've got to come down so your dad can witness me signing the will. My parents are divorced. And anyway, she says hello to everybody. So okay, I'm gonna stop that cam for now. And thank you so much, Matt Willis. Okay, so my friends, what are we talking about this evening? Oh, I know. I posted something in the community post today about your zodiac sign. What is everybody's zodiac sign? I'm a Capricorn, so I was born in the end of December. I feel like DC Prime, are you a Capricorn too? Do I know that about you, or do I just feel like you're a Capricorn? And so let's see. So it is now August 10th. So that means that Ara is Cancer something Libra. Oh, I'm missing it. What are Leo? Are we Leo right now? I'm not even sure. Oh my goodness. Why do I have so many bunnies? Oh my gosh. I breed Holland Lop rabbits, Central Hop Rabbitry. And so we breed them. They're these super cute, sweet, kind of designer little bunnies. We breed them to have something called the Vienna Mark gene. So in nature, only white rabbits will have blue eyes, but they have these beautiful blue eyes no matter what color they are. And, people just enjoy them and get them for pets. And then I started a rabbit foster program because if you'll notice, your local SPCA does not really home rabbits that need a place to live to save their lives. Dogs, cats, great, but not so much rabbits. So I started supporting our local ASPCAs, and then oh my gosh, all these bunnies. So then I started a program that put rabbits as emotional therapy bunnies into schools, special education programs, nursing homes, and just kind of took on a life of its own. So it's a pretty big bunny production right now. I've got to figure out how to scale it back a little though, because in the summer it just becomes too much work, quite frankly. I love them. They're gentle animals. They need a special kind of care, and I'm happy to be that person to give them care and to share them with the world, but it's just becoming too much work. So oh girl, Muffy Dragon Slayer, I can spare several bunnies. Seriously. I could totally spare a bunny. I mean, if you were even like in any kind of driving distance, pick out your bunny. Oh, Ara is a Leo. That's okay. That's what I was thinking. Thanks, DC Primetime. Oh, August 11th. Okay, very good. Okay, so happy birthday to Ara tomorrow. Oh, cool. I'm going to get to sing again. That's so cool. Okay, so Muffy is a Taurus, Downtown Wonder's a Virgo, Utternutter's a Libra, Julie M is an Aries, Aquarius for Miss Raven. Let's see. Leo, Virgo, cusp, the cusp of exposure. Oh, that's great. Carrie Little, Sagittarius. That's the closest one I've found to my zodiac sign in this little listing here. Capricorn, Cancer, Gemini. Oh, Matt Willis. I don't get that Gemini vibe from you, like in the good way. But the Gemini stereotype. That's cool. Let's see. Scorpio. Ooh. See, Gemini. Oh, Leftfin, welcome. So nice to see you. So this is Leftfin's first time in the live chat. So everybody, please make Leftfin feel welcome. Tony's a Cancer. Joan Bradley, Virgo, September 11th. Wow. It's my ex-fiance's birthday too. Anaphylaxis, Scorpio. I get the Scorpio vibe from anaphylaxis, but only in the good way. Oh my gosh. Aw, that's sweet. Thank you, Joan. Yeah, I know. Curious Rose, 31 cages. I just crazy. Hello. Hello says, hi, new sub here. Welcome. Thank you for subbing and welcome. Welcome to the live chat. Please feel welcome. And by the way, hello, that was a totally legit question. I'll show you some bunnies towards the end of the live stream here. Just take your pick, man. Okay, so, all right, guys. It's hard to know where to start with this topic. September 9th, another Virgo, Curious Rose. 2 days away from Joan's birthday. Hi, Kurt. How are you doing? How's it going? Nice to see you. Welcome, Kurt. Oh my gosh. So Leftfin says, hi, I'm a Gemini and mom of identical twins. Wow. That's super Gemini in the good way. That's really cool. That's very cool. Did twins run in your family, Leftfin? Or on the paternal side? I guess that would be the fair question too. Hi, Hot Ham Radio. How are you doing? Hot Ham Radio also has a channel. Oh my gosh, so many creators here. Any of these channels, please throw them up in chat. Put your own channel in chat. Please don't feel like, too proud or whatever. All of you guys are great. I think everyone should check out all of these channels. Lots of really smart, insightful, talented creators. I listened to Hot Ham Radio a couple times in the past few days. And first of all, Hot Ham Radio, I didn't realize that you had a channel, so I apologize for that, but I definitely suggest everyone go check it out. And I was really impressed by the very earnest, candid, I don't know, it's very grounded. Your message was, I really enjoyed listening to it, even though some of the subject matter was a little difficult at times, so that's a hard thing to pull off, to discuss such difficult subject matter, but still but listening to you is still enjoyable to the listener or the watcher, the viewer. That's very cool. So congratulations. Let's see. Aw, no, that's great. Really great. Good stuff. Yeah, check out Hot Ham Radio for sure. Yeah. Okay, so all right. So I just took a few days off of the whole YouTube thing. I didn't work on editing videos, creating videos, video production, video uploading, video processing, video, audio, video, audio, video, upload, YouTube, 24/7, none of that for 4 or 5 days. I wasn't planning on taking a big, well, for me, that's a big chunk of time off, but just some things came up, in life had to be handled. I had some things halfway in production. I uploaded a couple videos today. There's more on the way. I knew you guys were going to be okay. So I'm sorry that was kind of unannounced, but it was definitely necessary. I did miss you guys. And while I was taking those 5 days off of blissfully not doing a damn thing to create a video, although I love it, it's always on my mind. I had a chance to listen to some other creators, not a luxury that I always have. As I mentioned, I listened to Hot Ham Radio. Awesome. For the first time, great channel. I caught most of A Curious Rose live stream the other day, even though I wasn't super active in chat because I was kind of hanging out with my son. I did listen to almost all of it, which was a real treat and amazing. And she's doing great, and she has a wonderful message and always super interesting content. And Ara, dang girl, one of your videos even came up in my suggestions. I was like, look at this shit when I pay attention. This is terrific, man. Look at all this great stuff. I was so excited. Great stuff. I was like, wow. And, I listened to some other creators as well. Some that I really, really liked a lot, and some that I was like, oh, I haven't listened to you in a long time, and that's why. And we won't say who that is. I'm kind of kidding. Well, I mean, we all have that experience, right? And I did listen to a little bit of Chris Watts content, kind of outside of the Watts, the obsession community circle. All the people I just mentioned, all you guys in here, I considered you, totally part of the community. But just taking a couple steps out, people that are not going to be showing up in the chat here, whether they were new to me or I had listened to them in the past, whether they were an old channel or a medium channel or actually all the brand new channels I really liked. But in doing that, I was really surprised and confused about some of the misinformation that was being put out there, and mostly by the old school channels, the old school true crime channels that cover the Watts case and other true crime cases, like most normal channels. But, around here, we get a little obsessed, and I'm not apologizing for that. So although I wasn't working on creating videos or editing videos or anything like that, I did start a new list of misinformation that's, just kind of swirling around, maybe on Watts Island, maybe a little on the periphery. Maybe it's just, in my opinion, being put out there into the atmosphere a little too much, where, as happens with misinformation, more people hear it, the story starts to change. The history starts to change. The beliefs start to change. The values surrounding the morals of the story start to change. The dynamics of the story itself start to change. And when you're talking about a case like the Watts family murders, to me, that idea becomes a very dangerous thing, because I, like many of you, am wildly focused and passionate about pursuing complete justice for all of the victims in this tragedy: Shanann, Bella Celeste, unborn baby Nico, their families, their friends, their loved ones, their acquaintances, and the world, who lost 4 beautiful lives in this one, I guess, morning, right? So this whole idea of misinformation and justice are very connected in my mind. And that might be obvious to you, that might go without saying. But I think when we are truly concerned about justice and are focused on justice, and especially when you're a channel creator and you say that and you tell people that and you proclaim that, there is also a responsibility to uphold truth and to redirect the masses, the classes, whoever it may be, when people are starting to navigate and sway away from following that tight, fine line of fact versus fiction. So this inspired me to revisit some topics that people were getting just a little bit wrong. And some of these topics, man, I get it. A lot of things in this case, as we well know, are very confusing. So I just wanted to kind of set everyone straight. And these aren't matters of opinion, like I know better than you do or they do. It's just that, hey, man, I chose to start a channel called Watts the Obsession. In doing so, I accept that I have some level of responsibility to maintaining integrity behind the channel's mission, and also to speaking the truth about the case as we know it, right? So, when I have to, I'm going to just kind of correct the record. But then there's the issue of fact versus fiction within the case itself. So now I'm talking about in the investigation, in the courts, with the district attorney, with the defense attorneys, with the, Officer Coonrod, the people that may or may not have been involved, Amanda Purcell, the keeper of the evidence records, and everyone in between. In this case, as much or more than any other, there's many issues of fact versus fiction within the innermost workings of the case, the crime, and the investigation itself. So when it comes to matters of people retelling things accurately, presenting fact and not fiction, but the heart of the case itself is difficult to discern, is it fact or is it fiction, things can get very cloudy very quickly. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to share something with you, and then I have a plan. I hear thunder off in the distance. I hope that's not going to be a problem. If something happens strangely, that's why. Okay, so I uploaded this video earlier today when I returned to my video editing, making, producing, uploading thing. Some of you may have seen it or seen part of it. I'm going to play it in bits here this evening. When I start the video, you're going to need to let me know that, yes, you do have audio, because if I need to adjust something, of course I will. Okay. Welcome back to What's the Obsession. Have you ever noticed that when creators or people in chat are referring to content from Nicole Kessinger's interviews, from one of her interviews, they often do so in not well-defined terms, like, oh, yes. Let me check in with you here. Do you have audio on the video? Well, how did that happen? Do you have audio on the video? Let's see. Oh, I know. That's what I have to do here. Oh, wow. That's way behind on chat there. So just give me a moment here. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, there we go. Yes. You had audio. You had audio on the video. Hi, John Smith. How are you doing? All right, let me go back to that then. Welcome back to What's the Obsession. Have you ever noticed that when creators or people in chat are referring to content from Nicole Kessinger's interviews, from one of her interviews, they often do so in not well-defined terms, like, oh, yes, Miss Kessinger said blah, 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 blah. And the first, the second, the third, the interview, the phone, the in-person interview on August the 17th, the 21st, 15th. And it sounds like people don't really know what they're talking about. I'm not saying that to be a jerk, because I totally get it. Nicole Kessinger's interviews and their content and the method and means by which you can hear them, watch them, or read them, it's just not clear. We all know that it took plunder, a lot of time, commitment, and probably some dollar bills to convince the powers that be to release the video footage of Nicole Kessinger's interview with CBI Kevin Kobach from August 16th, 2018. Great job, Paula. You will forever be our true crime hero. So let me set the record straight regarding Nicole Kessinger's interviews with CBI's Kevin Kobach. There were 3 in-person interviews and 2 phone interviews. The first in-person interview was on August 15th, 2018. The second in-person interview was the one for which the video footage was just released, and that was on August 16th, 2018. The final interview of the 5 was an in-person interview, and that took place on August 23rd, 2018. That's the one when she went to return her phone and she ended up just sitting down, pulling up a chair, getting a cup of coffee or whatever, and talking to Kevin Kobach for a few hours. There were also 2 phone interviews. Those took place on August 7th. So I just saw in comments, somebody said that a channel, has, and this channel is usually very thorough. So it says a channel has all the dates wrong in their video about NK. And man, listen, it's easy to do. And as this live stream goes on, and thank you, Stevie, appreciate that. You're going to see more and more why. I mean, again, I created a channel called What's the Frickin' Obsession, and I wasn't even clear on this until a couple months ago. And when I was creating this video, I definitely had to go fact check, and I got confused a few times. And I think there's a reason it's like that. think about it, you know. 17th and August 21st, respectively, in the year 2018. Both of those phone interviews are redacted and or also known as missing chunks of their content. And I'm going to fill that missing information in for you guys. This video is going to focus on the redacted or missing information from the August 21st interview that was released in audio form. And then all of a sudden it cuts off mysteriously right around the time when Kobach and Kessinger are talking about Cece's EpiPens. And not everyone can afford a stash of EpiPens. Well, interestingly enough, it's right after that their conversation starts to become more substantive. I'm going to read to you the transcript of that interview from August 21st, 2018, after the official audio cuts off. Okay, so, and we're going to do that, but I just want to say here in chat, so I think that, Anaphylaxis is a bomb. I love Anaphylaxis. She contributes so much to this channel, especially in the way of verifying things having to do with investigation, law enforcement, that whole process procedure. Not even that. You're just awesome, Anaphylaxis. I just think it's fair to say that, somebody had mentioned Armchair Detective, who I enjoy very much. I support him. I consider him a friend. He and his whole team have been wonderful to me. I think they're top-notch, first-class people and channel. So because, or I don't know which came first, the chicken or the egg, but I'm friendly with that channel. There are, sometimes moderators here from Armchair Detective. I know, well, he came first before What's the Obsession, everything. But yeah, so we cross-pollinate like that. So, and I just love you, Anaphylaxis. But, I did see, let's see, was it Ashley's question just asking about something that was presented on that channel, and I've heard it presented on a couple other channels, and I'm not even going to read it verbatim because I don't want to go into this discussion, but something about perhaps Shanann and Chris Watts having a bunch of tickets. I actually said that in one of my videos about Dirty South, or maybe it was even more than that. Maybe it was more like a meaty kind of citation or arrest record thing. I don't even know. I'm just saying these are the types of infractions that one might be reporting about regarding Shanann and or Chris when discussing the family dynamics in the Watts case. So then, Ashley asked, is there any evidence to support that? And Anaphylaxis, being the amazing person she did, just shut that down. Always support for, what's said. And I feel the same way about my channel. And I know that Armchair Detective feels that way about his channel. And I hope my moderators feel that way about this channel. And I'm so excited the 80s moderators feel that way about his channel. But I guess what I want to say is that, on this channel, even if you're questioning me, I think that in chat, especially, it's always fair for people to ask questions. And it's also always fair for, someone like Anaphylaxis to give the response that she has, because she knows what she knows well. Okay. Let me see where I'm at in this video. I just really felt like I had to say that. So it's all good. Just Ashley. About 2/3 of the way through the interview from August 21st. Again, the audio mysteriously cuts off. It sounds like there's some glitchiness happening. I don't know. But when you hear this, I'd like to know your opinion. Do you think this audio cut was intentional, or was it a technology glitch? So they're talking about Celeste's nut allergy and EpiPens, and Chris saying that they had a stash of EpiPens in the basement. So Kobach says, right, they're expensive. Kessinger says, and yeah, I almost was like, so at the time, like, I didn't think anything of it. And now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, okay, so what just happened there? What just happened there? I just launched into reading the second half, really, of the August 21st phone interview with Nicole Kessinger between Nicole Kessinger and Kevin Kovac. So that is the second of the phone interviews. This is the fourth of the 5 in total interviews Nicole Kessinger had with Kevin Kovac. You guys following? So at this point, Kevin Kovac had heard, Kessinger's sales pitch a number of times. We've noted many times on this channel, and I know it's been noted all over the place that between those 5 interviews that Kessinger gives Kovac, they sound very scripted from one to the next. If you were to start with interview 1 on August 15th, 2018, and you listen to all of them in between, and you then heard, something on the same topic from the final interview on August 23rd, there are buzz phrases, there are keywords, there are phrases and terminology and, phonetic nuances that she uses that don't seem to be natural to her speech pattern or anyone's speech pattern for that matter. Hi, Abigail. How are you doing? Nice to see ya. No, you didn't get booted, Ashley. Did you hear? I was just, no, you're good. Hi, Becky Boo. How are you doing? Aw, hey, thank you so much, Oklahoma Girls Kitchen. You said I enjoy listening to AD, but I'm definitely a Kelly listener. Thank you so much. I respect your opinions and answers so much. I think you're spot on and truly so many things. Hey, thanks. I am so happy that you enjoy listening. That's awesome. That means a lot to me. Thank you very much. Oh, Ara, I hope you're doing something fun for your birthday. You're so great, Molson Man. Give him no choice, Molson Man. That's right, just like we talked about earlier. Oh, that's so funny. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. No, it's okay. So Ashley, my whole point was not to single you out. I was using your question as an example. It's okay to question things. And at the same time, I so much appreciate Anaphylaxis is insight and in her deep knowledge about so many things. It's all good. So, hi, Lauren. How are you doing? Nice to see you, sweetheart. Oh, I know. Zena, are you in chat? Just one moment here. Okay, so is everyone clear on what is going on here with this interview? Give me just one sec. I'm sending a text message. Okay, there we go. Oh my gosh, no kidding. Jeez. Oh, thanks, Lauren. Doing good. And Miguel, so nice to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. It's great to see you. Hi, Tracy Wheeler. Nice to see you as well. So, oh, girl, I didn't realize it was you. Do you want to come up? I'm putting the chat. I'm putting the link for panel in chat. I can't believe I didn't recognize that. Sorry. Oops. Why did I just say Libra? What the heck? Oh man, that was weird. You were so funny. Yeah, I mean, there has to be. So Zena says, Mel, I seriously wonder if the families have been paid off by Anandarko. I mean, let's talk about this. Let's stop and talk about this. Family. So in my mind, I guess, I kind of think of it like three categories. Families, were they paid off? Friends, coworkers, close acquaintances, were they paid off? Because there's a lot of people that could talk. And then the other category unto itself is empanada and her spicy condiments, like leave Jim alone. And Danielle, don't know anything else about her. Or Dwayne Kessinger, dad, that we see in the video, not the guy whose picture was circulating for a while. That some channels had to put apologies out about. That was sad. Or, whoever else was in her inner circle. I mean, I feel like personally, and I would love to know what you think, Kessinger and her at least close circle of friends have to be enjoying some fringe benefits, payouts, accoutrements from Anandarko or some other source that can afford the big dollar bills, because in my opinion, and I've been wrong before and I will be again, but in my opinion, I just cannot fathom the idea that NK and everyone around her has remained silent for this long. And you have to imagine life goes on, even for a young empanada like Nicole Kessinger. And although you're careful about your identity after you've been after you've gone through something traumatic like this, certainly you're going to disclose a certain level of something personal to new people you allow into your life. And from the information you give them, they're going to glean even a little bit more. How has nobody said boo? Here's Zena. Let's say hello to Zena, guys. How has nobody... Hey, Zena, how are ya? Oops. Hey, Zena. I just brought you on for just a second, but you didn't even know. That wasn't fair. You thought you were still backstage. Sorry about that. But it was just a moment. But then in doing so, I just could hear that YouTube's playing in the background. Of course it is, because you're watching, right? So if you could mute YouTube, this live stream, or close the tab or whatever you got to do so we don't have feedback, that would be great. There should be, some app or some fix for this. This is like the universal live stream conundrum when you bring people onto panel. MVCal. This case has changed my whole view on Mexican food. That's funny. Oh man. Damn. Well, here's the time I was wrong and I've been corrected. I'm gonna tell y'all the right way that I was wrong about. I actually was a Spanish teacher for 3 years. I taught middle school Spanish. Luckily, it wasn't anything higher level than that. So when I was saying, the sexy empanada, Mistress Kessinger nickname, whatever, I was saying empanada, like as though there was a tilde over ñada, empanada over that N, that squiggly thing, tilde. It makes it like a ñ instead of a n. No. It's not empanada like I was saying it. It's empanada. And oh boy, were some people really excited to tell me about that. So now I will forever pronounce empanada the right way. All right, I'm going to bring you on, Zena. Hey, Zena, how you doing? She's here. She's there. She comes. She goes. I don't even know what we're looking at. Let's see. All right. Well, I'll try that again in a minute. So, okay. So let me just go over, the deal with Nicole Kessinger, guys. So there was the August 15th first interview that took place in, oh my gosh, what was it called? It was a park in Arvada. The name is escaping me right now. I'll think of it. I'll think of it though. So it's a park in Arvada, right near where Nicole Kessinger lives. So, it's not clear how Nicole Kessinger and investigators even ended up in that park together with her dad and her dog and some motorcycles and some airplanes and some people walking by and laughing and some really difficult to work with audio that is really freaking hard to clean up. Um, you know, some say that she knew that they were catching on to her, so she wanted to beat investigators to the punch. Some say she was totally proactive. Some say her meeting with investigators in the first place was the first term of her protect identity agreement, right? So there was that interview on August 15th, 2018. So that's Wednesday. So the murders took place on August 18th. I'm sorry. The murders took place on August 13th, a Monday. So she meets with them the first time on August 15th, a Wednesday. She meets with investigators in person again on August 16th, the day after the first meeting in the park. That is the one that is recorded. The video was just recently released thanks to the efforts of Plunder. And, Kevin Kobach says there, we're just doing this because, we know things today that we didn't know before, right? And that's the interview where her father is there and Empanada goes on and on and on and on. So the next interview is a phone interview, and that is on August 17th, 2018. Part of that interview is redacted. Yes, part of that interview is omitted, deleted, not existent in the audio provided or taken, I guess I should say. I don't know if they were planning to provide anything by law enforcement. That's the third video. And we're going to go into that soon, not today, but soon. The fourth interview was on August 21st, 2018. And the good second half of this interview is just missing. And that's what we're going to discuss today. And the missing part of the audio of this interview is where things get really interesting. And there's a lot of likes. And then the final interview is an in-person interview, and that is on August 23rd, 2018. The one when Kessinger goes to return her phone in gosh, the name is escaping me here too. Police department. It's not Frederick. Anyhow, and she ends up talking. She meets Tammy Lee and Stacey Galbraith. She ends up talking with Kobach for a very long time, right? And that video is completely, we assume that it's all there. It was video recorded, but hey, you never know because we find missing pieces all the time, right? Let's see, I'm looking for something here real quick. Here we go. All right. Let's see. Tim Martinez. I always forget his name. Okay, so here, this is worth checking out. So this is the beginning of the August 16th interview when Kessinger and her sassy puss face are on camera with her daddy, Kevin Kobach, and Tim Martinez, the investigator whose name I and everyone else always forgets.
I just turned the recording. Okay. So again, this room is recorded and video and audio. We introduced ourselves in the lobbies and earlier, so we're just going to do that again real quick. My name is Kevin Kobach. I'm with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, and we're assisting the Frederick Police Department with this case involving Chris Watts. And this is Tim Martinez, also an agent at CBI. Sir, if you just introduce yourself.
Dwayne Kessinger. I'm Nicole's father.
Dwayne, what's your birthday?
November 3rd, 1958.
And home address for you, sir?
He happens to be a Scorpio.
65th Avenue.
What city?
And that's Arvada, 8004.
And a cell phone or a home phone or where?
720-982-4547.
Thank you. And Nicole, can you just introduce yourself for the recording?
Nicole Kessinger. Do you need all the other stuff?
Yes, please.
Also known as Sassy Puss Empanada.
12255 Claude Court. Unit 612. Phone number 720-656-9605.
Claude Court, is that, I think we determined it was North Glen, right? You know your zip code?
80249.
Okay. Can you speak up just a little bit so the recorder, I know you're tired and you're stressed, and we won't be here any longer than we have to be. You've already had a conversation with people before. You came here on your own free will to talk to us. We picked you up at your request and brought you here. You can get up and leave at any time. You don't have to talk to us. If there's a question you don't want to answer, don't answer it. If you don't want to talk anymore, just tell me I want to leave. And I'm kind of in the way of the door, but you're not being interrogated as a criminal suspect. We're here to understand your relationship with Chris and what you know about Chris and his family.
Anaphylaxis, are you in chat? I want to know from your perspective, or if there's anybody else who has experience in law enforcement, am I like way off in saying it seems to me to be completely improper at this stage in the game, hours after Shanann's remains were found and recovered, for Kevin Kobach to say, you're not here, as, let's see exactly what he says. This blows my mind every freaking time. And Zena, I'm going to bring you on in a moment. Okay, sweetie, if you're ready.
80249.
Okay. Can you speak up just a little bit so the recorder, I know you're tired and you're stressed, and we won't be here any longer than we have to be. You've already had a conversation with people before. You came here on your own free will to talk to us. We picked you up at your request and brought you here. You can get up and leave at any time. You don't have to talk to us. If there's a question you don't want to answer, don't answer it. If you don't want to talk anymore, just tell me I want to leave. And I'm kind of in the way of the door, but you're not being interrogated as a criminal suspect. We're here to understand your relationship with Chris and what you know about Chris and his family.
I might be in the way of the door, but if you don't like something I ask, you want to go, just get up, just leave, and make sure you take your complimentary complimentary gourmet chocolates with you, seriously, and your eye pillow with your chocolates, since you left yours in Chris Watts' bed in the Watts home basement. But anyway, So somebody here is saying, Kevin, and I find Kevin to be a very reliable source, that state law. Kevin, could you, and hi, Double R, how are you? Nice to see you. State law. So what is state law? How I'm reading that, Kevin, is it's state law to say, would you like a pillow and a blankie, perhaps a baba, while we question you? Is that what you're saying is state law? Like the way that he's treating her right now? You know what I mean? I'm being facetious, obviously. I'm just curious. Let's see. Oh, I asked Anaphylaxis a question, so I'll make sure she did not answer, and then I'd be ignoring. Well, I'm not ignoring it, but I guess I didn't catch her. Write this down for Anaphylaxis. Let's see. No, I don't think I got her. Okay. Oh, that was a joke. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, she is pouting like a baby. Okay. You know, Kevin, I rely to you, or I rely on you as a real news fact source. So you can't make jokes about blueberries and calories and state law like all in the same live stream, Kevin. Okay. Just kidding. Cool. All right. Leatherface says, whoop. Surprised he didn't say, even if you're guilty, just ask for a lawyer and we'll shut up and let you go. Or, hey, heck, don't even do that. We wouldn't want you to, put yourself out at all. We'll just skip that shit. We're going to protect your identity. Just make you comfy however you like, widow baby Kessinger. I know your tummy hurts. I mean, the way that she's treated is, it's literally nauseating. Okay, so Tracy Wheeler says she was a criminal suspect. They was told about her before she came in. After she spilled the beans to get to walk, she was then a witness, in my opinion. And a witness, by the way, with a protected identity. Interesting you say that, Tracy Wheeler, because we do know that although here on August 16th, so that's a Thursday, remember the murders happened on the 13th, the Monday morning, and Shanann's body wasn't even discovered until after midnight, the 15th going to the 16th, just mere hours before this interview. But we know that on the 14th and at least part of the 15th that her person and her property was being surveilled. So so what's happened in the meantime? She's spoken with investigators in a park because she had to walk her dog and her dad wanted to come and she wanted to be comfy in her natural environment, so they came to her and, accommodated her every wish. They then wanted her to come into the police station so they could get her statements on record, meaning on video. So, Kevin Kovac just says right here, so you asked us to pick you up. We came and picked you up. What the frick? What kind of investigation is this? So in 24 hours later, all of a sudden she's being treated like this. Oh, here. I'm sorry. I've got to let you up, Zena. Just 1 second, honey. Let me get back to Zena here. Oh, I'm sorry. Come back on, Zena. Sorry about that. We were just like missing each other. Let me, I'll send the link. I'll put the link in chat again. Sorry about that. And if it's not a good time or something, that's okay too. I don't want you to feel, pressured. But there you go. Nancy, my girl Nancy. I think that all tactics used to disarm her. You know, Nancy is always the voice of reason to my naivety and insanity when those qualities take over my mind. And that's quite possible, Nancy. Hmm. Huh. Yeah, Kurt, right? Like, wow, talk about double standards. I mean, that's what it appears, unless Nancy, who's right about most things, is right here and saying those are tactics they use to disarm her. Ah, Molson Man says the reason no one can find MK nowadays is because they're not Googling her real name. She is now known as Mrs. Kevin Koback. That's good. That was great. Yeah, that was good. Good one. Yeah, we all commend that one. Hi, Turquoise. How are ya? Oh, what time zone are you in, Turquoise? Welcome. Glad to see you here. Hi, Jackie. How are you doing? Let's see. Yeah, so Justice is Coming says, and Kobach says right off the bat that they had a conversation before they turned the recorder on, huh? So let's listen to that again. It's only like 2 minutes. So I believe Justice is Coming. I believe, and I could be wrong, or I might not be hearing the whole thing or something. That what he's referring to is that they had met that day before in the park when she was walking her dog with her daddy with the motorbikes going by, and it was really hot, and they were drinking Monster Energy drinks, the investigators I'm speaking of. And now on the 16th is Shanann's body had been discovered and recovered around midnight, 15th going into the 16th. Now that they have confirmed this is a homicide they're dealing with, apparently they need to have these things on record. That's how I've always heard that. But let's listen to those just like 2 minutes once again.
I just turned the recording. Okay. So again, this room is recorded and video and audio. We introduced ourselves in the lobbies and earlier, so we're just going to do that again real quick. My name is Kevin Koback. I'm with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation.
Wait,
And,
what did he
we're
say?
assisting
I didn't
with
even
Frederick.
hear that. Slow down, Kevin. Slow down. Kevin, I know that you like to take requests and make people happy, so slow down and give me a glass of wine, would ya? Right here.
I just turned the recording. Okay. So again, this room is recorded and video and audio. We introduced ourselves in the lobbies and earlier, so we're just going to do that again real quick. My name is Kevin Koback. I'm with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, and we're assisting the Frederick Police Department with this case involving Chris Watts. And this is Tim Martinez, also an agent at CBI. Sir, if you just introduce yourself.
Dwayne Kessinger. I'm Nicole's father.
Dwayne, what's your birthday?
November 3rd, 1958.
And home address for you, sir?
8801 West 65th Avenue.
Let's see.
And that's Arvada, 8004.
And a cell phone or a home phone or where?
720-982-4547.
Thank you. And Nicole, can you just introduce yourself for the recording?
Nicole Kessinger. Do you need all my other stuff? too?
Yes, please.
I live at 12255 Claude Court. Unit 612. Phone number 720-656-9605.
Claude Court, is that? I think we determined it was North Glen, right? You know your zip code?
80249.
Okay. Can you speak up just a little bit so the recorder? I know you're tired and you're stressed, and we won't be here any longer than we have to be. You've already had a conversation with people before. You came here on your own free will to talk to us. We picked you up at your request and brought you here.
Picked you up.
You can get up and leave at
Kiss
any
my
time.
butt.
You don't have to talk to us. If there's a question you don't want to answer, don't answer it. If you don't want to talk anymore, just tell me I want to leave. And I'm kind of in the way of the door, but you're not being interrogated as a criminal suspect. We're here to understand your relationship with Chris and what you know about Chris and his.
So the question I originally asked there was, is it improper for him to just say, unless, Nancy, who's usually smarter than me about most things, is correct, and she probably is it improper for him to say, we're not interrogating you. You're not a criminal suspect. You're just here because blah, 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 blah. Man, that just feels like shaky ground to me, but I don't know, because I'm just who I am, but I'm not a criminal investigator. What do you guys think? Oh, let's see. Kurt Stacy, what do you think? Welcome. How are you doing?
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Nice to see ya. Thank you. Thank you for saving me from talking to myself. Good Lord, for the love of God. But what do you think about that? About him saying, you're not a criminal suspect. You're not on the hot seat here. What's up with that?
I think it was kind of like, let's sit down and shower you with all kinds of comfort, and let's see what we can get out of you. But we're on your side. So I mean, the whole point of your live tonight is wondering why a lot of these things were redacted from the investigation. Correct?
Right.
It to me, why was that redacted?
Yeah, I know. I mean, really good question. You have to look at what is included and what is excluded, because there were at so many points, there were clearly decisions made regarding what to include and what to exclude. And those decisions, in my opinion, they don't seem arbitrary,
Yes. And hold on. Before you go, Kelly, let me just put my glasses on and look at where can I find the chat that goes on when we're on this live streaming comments?
Yeah.
There we go. There it is.
Get it? Okay, good. Because I wouldn't even know from that perspective. Awesome.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I got it.
Awesome.
Okay.
Nice. So let's see. Jen makes a really good comment here. I completely agree with you. It's the only thing that can make sense to me aside from, I don't know. Jen says, I believe the reason she didn't want to drive her vehicle there is because she didn't want them asking to search while she was being interviewed. I totally agree, Jen. And something that makes me feel pretty certain about that assumption that I've always made is, we see that this woman was a prolific Googler. She was like, oh, Google, you be my best friend. I know about everything with me and you, Google, So she was, Googling law enforcement's techniques, procedure, tactics, standard protocol, right from jump. Dr. Phil says, one thing she should have Googled first is, can law enforcement read your deleted Google searches, because she freaking Googled everything. I think that she totally knew that was going to happen. I think she was freaking out about it. And I think you're totally right. Yeah. Let's see. Oops. I'm like 10 minutes behind. Let me get up with some current time here. Yeah, she did get rid of her truck fast, didn't she? Justice is Coming says the truck was in her dad's name. I'm going to be honest about her and her truck. I know a lot of people have made a big deal about it. A lot of people have done research on it. I am not one of those people. It's not one of the areas. It's one of the areas, I should say, in this whole case that I personally have not researched. Because other people were doing it. I had different areas of interest. So, whatever you can tell me about her truck, her dad's truck, please, lay it on me. All I can say as a blanket statement is regarding her and her truck and the possible sale. I have not verified anything myself. This channel has not independently verified anything, but there's a lot of people here in chat that we like to hear an opinion from and that we trust. So Say it. Yeah, just in case things started going south, Jen. Exactly. Kevin says, looks like NK knows how to cut and run as good as SW. Jeez. Yeah, I know, man.
Was Kelly, was any of this brought up, the fact that they just disregarded these other interviews? I mean, that seems
can you
to me.
clarify your question a little more?
Well, I mean, you've got these Nicole Kessinger interviews, right?
Mm-hmm.
And weren't some of them just like put off to the wayside and kind of deleted?
Yeah, they were. So,
I mean,
and that's actually
why?
what's that, sweetie?
Why?
Well, okay, that's a really good question. So that's actually, all right. Thank you for bringing it back. So the 2 phone interviews, I see a DC. I will be right there, sweetie. Oh, you brought your T back, DTC. Man, you can't keep like losing, gaining alphas. I don't know what to do about that. I'm just kidding. Good to see you, girl. Okay, so the 2 phone interviews, there's one on the 17th, there's one on the 21st. The one on the 21st is the one that we are focusing on today. Both of those phone interviews, there was an audio provided from law enforcement. Both of those interviews mysteriously had chunks of the content redacted, but it wasn't even, as far as I know from the research I've done, it wasn't even presented as redacted information. It was just like, oops, pshee, pshee, audio glitch, just not there anymore. You guys don't care, do ya? Nothing to see here, right? But when you actually go and obtain the transcripts of those interviews, what you find is that the parts that are missing are compelling. So we're going to listen to that in just a moment. Don't let me get off track again, but let me just say hi to our friend DTC.
I'll try not to.
Thank you. No, you're good. Thank you. Hey, girl, how you doing?
Hey.
Hi, Kelly. Hi, Kurt. How are you?
Good, good. What's up, my friend?
Wonderful.
Not much. Thank you. Yeah, just wanted to get in on a conversation here with Kurt.
Yeah, definitely. No, that's awesome. So what do you think, DTC Primetime, about, the way that he is addressing her in the beginning of this interview and, really throughout, just so accommodating? What's up with that? I mean, straight up saying you're not being interrogated. You're our buddy. You're an angel on my shoulder. How are you? I don't understand.
So I guess it's what you call a sympathetic interview tactic. I mean, there's different interrogation tactics.
Awesome. Yes.
Yeah. I guess this one just pisses me off.
Yeah, I mean, there's different ways to crack a nut, and she's a flighty one, so they had to use the kid gloves, right? Or else she'd lawyer up in a heartbeat, and then all bets are off.
Yeah, I guess they probably assessed her. This is a really good point you make. So I don't know why it's so confusing. Yeah, I think, hey, let me talk through this here. I think my reaction to this whole thing is emotional. It pisses me off that they are seeming to treat her in this very nice, sympathetic, compassionate manner when we all know that's not what she really deserves. So my emotional reaction is, how could they do that? How could they treat her like that? But I think you're right. It's like, when you are, like in my job, when I'm trying to figure out the best behavioral plan for someone I'm working with, as I start to develop that, I first have to assess and evaluate what's going on with them, kind of meet them where they're at, see, what their basic responses and tendencies and behavior quirks are, and then go from there. And I'm sure law enforcement is doing the same thing. And
Kelly, you also look at their background and see where they're coming from. So the background of this woman was obviously not something positive, and it was something that we know in retrospect what her situation was with Chris. So I mean, that's a background situation right there. So
That's right. I mean, as soon as they did a search on her, they would see her mug, and I mean mug shot staring back at them. She was arrested. I mean, it was like a disorderly conduct, like resisting arrest kind of thing when she was
well, I'm just talking about her background screwing around with him.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah.
Regardless of exactly what you're pointing out too.
Yeah. I mean, she was clearly like, you just said it really well, DTC. And I think that they understood she was prone to temper tantrums and flying off the handle. And she was willing to do that at basically any moment if things got uncomfortable for her.
Yeah, I mean, they had the original interview on the 15th, right? And they kind of felt her out a little bit and saw like what she was going to bring to the table and how she was. And they could tell that she was being a little shifty and a little deceptive, I think. I mean, these are FBI interrogators that interrogated her all the times. Kobach is FBI. Mark Lehrer is FBI that interviewed her on the 15th. So these are not like just your run-of-the-mill hometown detectives like Baumholzer. These are like these are the big boys, so they know what she was about. But ultimately, it's the DA's case, and the FBI was there on invitation. So whatever they brought or whatever they didn't bring was basically up to the DA, to Weld County, to include in their version of the discovery. And keep in mind that the defense has a discovery too that we never got to see.
Yeah. That's all. I'm just thinking about that. Yeah, I mean, those are all really good points. So, okay. So relating to, the topic at hand. So this is a second phone interview between Kessinger and Kobach. Now, there's a couple different ways we can approach this. If we were to just listen to the first half of this August 21st phone interview, it totals, I got it right here. It is 53 minutes. 53 minutes. And then all of a sudden, the audio cuts off. And man, my jabbering away today. I mean, I was, reading the transcript as the mistress and the investigator the best that I could. It was about 40 minutes. So, it truly is almost half of this interview, a little bit less, that they just, in my opinion, wanted to disappear from existence. So now we could listen to the 53 minutes up until the part when I had to start script reading and role playing because law enforcement screwed up the audio. But I think the best approach is going to be to just listen to the redacted portion that I read as a script. Does that make sense?
Makes sense to me. Yes.
Okay. I'm like, crew,
Yes.
are you with me? Are you
Yes.
with me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I didn't know how. Oh wait, let me introduce Zena as well.
Oh
Hey,
my
Zena,
God.
how are you doing, honey? How's it going?
What a runaround. Oh, I'm so happy to finally be up and I can hear you and you can hear me.
Oh, good. Awesome.
Yay.
Awesome. Yeah, I tried to bring you up a couple times earlier and I don't know what happened. But anyway, welcome. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you. I had a birthday yesterday.
Happy birthday.
I'm 55.
Aw.
55.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Zena. Da, 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 da. Happy birthday to you and Ara too. Awesome. That's a great one. Happy birthday, hon.
It was a lovely day. I live in an area where we have a lot of nice places to hike. So I use my birthday as leverage to get my kids to go on a hike with me.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's great. That's terrific.
And then we went and got Ben and Jerry's because we have an actual Ben and Jerry's ice cream parlor within 20 minutes, half an hour.
Wow.
I know
That's
there's
really
not a lot of
nice.
those. There's
Yeah,
not.
no, there's not. That is quite a treat. Good for you. Well, what a
No.
way to spend the birthday. That's awesome. Yeah, seriously.
Yeah.
Now I just want to say Lulu Nikki Lemon, Lululemon. I get it. Lululemon. Lululemon. I was an ambassador for Lululemon once upon a time when I was a full-time yoga instructor. I just had put that together. Really great athletic and yoga gear, y'all.
I know.
Yoga mats, everything. So, Lulu Nikki Lemon, I see your questions about the canine searches, etc. I have a lot to say about that, and I think people here in the chat do as well. I starred them. I'm going to table them towards the end of chat if you're still here. If not, I mean, we can do a live stream just on that topic soon. Those are important questions, though. I'm just going to read them out loud now since you guys might be like, what's she talking about? So Lulu Nikki Lemon says, does anybody know about the canine video? The dog was in the house. It was supposed to alert if there was trauma. I felt like the dog was just kind of all over the place, randomly barking. And we're not even going to comment on this. I just wanted to read her questions because I know we all have a mouthful on this. Lulu Nikki Lemon, then another dog comes in and they just stay in the basement, not sure if the second dog was cadaver. Then the second dog never went upstairs. True. Lulu Nikki Lemon also says, did the dogs ever alert that there was a dead body in the house? We're going to totally come back to those questions. Nikki Lululemon, really good ones. Thanks for asking them. So, okay. So I'm going to go back to this redacted portion of this phone interview on August 21st. Okay. Now, in about 2 minutes of reading time, there's also going to be the transcript with this. And then, I don't know. Let's just start listening. And then, yeah, we'll go from there. There's just so much to be said.
Were they cadaver dogs or trauma dogs?
It was, my understanding is there was both.
Okay.
Oops, I don't want to do that. Hold it. Let me, got to share the right video here. Yeah, that's the one. Let's see. Alrighty. Okay.
My aunt is bringing the dog outside. She's visiting me right now.
Oh, cool. Awesome. Hi, doggy. Hi, Aunt. How are you?
If you see somebody walking past me, that's Aunt Peggy.
Yeah. I heard Aunt Peggy correct you when you mispronounced redacted. I was like,
Yes,
oh,
you did.
Company. Good call, Aunt Peggy. Good call. That was cute. That was very
Say hi, Aunt Peggy. Look, come here.
It was like, oh, Kurt's got someone smart that, no, I'm just kidding. It's easy to misspeak words that we don't say all the time, right?
Yeah.
I mean, empanada, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Aunt Peggy is a Vanderbilt University Peabody Scholar graduate. So
No way. My stepmother is as well.
Yes.
She is. True story. We're going to talk about that later, but that's awesome. Yeah.
Yes.
Vanderbilt's a a reputable university down that way.
Yes, it
Beautiful
is.
campus,
It's
too.
the Harvard of the South.
That's what they say.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, nice to meet you, Peggy.
I didn't. Wait a minute.
Okay.
I want her to say hello to you before. It's so funny.
Absolutely.
Everybody says she's like, I love Lucy. So I mean, we'll say hi.
Awesome.
Come here.
Hi, Peggy. How are ya?
You don't want to go on here.
Yeah. No, I get it.
All right. He's visiting me. I'm sorry.
And, yeah, of course.
She doesn't want to be a YouTube star. Come on.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right. Okay, here we go. And so, okay. So there's that. And then also in that same conversation, so then I started questioning him about why he didn't go to the office on Monday. And I was like, and again, like, it's not an abnormal thing for him to not go to the office. but it's less common. Like I would say it happens maybe once, like every couple weeks, or maybe once or twice a month. Like it's pretty like it occurs, so it's not like extremely abnormal. But I just thought it was ironic that his wife was missing and he wasn't at the office that morning. Okay. And here's the deal. So Sunday night, he told me I have to go straight to the field. I mean, I guess that's something else you probably want to know. Okay. So I didn't think of that. So Sunday night during which conversation? So one we're talking about now? You referred to it as your first conversation. I don't remember. You had two that were lengthy. One, I believe, was from 9 to 11 at night. And we had talked a little bit. It was 9:28 to 11:19, but who's counting? About this previously, about him saying that he wasn't going to go to the office. Yeah, so I'm sorry. It's like I jump around sometimes. That's okay. When I start remembering stuff, so the big conversation that we're talking about, the really important one where he like gave me all those like weird one-off details, that he was the first long conversation on Monday night. I don't know what time that was, but that was like the first long one where he said all of that stuff. Like all of that was in one conversation. That and when you say all that stuff, like the smelly sheets, talking about the ring, the wedding ring. Okay. The weird part where he slipped up about like him being the one to push the say, okay, gotcha, them separating and not her. So, and and then the EpiPen thing, and then all of that. And then so back to Sunday, August the 12th. That night, I believe, we only had one phone conversation. I looked at it. I pulled up my phone records today, and I'm pretty sure we only had one phone conversation. And then I think I just went to bed. Okay. But on Sunday night, the phone conversation, that's the one where I heard the TV on in the background, and I was like, maybe he's staying up waiting for her. Do you remember I told you guys that? Yes. I was like, I think it was really weird that the TV was on because he talks to me when he's in bed, and he wasn't in bed. So this is the same conversation. In that conversation, he told me, I have to go straight to the field tomorrow. And he was just like, like I'm not going to get to see you in the morning. And I was just like, all right. And I was like, why? And just like, I got to go. He's like, I got to go check out a site and like a release in the morning. And a release is like when the oil industry has like a release of any type of like oil products or anything, like from any of our equipment. And I was like, I remember asking him, I was like, well, why would you have to go check out the release? You're not part of the environmental team. So when you say release, is that he was like a spill? Kind of, yeah. I mean, I don't want to call it or like something's leaking or because, yeah, like something's leaking. Like, okay. Anything that's involved with the oil and gas industry, anytime, like, so, like, if a piece of equipment leaks, I mean, you've got to think they've got millions and millions of pieces of equipment. Like, sure, it happens. And so he's like, I have to go check out a release. And I remember asking him, I was like, why do you need to go do that? You're not part of the environmental team because, like, our field operators, they will find releases and they'll call our environmental team, which is like who I work for. They don't call me though, because I'm not the one that deals with that stuff, but they do call people like in my department and they say, hey, I'm on this job site. And like a tank batteries leaking, or like oil tanks leaking or something like that. And then we go out and assess it and clean it up and so on and so forth. So it's noted unintelligible. So those are actually specialists that go out and clean this up, and he's not one of those people. No, he's not. But sometimes, like, those guys, like, his job is important to, like, shut in oil wells if there's a leak, or like shut valves if there's a leak. Like, he manages the equipment. So when he was like he's like, I gotta go out, check a release, and I was like, why are you going to do that? That's not your job. And he was just like, I need to go check out some of the equipment where the release occurred. Now, that part really didn't seem too odd to me. I mean, it makes sense that they're like, hey, we have a release. Send an operator out and make sure he said he had to do a lockout, tag out on this site. So that means that depending on where. Okay, pause everything. Because I know, Zena, I know you have an opinion on this. Justice is coming, and thank you very much for the super chat. Justice is coming, I appreciate it. It says, I'm just dying, because she said Zuzu pedals, and I was like, where the hell George Bailey come from? So Justice is coming said, I'm just dying to know if she is here right now. I'd love to know if she watches any YouTube content that she is the topic of. In chat, yes or no? Do you think that Skank, formerly known as Nicole Kessinger, watches these YouTube live streams and videos? Yes or no?
Can I say, I think it's her full-time job.
I
do.
I know.
And I think she has people that help her out too.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean,
she's got a team of flying monkeys.
Oh boy, the Wicked Witch and the team of flying monkeys.
Well, and I think that they've been going after, I think probably you too, but definitely AD.
Oh yeah, definitely AD. And I love the flying monkeys reference for the narcissist. I caught that, by the way.
Yeah.
Very, very good job. Well done.
Thank you. But yeah, I don't think he'd be getting all that hate if he wasn't onto something. You know, to me, that just says he's getting warmer.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think that the hate that he gets has like taken on a life of its own. But
yeah,
possible.
Well, why would grown people?
Thank you, Kelly, sweetheart.
Assume that they're grown people. Why would they spend their time and efforts even paying attention to it, let alone coming after him, if they didn't have some type of investment?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, maybe, possibly. But then,
Right.
You know, the counterclaim would be, why would grown people, you know, get on a YouTube channel a few times a week and talk about this woman they call the sexy empanada until the cows come home? You know what I mean? It's like,
because we have a big investment. We do.
We do, and it's justice.
But we want justice.
I 100% agree with you. I guess I'm being the devil's advocate
Sure.
in that argument.
Oh yeah.
I've heard that, you know, and in a way I'm like, yeah, but then in a way I'm like, nah. But
well, can I say this, Kelly?
Yeah.
I think that for myself, I'll just speak for myself, that it's helping me interpersonally work on my own issues that I'm happy to share, but I don't want to overshare, and I don't want to be the star of the show. It's not my show. So it's helping me in my life. And at the same time, the beautiful part, it kind of helps me escape from my life, right? I mean,
right, yeah.
I admit it is entertainment. It is addictive. But I see it both ways. You know, as you know, I'm a therapist by training. Mm-hmm. And I think that anything that we do, we are trying to work out something within ourselves. So
I think that as well. You know, I absolutely think that. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Yeah. And, you know, there doesn't need to be this like really bright line between, you know, entertainment and, you know, having a just moral or, you know, ethical cause. You know, I don't know. Yeah.
Well, and I
conversation
think
to
it's
get deep.
important to own it. I think it's important to know what your motivation is.
Mhm.
Like I'm sure you've thought about it a million times, and you know your motivation.
Mhm.
You know, something I've really wanted to say for a long time is when people say, "Oh, respect Shanann, respect the family, don't talk about it." Come on.
Mhm.
Shanann
Yeah.
would love the fact that there's these YouTube channels talking about her. She was
I think
the
she would
queen
too.
of social media.
She
I mean, I think
was.
it's keeping her spirit alive. I think it's honoring her.
I think it is too.
I think it's important, and I think she loves it. I really do. I really
And
do.
I think that she would love that, her story sends
Mhm.
a message to mothers, parents, families everywhere that really need to learn the lesson that she wasn't able to quite, learn in its fullness in this lifetime because her God-given life was horrifically taken from her. I think
Mhm.
I can't imagine. Come on, people, come
Right.
on.
And
It's
her
like a beautiful.
kids.
Yeah.
You know, she would definitely want her kids to be remembered. She
Oh
would
my
not want
God.
them to
Yeah.
just, be these people whose lives were lost in vain.
Absolutely.
I really think it's a beautiful thing what you've done and what AD has done and what others have done. I think it's quite honorable.
And I think it's, and I think it's a tribute to, the victims. And, it's definitely not lost on me that, it's August 10th right now. In
I
4 days, it's going to
know.
be the 4-year memorial anniversary of when
Oh,
these
And
human beings tragically lost their life. And I think, and I've said to this in writing before to the family when they've gotten upset about things, like, I wish you could see it from my perspective, as a person who created this channel called What's the Obsession. Yes, there is all of that ugliness that you keep pointing out, but there is also this heart touching beauty that, that brings me to tears. I mean, sobbing tears all the time because of the love and the clear, earnest, sincere, authentic emotions people are expressing and sharing because of your daughter and your grandchildren. It's a fucking beautiful thing. Please, please, please try to see that beauty as well,
yeah.
Well, it's a double-edged sword, Kelly, because a lot of people like to
Of
denigrate.
course.
So I think that, maybe when they say that, they're not focusing on, the beauty that we see in Shanann and the girls, but all of the nastiness that's out there. So I kind of see.
Oh, of course. And of course, I mean, absolutely, they're going to have to react to that. I mean, any family member with a beating heart would. But I guess I'll just speak for myself. I personally get the sense that really touching, beautiful side of things is a little bit lost on them because they're, I don't know. I don't know.
It's
they're
not
not.
lost on me. I think she was wonderful, and I'm really
Yeah.
inspired by her. She would have been my age now, and I have 2 little
Yeah.
girls like her. It's like it makes you think when you're out here studying the case and trying to figure out what happened. It could be any of us, any
It
of
could
our
be any of
women,
us.
with their husbands or their partners, or even men. That you're married to someone or you're with someone that seems completely normal and devoted, and they just turn in a matter of weeks. It's really frightening.
That's
And it's also
right.
interesting that Chris Watts was 33 when this happened. Again, with my mental health background, so many men have their psychiatric breaks at 33. It's the Jesus age. That's the age that Jesus was when he died. And I don't even think it's something that a lot of folks are aware of, that they're Jesus's age when they have their psychotic break at 33, but it's quite common. So it's fascinating to me that Chris was the Jesus age when he did this. And of course, I think he did this. I think he had help. Somebody in the chat said she's not the sexy empanada. There it is, the skanky
Yeah,
enchilada. I
yeah.
love that.
Thank you for the super sticker too. Oh, touche. Sexy empanada, more like skanky enchilada.
That
Oh,
is
that's
so
going to become my.
cute.
I'm going to steal it. That's going to become my new like
Yes.
tagline.
Absolutely.
That's great.
Go with it. Go with it. So one of the things
Super.
that NK was saying in the videos that you made today, I was fortunate to have the opportunity to watch both of those.
Cool.
She kept saying, she said it at least twice when she was talking to Chris and he was on the mattress and watching TV, that he was wearing a black wife beater. A black wife beater. She said that phrase at least 2 times. And I had never caught that before. And I thought, oh, she is just so sneaky, trying to portray him as a domestic violence perp.
I felt that was intentional language as well.
Totally.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm wearing a wife beater right now, right?
Yeah, no, that's right. I mean, she was researching, she was onto that stuff.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of, especially as this continues, there's a lot of intentional language that will point out. It's, oh gosh, it's so crazy.
Oh yeah, that whole thing, like you said, the whole thing was scripted. I think a lot of the texting was between her and Chris was intentional. Like, let's make this text history to throw them off our tracks.
Yeah.
I have a question I'd love to just pop in here. Do you know the trash bags that were in his pickup truck? There was a roll of trash bags in his pickup truck that he claims he didn't know was there. That Tammy tells him was there. I don't know if it was a black roll of trash bags or a white roll of trash bags, and for some reason I really want to know.
Well, I always in my mind imagine it as black, but I don't know if that's just because how I've imagined it or if they actually say black. But I can find that out real easy for you.
Cool. Yeah, that would be in the discovery. Yeah. What were you going to say, Kurt?
What was discovered out at the oil fields was a white sheet and 2 black trash bags.
Okay.
Yeah. That's right.
And I guess one of the reasons why it's been on my mind is that photograph of the doll with the white garbage bag over the life-size Barbie doll. But I want to let you guys know, I have had the opportunity these last few days to listen to that jailhouse confession from February of 2019. And I've listened to it a couple of times from start to finish, but I was amazed how much more I was hearing listening to it these last few days. And I really think I can tell, and maybe I'm not accurate, but I think I am. I can tell when that guy is bullshitting, which is about 99% of the time.
Yeah, I know.
I used to think like he was maybe telling the truth half the time, but oh man. And when he says things about, again, the trash bags being down in that basement, and they're asking him about the activity on the stairs, that was early in the interview. And that was something they were very, very interested in finding out, what was all that activity on the stairs. And he shut that down so fast with his weaselly, I don't know, my weights are down there. I don't think I worked out that morning. The garbage bags are down there.
My take on it was a little different. We talked about this, I don't know, in a somewhat recent live stream. My take on it was he was just throwing out bullshit answers. I don't think he shut anything down. Tammy Lee literally asked, I counted them, 5 questions in a row. Like, here's a question. Here's a question. Right. No, this is a question. No, this is a question. No, actually, this is a question. Without allowing him to answer one. When they were trying to determine why there were so many steps, why he walked a quarter of a mile in 20 minutes inside his home at 4:30 a.m. I would have let the man answer I don't know.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe it was some tactic. It's frustrating to listen to, though. That's
well, and Kelly, you heard we talked, and we're not going to go into that detailed crap that we talked about before. you heard what I said about those trash bags versus the sheet.
Right. Yeah.
And that was something that I heard from somebody else. I mean, and it makes sense, but I mean,
Yeah.
they were the bigger kind of trash bags.
Mm-hmm.
So
Oh, that's right.
that's just my own opinion about it.
Yeah.
I know a lot of other people think the same thing. So
Yeah, I mean, and to say, the trash bags was to, very briefly, I don't want to go too deep into this, but it was to shield the horror of what was really on the floorboard from Bella and Celeste. So putting a trash bag on either end of your mom is the solution to shielding the horror.
yeah, but I had a different.
I know. I remember what it was. So I mean that, yeah. So that makes sense there. But okay. Yeah, no. All good stuff, guys. Okay, let's continue to listen to this this Academy Award winning reading of the transcript of the interview between Nicole Kessinger and Kevin Kovac.
Well, you did great.
All right, here we go.
I think it would
Where
be
the release is, if it's near a piece of equipment that could be have like potential energy to be hazardous, what we do in the oil industry is what's called a lockout tagout. And certified operators such as himself will go out there and they will pull a lock with a tag on the piece of equipment where you operate it, so that it cannot be in use. Like they'll de-energize the piece of equipment and like shut it down, and then they'll put a lockout tag out on it. And then the point is so then if the environmental team comes in to clean up the mess, nobody accidentally re-energizes this piece of equipment while we're trying to clean up the mess because it could injure somebody. Does that make sense? Yes, I got it. Okay, so now I'm remembering this just now, and he's like, I think I gotta go do a lockout tagout on some of that equipment for the release. My girl, my fact checker superstar, Nancy N, just rung in. I just need to tell everyone. She says, it was a twister mat over the doll, not a garbage bag. Always a mic drop when it's Nancy N.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Nance.
Well, and the one that was
is
tagged
something
right
that
before
would have.
Go ahead.
What's that?
The one that was tagged right before that said, I think one of your moderators had it up here. It was blue, and it said something about, let me see if I can find it. The doll pick doesn't matter. No proof the girls ever came home after birthday party when CW grilled chicken outside alone at 7:30. And I have really wondered about that exact time frame when they supposedly came home from the birthday party.
Yeah, I actually was looking into that just recently. So upcoming live stream soon, timeline of Sunday evening after the birthday party to grilled chicken. Promise, it's on its way.
And the Vivint would have the surveillance of Chris and the girls getting home, I would think. Maybe. I don't know.
This gets into some deep water that I'm not ready to dive into this evening.
Okay.
I'm trying to be funny with my voice. Yeah, these are really good questions, though.
you would think, right? I mean, with that video camera.
Yeah.
I mean,
but there were all kinds of issues with Vivint and the information it was rendering, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Kelly, you've heard me talk about them going across the street to that birthday party, and then we discussed this. So I mean,
well, yeah, it wasn't across the street though; it was a little bit of a drive away. But yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Just keeping the facts straight wherever I can, Kurt. That's all.
Okay. Awesome.
Well, and you know that the birthday party was the same family as the babysitter from the night before, right? The babysitter that came over Saturday night, it was her little brother's birthday party.
That's right. Yep, that's right. Mm-hmm. That's right.
Okay,
I'm just going to continue with the interview.
Okay.
All really good facts. There's just, I mean, so much. We could have like the never-ending live stream. Imagine that. Holy cow.
Been
that
tracked.
what we're doing?
Certainly, there's a lot of paperwork and safety requirements and all sorts of things with each site. So if he was actually going to do a lockout tagout, would that be something that I'd be able to look up at record at Anadarko and know that he was actually assigned to do that?
To be honest with you, probably. Again, I did not work with him, but if there's one thing that I do know about Anadarko, and I love, and I'm going to miss those guys so much, it's the fact that they're very safe. Like, that is, they're one of the best oil and gas companies because of how safe they are. So with that being said, I would be willing to bet that there's typically,
Well, like you, a protocol. Right. So I mean, there would have to be a known problem for him to do a lockout tagout, right?
yes.
So
Yes.
somebody would have had to call and said, there's a, in your guys' words, release at this site. Then some boss or whoever it may be would call Chris and say, hey, Chris, I need you to go check this out. If you're a skilled equipment operator, you make the decision. You lock it out if you have to. Then the environmental team comes and cleans it up. So there's got to be like a track. Yep. Record of all that's going on.
I'm assuming that there's probably is because lockout, tagout,
Because if
I mean, it's to save lives. So it's a very serious thing.
right, it's a safety thing.
And like certainly certain people, yeah, and like only certain people are authorized. And like I couldn't lock out, tag out something like I don't have
Right.
that certification.
Plus you're shutting down
It's not.
a piece of equipment that makes money. So
Yes.
somebody wants to know that, right?
Yes.
Somebody there.
Yes.
There is a, I mean, it's a business. I'm just trying to think as a business person how they would do that, because certainly if you're doing that, they want to get the team out there and clean up whatever is going on as soon as possible. So they can get that piece of equipment back in order and running so they can continue to pump oil.
Understood. Well, and to the other thing too is he hadn't even looked at the site yet. So it's like, how do you know that you need to do a lockout tagout? I don't know.
That's what I'm saying.
That's
Noted unintelligible. I mean, I would like to, it's something for me to investigate. I'm just kind of trying to get because you obviously know a lot.
yeah.
More about the oil industry. I don't know anything about it. That makes sense to me.
And that's good.
So that's good. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't even think of that till just now. So anyways, that is a question for Anadarko. That's not a question for me.
Yup.
So he told me he was gonna have to do that, and I was like, all right, cool. And then so he didn't show up for work. I mean, well, he did show up for work on Monday, but supposedly he was in the field. And then Monday evening, after my friend Jim left, that's when Chris and I spoke on the phone in that first really extended conversation. Again, I don't know exactly what time it was. It was late, but that first really extended conversation, that's when he started kind of all that really creepy stuff. And then in that conversation, I started questioning him. And I was like, do you really, I don't even remember exactly what I said, but I asked him, I was like, did you really go to a job site this morning? And he was like, yeah. I was like, and who told you to go there? And I think he said his foreman had asked him to go, either him or his co-cowing man is this guy named Troy. I don't know Troy. I don't even know what he looks like, but I do know he exists. So I guess their foreman relies on Chris and Troy to kind of
run
I know. It's okay. Let's
They're
take a
little-
laugh break because it's totally freaking laughable.
I had to laugh out loud.
yeah.
That part, I don't know, Troy. I don't even know what he looks like, but I do know that he exists.
I know.
Bizarre. Like you said,
freaking
she
cool.
says some bizarre things.
She does.
But
She
it
does.
is very scripted. She's trying to pretend that she has no affiliation with him, so she must have an affiliation with him.
Exactly. Ding, 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 ding. Little
Mhm.
part of the field. And so Chris was like, yeah, my foreman asked either he or Troy go out there and go look at it. And do you know the foreman's name? I don't. He's got a few of them, I think. Okay. I want to say that's okay. I want to say Luke Apple, but I don't know.
You're going to need to find that out with Anadarko too.
Okay.
That's an Anadarko question.
That's all right. And I know who
But
Luke is, and I know who Troy is, so probably have already answered that. Okay. All right.
yes.
Great.
So, so I told him to prove it because at this point, I mean, the things he'd been saying, like the sheets was kind of weird. You know what it was? It was a wedding ring comment that freaked me out. Like the sheets did, like was kind of weird at the time. The fact that I thought he had just lied to me about their separation, but it was like the wedding ring comment. Like he was so callous. Like he was just ready to like cash it in and get some money.
You were telling me.
And I was just like,
Him to prove what?
to prove that they had told him to go to the field right away.
Okay, so
And he's like, how do you want me to do that? And I was like, you take screenshots. All right. So now this is, all right, guys, listen up. So I know that you're probably mesmerized by this excellent script reading here and maybe a little confused because of all the likes. I get it. But this is the part that's really important. Now, keep in mind, everything that I've been reading is because there is no audio record of it. Although the first 53 minutes of this phone interview have been preserved. The last conversation that was recorded was when Miss Kessinger and Kevin Kobach were talking about Nutgate and Cece being allergic to nuts, and Chris saying they had a storage of EpiPens in the basement, and oh, nobody can afford to have a stock of EpiPens. They're freaking expensive. Wah, ha, ha, ha. Right? So the next thing they go into is when, she's talking to him on that Sunday evening. Now, it takes a while for Kobach to get to this point because, man, this bitch likes to talk. But she is now recounting for the third time to Kevin Kobach something about asking Chris Watts to prove that he went straight out into the field that Monday morning. Now, in the previous times she's discussed this with Kobach, she didn't go into too much detail, but she did reference some texts. In at least 3 other instances in her interviews, I don't know if they're prior to this or just say it in the 5 interviews total, Kessinger states that she did not speak on the phone with Chris Watts from that long conversation on Sunday evening until after work on Monday. But then she slips up and she says all this. I went back like a minute, I think.
And I know who Troy is, so probably have already answered that. Okay. All right.
Yes.
Great.
So, so I told him to prove it because at this point, I mean, the things he'd been saying, like the sheets was kind of weird.
you know what it was? It was a wedding ring comment that freaked me out. Like the sheets did, like was kind of weird at the time. The fact that I thought he had just lied to me about their separation, but it was like the wedding ring comment. Like he was so callous. Like he was just ready to like cash it in and get some money. You were telling me. And I was just like, him to prove what? To prove that they had told him to go to the field right away. Okay, so, and he's like, how do you want me to do that? And I was like, you take screenshots of your Anadarko phone and you text them to me. And did he do that? And yes, he did. Okay, all right. And he didn't send me the whole conversation, but there was 2 pictures of a release followed intermittently. Like there was text like on either side of the picture, and it looked, I didn't get everything. He just sent me like part of their conversation, and I didn't have dates and times on either. Like you couldn't see the dates and times of what he was sending me. So he could have been sending me something that was like not recent. It could have been something from like weeks ago, and I wouldn't have known, but he sent it to me. And he sent it quick, like it just like instantaneously when I asked him for it. Like I was still on the phone with him, and you got that? So she says he sent it quick, like instantaneously. I didn't have dates. This is Monday morning. On either, like you couldn't see the dates and times of what he was sending me. So he could have been sending me something that was like not recent. It could have been something from like weeks ago, and I wouldn't have known, but he sent it to me. And he sent it quick, like it just like instantaneously when I asked him for it. Like I was still on the phone with him, and right. So therein, she, admits to Kevin Kovac that she was in fact having phone conversations with him Monday morning, the morning of the murders, when any other time she told him they did not talk on the phone during that time period. I think that's super important. What do you think?
I definitely agree. And I love the way she hones in on him being callous about the wedding ring when we've all heard the tapes of her being callous about the wedding rings.
Right.
Oh, just pawn it, man.
Right,
Pawn
exactly.
It, man.
And just pawn it, man. Just pawn it, dude. Just pawn it, dude.
But then it's like she's backtracking and trying to cover her tracks. Oh, he was so callous when he talked about the ring. He just wanted to get money for it.
It's funny. I noticed that here, and I feel as though just about in this instance and any other time when she brings up money or something financial as being an important point related to Chris, it's not him, girl. She's a dollar bill, y'all, bitch. Like he's not that money guy. He's not. It's like not. I mean, he may have felt adverse about the possibility of, should a separation and a divorce ensue, spousal support, child support. I think anyone, facing that situation is going to feel those things. But he wasn't the guy that was all wrapped up on that. Not until she came along.
And her being so trying to pretend like she's so together financially and that they're not, and yet she's allowing him to pay for pretty much everything all along when he's a guy who's probably making not that much more than her, and he's got a family for, and then he's also got to support his mistress. Like,
my God,
that has always bugged me to high heaven.
That bothers me too. What do you think, Kurt?
I think that job that he had out there at Anadarko, it paid pretty good. I think it was close to $70,000 a year.
I thought it was more like 60 is what his mom said.
I don't know. I've heard estimates between the financial records.
Okay.
The black and white that I found was like 73.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, Nikki made good money too, though.
Yeah. Yeah.
As
for a skanky ass empanada, sure.
What's that, Kurt?
I said, as a secretary.
Oh, she was an environmental specialist. She was a safety expert.
She
That's
was a skanky ass empanada. No, what? Just
All
kidding, sorry.
no, but I mean, bringing that point home about their finances and everything, and it as we know, it all flows into the whole situation. What I'm thinking is, and I've always thought this, and the whole reason why we're here and what we're talking about is everything that was going on in that household with her with Thrive, pushing that product. I've always thought that I don't think that anything that she did with that was anything that she thought I'm scamming people or anything that like that. I think she was I think she really felt driven to promote that program. I think that she knew they were living above their means. I think that Chris was the main breadwinner who paid for all of that crap. And I think that when she bought, I don't know how many dollars worth of product that she was trying to sell. I mean, everything that we've been looking at throughout all these lives, everything, the live up to now, has all gone back to all this kind of stuff. And Kelly, yes, I know you're putting these, and then the Mistress here and what she's saying here too, which is what is our main focus tonight. It all ties in.
Of course, yeah.
I mean,
you know what? I know this woman who has 5 daughters. 4 are from a previous relationship. 1 is with the man that she's with and married to now. She was in MLMs up to her ears. He had a lucrative business that was the product of his life's work and passion. She MLM'd them right into bankruptcy, not once, not twice, but thrice times, to the point where nothing was being discharged and they had to actually work their way out of it. And he lost everything, and somehow he's still with her and they're all alive.
Well, good. And he probably loves her to death, right? I mean, not to death. Sorry.
I hope so.
He probably loves her unconditionally.
Or yeah, right. Or can't afford to divorce her.
Or Kelly, I mean, let me ask you, because you have had experience with MLMs. You all of us on here, and I will tell you, if I had a wife that I love to death, and this was a project that she wanted to go after, and I was stable financially, bringing in income for the family and all that, I would say go for it, honey. If you're driven, let's see what we can do, right?
Right. But at some point, you got to call a spade a spade.
Exactly.
Right? Oh, yeah.
Then you draw a line. You say, okay, well, but that's business thinking. You say, okay, well, if you're not producing at this point, then let's say, okay, let's cut this off at this point. If we're not making money, if it's not thriving the way that it needs to thrive at this point, then let's just throw in the towel at this point, and we'll look for other ventures.
Listen, so here's the thing, and this is what and you're making the point here so well, Kurt. This is what I struggle to explain to people in like a way where I really want people to understand this. MLM companies, well, they've got an answer to that. Well, you're not thriving the way you want to be right now. You're not making enough money to make ends meet. Well, it's all good because your golden moment is right around the corner. Remember, successful selling is all about marketing, and marketing is about team building, and you have everything you need right at your fingertips. So go on with your bad self and go make another Facebook Live, and everything gonna be all right because we inflate our numbers so they look desirable. It's
make the next sales pitch, right? But that's when you as an individual person have to say to yourself,
right.
Okay, how much longer do I want to really try to?
Exactly.
How many times am I going to try to do that sales pitch to get the results that I want? And
Yeah, well,
and thinking business wise and as a business person, you just say, okay, that's when you put timelines on things, and you say, if I don't have this by here, I've pushed myself to the limit, and we still don't got this by this. That's
yes,
when you
but
throw
see,
out.
that's a sensible person speaking. Like silly you in DTC primetime when she was like, one time she's like, I don't understand. I just plug the numbers in. It's red or black. If we're, got money at the end of the day, good. If we don't have money, bad. We need to make a tighter budget. That's sensible. I dare say emotionally relatively healthy adults thinking like adults. So why are so many people, attracted to this case and the dynamics and the relationships? I mean, look at the players, man. These
Yes,
are not normal, emotionally healthy adults acting and thinking like grown adults ought to be. I'm
that
sorry. That's what's up,
and
so.
it all wraps up into what we're looking at in this case.
Mhm.
And you and I can say that now. You've already experienced that, and thank God you got out of it, right?
Well, what I did was once, fool me twice, shame on me. Shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. Well, I was fooled twice, and then I was like, wait a minute. I was like,
And
I know I'm smarter than all this. So hold it. If they were able to fool me twice, then there's got to be something, that's working here. So I studied the commission plans of various MLM companies that I would consider being involved with.
Mhm.
I observed the trends. What I noticed was that they were extremely front loaded to get people hooked, to get people like on huge cash incentives up front for about 6 months. And then they tend to drop off dramatically. So what you have to do then, it's the DTC primetime and Kurt Stacy numbers game. You figure out how much am I realistically going to have to spend to get these compensation bonuses. And when I do the math, because I do teach algebra, does the math work in my favor? Yes. Okay. Do I have the discipline and the cash on hand to execute this plan and take advantage of this front-loaded commission plan for 6 to 8 months, and then just when I'm making like a few $1,000s extra a month, I'm going to just quit it because I know that the next month is when statistically everyone is set up to fail. That's how the MLM make their numbers work. If the answer is yes, then you go for it. That's what I did. I made a little money. I've got a lifetime supply of beauty products. Some of my friends and family were super annoyed with me. It was an experiment. It was fun. And in my opinion, I proved the theory. So
Okay, good.
I proved my theory. Does that
Yes.
make sense? Yeah.
Yes, but you were intelligent enough to analyze everything and see what was going on there. And I've got to laugh because you mentioned algebra. I posted this meme. You might have seen it on Facebook where I said, "Well, another day has gone by and I haven't used algebra once."
Yeah, right. I know. Serious. Pythagorean theorem.
Yeah. Now that could be two-sided. I mean,
okay, that's true. Okay, I
if
dare you
if-
to use modus tollens in real
if
life.
if you're thinking, when you had to look into all those theorems and
Yes.
equations and all that, that's one thing.
Yes.
But if you think about everyday life and how you try to, if you're, figuring out percentages and all that kind of stuff, that's a different side of that. But anyways, but what I was going to say about this, I just back to this and why they would have deleted information, some of these interviews. Maybe they thought none of this was really relevant information. It didn't really have anything, wasn't really touching on any of the endpoints that they were looking for.
No, it's because things like this, because Nicole Kessinger just admitted to talking to Chris Watts the Monday morning his wife his 2 daughters and his unborn son were murdered when she had denied it at least 3 times in the past. And that is an absolutely material, critical lie that could change everything. Then the next question is, well, where are those conversations in Discovery? Because every other bullshit conversation he had is in Discovery. Why not this one? Well, why not that one? That is a big question.
Just
and
like
you know what?
Just like your last slide when we were talking about the pings when she was in their neighborhood on the cell phone tower picked up her phone around that same time. It all adds up. I mean, look, this is all evidence that has been just tossed aside.
Well, they wanted to shut the whole thing down quickly and get on with the, what was it, $80 billion or $800 billion merger of Anadarko and Chevron or some other oil company.
What's that?
Do you think this would have actually stopped that merger?
$38 billion, and it did drive down the price.
Yeah, I mean, it's disgusting.
Wait, stop. I'm going to moderate here. So DTC, you said it drove down the price. Can you expand on that?
Yeah, by $8 billion.
How is there? I mean, can financial analysts make a causal connection between the Watts tragedy and the price plummeting by how much?
$8 billion.
$8 billion. I mean, can anyone make like a, I know that we love data and statistics. Can anyone make a data-driven, statistically supported causal connection here?
I think there was something on Armchair Detective recently where he was going over those finances.
I'm sorry, Alan ain't making that data-driven, statistically supported connection. I don't think. I mean, I'm thinking like
Kelly
the most
wants
brilliant
the
analyst in the world. I want the charts and the graphs.
Sure, it was
Sorry,
also
I love you, Alan, but
right. It was also the first time that I had heard the name of the CEO that NK had allegedly been having an affair with.
I would love to hear that name because
I don't think that's true.
I've never even heard that name.
I know, I've never heard the name.
It was. I think that was a Heather hoax. I don't think that was true.
Yeah, because every time, and I was going to say the reason I don't even know that name is because every time I've looked into that possibility, it's been shut down due to the prevalence of misinformation that to me appeared to be intentionally trying to mislead people in the wrong direction. But I could be wrong. I've been wrong before, and I'm sure I will be again.
There's a lot of that going on in this case, isn't there, Kelly?
Just a little bit.
What's up, Kurt?
Okay, so explain what you all are talking about, because I don't think I've heard this.
That NK was allegedly having an affair with the highest CEO of Anadarko.
Kelly, Tammy Wells wants a link, please.
Hi, Tammy. Yeah, Tammy.
I've not heard that. So is it?
I'm sorry. I just have to. That is out there. I'm sorry. I have to do my channel obligation here. That is out there. The stance of myself in this channel is I believe that I have been able to effectively dispel that as being one big fat rumor, but we can discuss it. I just want to say that that's my stand and that's the stand of the channel.
Right. And that's why I say allegedly, because I don't know for fact.
Yeah. No, of course. I mean,
no,
discuss these alleged things. We wouldn't have anything discussed because we don't get a lot of facts now, do we?
Well, since this never went to trial, I think we can impeach that person that spread all these rumors based on being caught out on all of her lies. I mean, no, I don't believe her. Not for a second.
Yeah.
I'm just going to shut my mouth and not say anymore.
That's probably best, Kurt, because you're a man, and we're going to say hello to Tammy Wells. I'm just
hello.
Hi, Tammy. How are you doing, sweetheart?
I'm not too bad. How are you?
I'm doing well. It's nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. Even though I can't
what's on your mind?
How would okay? Now this is going to probably sound bad, but I'll say it anyway. When you're talking
all
about
sounds bad.
when NK was asking for screenshots and Chris had no idea how to take a screenshot. Yeah. How is it he was able to plan 3 murders?
Yeah.
I
It's
well, hey,
like,
that's
I'm
like
sorry,
one of
I'm
the-
gonna stop saying
that's
that
like
word.
one of
Like,
those
I
like
hate
who's
that word.
on first questions. I know. There's like no good answer to it.
Yeah,
It's
it
just
does
it's
not
very
fit with
weird.
his personality. He's not a person who took initiative. He was a follower, not a leader.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Huh.
I just thought, oh, hello, Kurt, and I'm sorry, I can't read your name down the bottom next to me. I'm sorry.
DTC prime time. DTC.
Oh,
Well-
hello, ETC.
It's a tongue
Nice
twister.
And this is why I
Yeah.
dropped the T, Kelly. This is why.
I know. I'm always like DCT, DTC. Oh, never mind. I had a joke, but I lost it. It was there and then it's gone. Maybe it'll come back.
Wait a minute. Can I ask something real quick?
Yeah.
DTC,
Mhm.
weren't you DC prime time?
Yes, I'm all the things. I was gone prime time. I was hen prime time for a while. I have many names.
Okay, so but you were just DC recently, but now you're back to DTC.
Well, I didn't.
Well, I
change it
see
for
here right
streaming.
now. I see DC primetime and DTC primetime.
Yeah,
So,
we-
Kurt, a woman can be everything she wants to be. Don't limit her because she's a woman, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah, you're correct. Moment, dude. Don't do it.
Yeah.
No,
as long as you're not creating those weird, sneaky,
Just-
like.
Just
Go ahead.
asking. I was just wondering.
Okay. Kurt likes the abuse. Oh boy. Okay. All right. Back to Kurt. What are you supposed to be doing this evening? You're supposed to be keeping the live stream on track. Hey, Tammy, here, let me bring her back. Let me bring her back up. All right, Tam, honey. When I see wait, just one sec, guys. When I'm trying to bring you back up, Tammy, I'm seeing. Oh, here we go. There we go. Very good. Hi, Tammy. Let's see.
Is
Tammy.
she still there? Maybe she fell off.
No, I just brought her back up. Just give her a sec. Tammy, can you hear me? Tammy, can you hear me?
Come on, Tammy.
I can't hear anyone.
There she
now
is.
yeah, I can't hear anyone. Did I do your accent well? I can hear you now. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
because I'm the only one talking.
Like they're buffering.
Huh. Well, go ahead and say what you'd like to say.
To tell him how to screenshot.
Here, girl, listen, hold on. I'm sorry. You got big time buffering. I'm sorry. If you're on, could you try to get on with a different device? It's kind of it's having like a big system impact here. I would love to hear what you have to say, and sometimes buffering is random. Please don't take it personally. Sometimes it's me, but buffering's a problem with StreamYard. Yeah. So, okay. All right. Listen, we're going to get back to listening to to this interview. So now, okay. So what just happened was she's telling Kobach about how she demanded proof from Chris Watts that he actually went straight out to the field that Monday morning, the Monday morning of the murders. And in doing so, she admits to him that they were having phone conversations Monday morning, the Monday morning of the murders, when she had previously denied that. Whoops.
With your backup ping information.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
And then Kurt's like, but what I always want to know is, how could this have happened in the first place? Why did this happen in the first place? I know you want to say it. I know it.
When you think about the whole timing, how Shanann was out of town for 6 weeks. She'd been back for maybe 2 or 3 days before she left for Arizona. Nikki wanted her gone so she could have her man. She knew that when Shanann was coming back on Sunday night, it was going to be really tough for her to hook up with her boy toy.
That's such a good contextual point, Zena. So for those of you who, let me just phrase this plainly for you. You may or may not know this. So let's just for a moment, everybody, put on your hard hats and other safety gear, because we're going to believe Chris Watts and Nicole Kessinger for a moment. And let's assume that the timeline of their relationship is as they say.
Mhm.
That they didn't start seeing each other until Shanann left for North Carolina. So that would be July 26th. So now, oh shit, why am I
Oh, you
talking
mean
about
June?
this?
June 26th?
June, yeah, June 26th. I'm sorry. I lost my train of thought here. What were you just talking about, Zena?
Oh, just the all that hot sex that they'd been having for 6 weeks coming to a screeching halt.
Oh, yes. There you go. Thank you. Hot sex. That's where it's at. Okay. So say their timeline is what's up. And, Shanann left on June 26th, and Chris Watts shows up at NK's door on the 27th with not one, but 2 boxes of condoms. Only one is open, by the way. Oh, good Lord have mercy. Okay. So now it's like a month and a half later, right? So for 6 whole weeks, they're having this relationship with Shanann gone. Shanann comes home for 2 nights. The girls are with her. Shanann leaves for Arizona for 3 nights. So it's 6 weeks of hot and heavy empanada double penetration, and then 6 weeks of all that, and then the wife comes home. She's there for 2 nights. Oh, with the kids, they're there for 2 nights too. Wife goes away for a long weekend. Kids stay. So 6 weeks. Wife's home for 2 nights. Kids are home for a total of 5 nights. That is the only time while they were dating Shanann or the girls were actually in Colorado.
Exactly.
Right, because
And then you got to plug in the timing of her Googling preparing for anal penetration. Blah, blah, blah. I don't even like to say it. Anal penetration that Saturday night.
That was the morning of August 11th. I'll never forget it.
She was desperate to do whatever she could to keep her claws in him. She did not want him going back to his wife, which is what people do when they have affairs.
To do it, baby.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think she was really just trying to, up the ante with the hot sex. Like that was all she had. That was her only card she had to play.
Yeah.
Shanann had the kids. She had the whole wife thing. I mean, NK just didn't have a lot going on. She had the fake boobs, and that was about it.
Yeah. So I have a question, Kelly. This was going back to what you were saying before the DP talk. When she was saying, "Prove to me that you are at work that morning," what do you think that could have meant? Now that we've basically sussed out that she was at the house that morning, like prove to me that you're at work and you dropped the girls off at school. I mean, that's kind of like what I'm thinking. I don't know though. What do you guys think in chat?
As always, DTC or DC Primetime asks the probing questions. It puts an interesting twist on things. Because, I mean, if we are to believe both things, that she was at the house that morning because of the ping, and I wholeheartedly believe that. And then... Well, okay, so I guess you're going to have to, the way I'm thinking of it is you're going to have to follow a couple different sort of storylines. So there's the storyline that says she knew everything that was going on. So she was checking in on him to make sure that plans were going as they were supposed to, and that he wasn't going to screw anything up. And she would then, spend the rest of her life in prison enjoying, who knows, numerous types of penetration or not. And or she's totally innocent and she was just being a jealous biznatch, and she was trolling by the house and saw something funny, and so she got really on edge, and now she really wants to prove everything. Or I think there's all these different scenarios you kind of have to play out. Or is there an easier way to figure this out? Do you have a pie chart? Do you have a pie chart in your pocket? Pie graph. I'm just kidding.
I'm gonna be making you some pie charts and graphs, Kelly. That is right up my alley. I love it.
I
love
know
the
it.
Excel.
No.
Little control 11. That's
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're the one on the pie
It's
crap.
like the vein of my existence. So we could possibly enter into, a symbiotic venture here. If you want to do, the Excel work, I don't really know what I can provide, but I'll think of something.
Excel. Oh, I love it so much. Oh, it's my dream. I'm such a nerd. Okay, I'm gonna shut up now. But
Yeah. I wish I had the relationship
equals
with Excel.
answers thinks that it was proof to me or there basically that she's gone. But I mean, she knew she was gone. She was gone at the house, right? The girls were still alive. She knew that. So he went to work after taking the girls to work. I'm just trying to think like logically.
Yeah. No. This is a good question.
Everybody wants to demonize NK, but man, maybe it's not what we think. Like I totally believe she was there, but we don't know if she had any role in it in reality. It's all
why did
That's
she
right.
delete all those texts, and why did she lie, and why did
because she
she
was
have
there.
everybody else
And her
deleting?
being there alone is exculpatory for Chris Watts because they had no physical evidence to bring to a trial. Think about it.
Well, and also I brought this up too. I mean, I'm on board with what all of you are saying, but the other alternative, we know that people, that stalkerish women could be just driving by areas that they're stalking
It's
people.
true. But
And-
I mean, she walked out of the garage and then she was with the little girl in that one shot. I mean, those things happened. I'm not saying she did anything, but I think she was there. And maybe her saying
Many people believe those things happened. I'm one of them, but I know some people don't.
Well-
but I think there's decent.
I can't get the visual on my computer or even my television. I cannot see what I believe to be NK and what I believe to be the girls.
Oh, girl, you're just one pie chart short of being a believer.
I see where people would think that, but my technology, it just hasn't proven it to me with my eyes.
I hear you.
But I believe that other people. I believe that other people have sharper devices that might be able to see some things that I can't see. I mean, I see Chris bending over and picking up something that certainly looks like it could be a little kid, but I'm not convinced that that's a little kid.
Yeah, but
well, he admitted it, and the DA admitted it. I mean, what else do you want? You want it like signed?
Well, I think that it could be that it wasn't, and that the movement was NK, and that he's trying to put other people there so that he can take and say that NK wasn't there. That there are, we know that there's some movement of some person that's not him under the truck with the shadows. So, he asks the detectives, tell me what you saw in the video. Tell me what you want me to explain to you. And they say, well, we see these shadows under the truck. And then he's like, oh, yeah, I forgot to tell you that the kids didn't really die when I thought they died. And then he goes on with that whole thing about how he killed them the second time. But he first gets the information from them of exactly what it is that they're questioning. And that's what a fake psychic does. They get the information from you and then they feed it back to you. He's pretty sharp with that. So
yeah, good point.
And then the video of the
person, we see her practicing doing that with the investigators, but yeah. Okay.
And when we see in that video, Nate's video, the figure that people claim is NK and that it's not Chris Watts, I see what everybody is talking about. It's like, yes, it does not look like his gait. It does not look like his jeans. It does not look like his boots. It does not look like his ponytail. It looks like it's NK, but I'm not 100% convinced that it is.
It's NK, but it's not.
I'm with you on that, Zena.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel I hate to say it. It pains me to say it. Do I want to be able to see her sourpuss empanada face looking up at the camera like she does in the interrogation room? Hell yeah. But we don't have that. So,
well, Kelly, I did an overlay. Check it out. It's like 40 seconds long. Yeah.
how- can you share it?
I think I've seen the overlay with the,
Yeah.
with the
It's
white
on my
birds.
channel, Kelly.
With the
No,
white
I
birds
just
and
did
the
this the other
ponytail?
day. Yeah,
Do
it
you-
was
Wait, when did you do it?
like the other day. I did.
Oh, okay. No, I
overlay.
haven't seen it recently. I've seen others in
Well,
like
we're
a
gonna look.
long
Well,
time.
I'm a nobody, so you probably haven't seen it, but I did it.
I want to see it. I want to see
Everybody
it.
go check out. Is it what's your channel? Is it DC or tell me the proper channel name?
DC Primetime.
Yeah, DC Primetime.
DC. Okay, so I need to. So, can somebody drop DC Primetime's link in chat, please? And everybody, obviously, go subscribe and check it out.
But don't be a troll. That one troll was really mean. I left the comment up, but mean troll. Wow.
Oh yeah, girl.
Mean.
Yeah.
He even brought
Oh.
you into it. They're like, we know who you all are. I'm like, oh my God, you're scaring
Who
me.
are we? Who are we? Can they tell us?
Oh, you're the
Can
bunny farmer, and I'm DC
Oh, that's right.
dirty C word.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's right. Was what was the name?
Oh, it's like fake detective or something like that. I don't know.
So listen,
Real
that
scary.
person is a nasty troll. I actually, if you ever get anything really vulgar, threatening, or vile from them, please send it to me. I have a legal file on that person. I have a legal file on 2 people having to do with YouTube. One is a creator, and you all know who it is. The other is this person. Dangerous.
Okay.
Don't interact. Okay.
Okay. Good.
Dangerous.
Good then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you message me those people later?
Yes, I definitely will. Well, one is Seeking the Truth with Dave, and the other one is you can say it. Well, I don't care. You can say it if you want. It's up to you. It's your discretion. Well, look at this overlay.
Well, he was just mean, or she. I don't even know.
It
But
gets worse. I don't know if Nancy Ann's still here, but man, you should read some of the. It gets bad. Nancy Ann, are you in his house? Remember those comments I read you from that person? I had to call her up and literally read them. I was like, I don't even know if I can say these words. I don't know if I can say these words all together like this. I don't think I've ever done that. They're very, 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 very bad words. Yeah. It was
That's
bad.
not-
It was really
thanks,
bad. I mean, I'm
Sarah.
kind of being silly about it, but it's
It's so
very
negative
sweet.
though. It really drags you
It's-
down.
It's
No, it didn't.
it's
Me. I was
no.
just
This
like,
person
whatever.
gets so far beyond negative.
He didn't spell out, or she didn't spell out the C word. I was like, thanks for not spelling out the C word. Good for you, bro. I hate that
Jeez.
word. It's the worst.
I know.
I know. The See You Next Tuesday is a
It's
good
my
one.
it's my YouTube nickname.
Oh no. Oh my gosh, we're C sisters, Kelly. That's awesome.
I know.
This-
Everybody
See You
that
Next
wants to try to get
Tuesday.
under my skin. The first time I was shocked and horrified. Now I'm like, oh, cute.
Yeah.
That's my YouTube nickname.
That's cute. Yeah.
It's
It didn't bother me really. Not
Way
Oh,
to a woman. I will tell you,
this is great.
it's not.
No, thank you.
It's the worst way to refer to a woman ever.
It is, except never. Yeah. Yes, I know. Thank you. You're right.
I mean, it doesn't matter who it is.
Yeah.
Sarah,
Yeah.
Double R, we're the same person. I'm self-deprecating here. I'm
he was going to come up here and debate with you.
Oh, really?
Oh, that's
Okay.
right.
That's
He
fun.
said that his
We were gonna
wife
take a look at. Ooh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
double.
I love a good debate. What's the topic? And give me a half
He
an
wanted to
hour.
come
I'll
up
bring
on
my
and,
facts.
and well, a while back he said he wanted to come up here and just debate with Kelly about some
Oh,
things.
debate with Kelly.
Oh, look, you got it. You got it.
Yeah, he was biting off more than he could chew on that particular day. I'm just kidding.
So
Wait.
Is this what you were talking about, DC Primetime?
Yeah, I just did
Yeah,
it.
here
Man, I
I'm
wish I
trying to
could
optimize it.
already done an overlay, so I just did it real quick. It wasn't that hard. Lining it up and stuff, that was hard.
Yeah, but I see
What-
you say it's not that hard, but when I try to do, I mean, I have I don't know how many
Oh
hundreds
man,
of
that
thousands
is
of hours
good.
of videos. When
That
I
is
try to do
good.
this stuff, I cannot do it like this. This is
But,
good.
I mean, that is so
Good.
obviously Chris right there, and the other one is so obviously not Chris. Right
Wait a
there.
minute.
I told you were one pie chart or DC primetime overlay away from being a believer.
Is this
You got me. You got me. That's amazing. Good job, girl.
Is that the other?
Good, right?
What was caught on video there at the house? That
You gotta send that to the freaking detectives.
As pop. Well, they're free to take a look. Yeah, have a look, guys. It's there on the internet.
Here, wait. I want to play it again. Here. So hold on.
I know, it's amazing. You're gonna get a million hits, man. You're gonna become an internet superstar.
Yeah.
No, it's not that good, but
It is.
It's Chris Watts is very much taller. I can say that, and that other person is definitely not as tall.
And the gait too. If you look at his back being really stiff, and just the way he holds his body,
that's
is very different.
Look how small those legs are. That's not his legs, and that's not.
And she's much lighter on her feet. He's real stiff in the back. She's more like prancing and
he's got
towing. Huh?
Oh yeah.
He's got very thick legs. That's not very thick legs.
She is really like her torso like leans forward when she's walking, and she has a kick in her step, and he is like the opposite. He's like leaning back and lead feet.
I'm gonna send this to. It was a podiatrist he's also a shaman and acupuncturist. He's like this really brilliant person. Actually, I used to work with him when I was in Philadelphia. He's an absolute freaking genius in a million things. One of them is alignment and gait.
Yes.
I consulted with him on this matter a long time ago. He's a very open, giving person. I think he would probably respond. I'm going to send this to him and we'll see if we can get a response. Yeah.
And gait is a lot like a fingerprint. Every one of us has a different gait.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
You know, we don't realize it because we think that we all just walk the same, but we all carry our bodies differently. It's something that investigators look at. It's a tool, just like you know.
Well, and I want to be fair here too. Like his sleeves are pushed up, obviously, but like his whole figure is different than the other Chris Watts, right? In the dark.
I'm pretty sure the shirt's different and the boots are different too. And even the jeans, like these are baggier jeans. The other jeans aren't so baggy.
And look how he picks up the whole frame, and he's even going off the frame. And that other
she got a little bootay to flesh out those jeans too. He got that bootay.
Well, my husband said the same thing. He's like, "Yeah, that one's got boobs." I was like, "I don't see the boobs, but I trust you."
This was a man that worked out all the time and did squats and all that. Those legs are not a man that does squats all the time. I can tell you that. I work out. That is not a man that does squats. Those are very thin legs. That's not.
Yeah, it's all core and upper body for him, I think. What do you think, Kurt?
And if you want to, after this live stream, you can go to Watch the Obsession and watch Kelly's core Pilates yoga workout video. Sorry, when the stream was self-plug.
Oh my God, I was in the best shape of my life. Did you see the video?
He did it.
I need it.
Kurt, you're getting a little rowdy there, Kurt. Have Aunt Peggy wipe off your forehead with a little washcloth and give you your binky.
Aunt Peggy went.
Yeah, I just gotta say the whole thing with Chris Watts and Shanann being out of town for 6 weeks reminds me a lot of the theme of the Risky Business movie. You know, with the dad out of town and he has the big house party and goes all nuts and cracks the crystal. I mean, Chris was just like a kid in a candy store, unsupervised. And then real life came back, you know. I mean, those few days of that week when Shanann and the kids were in town, imagine how different his demeanor was for NK to experience.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but you know, with him, like, you know, it seemed that the central and sole focus on his mind was, you know, how do I get to spend more time with this mistress skank ass lady, you know, and yeah. So, let's see. Hold on. Go ahead, Kurt.
I was going to say, and bringing into what, I mean, it was undiagnosed and we don't have the diagnosis for it. Somebody with Asperger's syndrome who doesn't know how to deal with changes very easily.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
You are
And-
on it. Yeah.
It's like, which I thought he had it because he was just so, he was very savant in the areas that he worked.
Mm.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's right.
But as far as social interactions and everything that he did, that's why I think this was over the top for him, was
Yeah.
because he didn't know how to deal with, wow, I'm left alone for 6
Mhm.
weeks
Exactly.
with this woman that's just excitable to me, and let's just go off it.
And let's be honest, she kind of pursued him, right?
She did.
Oh
I-
yeah,
She did.
100%.
Well, not by her
Yeah.
account, but by his account. And I kind
Well,
of
that's debatable because we
Yeah.
discussed in the last thing that, I mean, the timelines with everything else, I think she might have been pursuing him before.
the 2017 searches. Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah.
Mhm.
What's
Yeah.
that about?
No,
Like, riddle me that.
Supposedly they worked out at the same gym, and that's how she knew him. And then
Well, okay, so she was at Mountainside Fitness, and I put this into my memory when Nicole, she was up on like Zav Girls panel one time, and she was
Yeah.
like, "Yeah, I know her from the gym. She went to Mountainside Fitness, and she used to flirt with all the married men."
I'd
That was
never.
her whole thing. Yeah,
Mhm.
I was like, "Wow, interesting. I wonder if
Yeah,
he went
remember
there."
that.
I didn't.
Okay,
I didn't
well,
think
that
about
would explain. Then
the
let's look.
maps and stuff, but yeah, maybe.
That was a new piece of information for me tonight because I'd never heard that.
well, and I
But-
think on the record that Chris denies that he ever worked out at a gym, that he just says he has that gym equipment downstairs. But then,
Yeah, that's right.
then it's so specific in that in one of the interviews, I think it's the 3 hour and
Mhm.
33-minute one, where NK says, and look at this apartment I found. It's perfect. It's 6 miles from the gym. It's 22
Right.
miles from work. Exactly 6 miles from the gym. Exactly 22 miles from work. And twice she talks about the gym.
It was
Yeah,
for,
he
it was
did
for,
have-
searches it too in the Celebrate report. He
What's
Googles, I
that?
think it's like Anytime Fitness or Life.
yeah, it was her, it was her gym because you remember Chris Watts is a chameleon. He doesn't really have a spine or personality of his own, so he
Right.
just conforms to the strongest person in his life. So,
Right.
okay, I'm going to go back to, these are all really great things. Thank you guys so very much. I don't mean to make an abrupt turn here, but I'm going to
Do it.
go back to the transcript. You better
So-
step it up, Kurt.
I meant to keep you on track.
Just kidding.
We were just having too much fun talking about all this.
So, oops. So I'm going to try to share the transcription and then play a different audio. So you guys just let me know that that's all working out just fine for y'all. See if we can do this. Right. I'm really impressed with that overlay.
Me too.
Yeah, it's good.
Oh, thanks.
It's great.
You went done good, DC Primetime. You did good job.
It's awesome. I'm going to check it out more later.
Yeah, it's
I
really
appreciate
good.
that. Thanks.
Yeah. Oops. Hold on. I got to get back to my your amazing overlay video overtook my video. I hope this is not symbolic of events to come. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Here we go. I got it. Okay. Can you hear my reading of the here?
No, not yet.
Oops. You didn't hear that?
Still no audio for me, but I do hear if someone on panel can mute their mic, I can hear some like background wind sounds.
Oh, yeah, that'd be good. Okay, so all right. Well, I can't bring up the transcription then, so I'm just gonna have to bring up just the video. But yeah, while I'm playing this Oscar award-winning reading of the script, Empanada Mistress meets Kevin Kovac. Couldn't think of anything creative there. Yeah, if you could mute yourselves, that'd be amazing. Thanks. Very much. Very much. Or if you don't, I'll mute you. No worries. Just don't be offended. Thank you. Perfect. Oh, shit. Here we go. I was still on the phone, and it made... Go back 30 seconds. When I asked him for it, like, I was still on the phone with him, and... Right. Then I looked at it while I was still on the phone, and it made sense of what he'd been saying, but okay. The only thing in there, yeah, like it almost looked like someone else was originally going to go to that site, and it looked like the conversation, someone I interpreted it, the conversation that had with his foreman and with Troy or whoever was in that conversation. It looked like the conversation had occurred probably at some point over the weekend. And then it looked like Troy, I think, or somebody else in the field was originally going to go out there first thing on Monday, and he told them not to worry about it and that he would do it. Okay. And I don't know the exact words. Like, I don't have the whole conversation. Again, it's something that you need to go to Anadarko for that. Yep. Okay. What's next? And yes, well, then that was in that conversation. That's the end of that. And then, okay. What else? Oh, okay. And then that same night, remember I told you we had that one big phone conversation that you and me just discussed. Then we FaceTime for like 2 minutes, right? And then we had another big phone conversation. Yep. So when we FaceTimed, I don't know. I don't know if it's relevant, but like you say, just say it anyways. He was wearing a black wife beater. I think it was black. And I told you guys that he was laying on a mattress that had no sheets. And so I've been in his house, but I've never been in his kids' room or the room where his wife slept. Like, I went upstairs once, but it was back to that little playroom where all the books are at, right? But I did not go into any of the rooms up there, like, ever. But I remember that time I did go upstairs. The bedroom door to the upstairs bedroom, like the main room, was open, and I really I didn't want to look, but like just when I was walking by, I just noticed they have like a really big bed. Like it was like tall, pillory, just like a big bed frame. So I don't really know exactly what it looked like. I just looked like a quick glance or whatever. It's just like, that looks really big and nice, you know? Sure. But again, I didn't go in there, so I didn't get like a good view of it. But I noticed that the night that we were FaceTiming, I was trying to figure out where the hell he was, because I was like, he was laying down talking to me, and he didn't have any sheets on the bed. But the background didn't look like the basement. And I've seen the basement, and I've seen the bed in the basement. Like, I've seen his little dwelling area down there, and it didn't look like that. And I saw, it kind of looked like he was laying down and he had the phone like facing him, but you could kind of see in the background, like the bed. And it looked like a really elegant, really tall bed frame. So you think it was a master bedroom? Yes, I do. Okay. I think it was. I didn't ask, but I'm assuming it was. And just no sheets on there. Okay. Like, I remember the mattress. If I remember properly, I think it was blue, but I don't remember 100%. But he was just like laying on it in a black wife beater. And I just remember like seeing this. And again, like, I've never been in the room, so I don't know. Okay. 100% like, oh, that was it. It kind of looked like something very elegant, and it definitely was not in the basement. Okay, what's next? Keeping you on track. I'm trying to go in order. I think that's it. Okay. I think that's all I've got. So I asked you a couple of questions when I was driving when we talked earlier today, and since we weren't okay on tape, I'm just going to ask. Okay, which was when I called you after we looked at your phone download and told you that the messages you deleted like right now, they don't look like, I mean, I can't see them, so I'm trying to recover them. Like I told you though, some computer forensics. We'll see if we can get that done. But one of the questions I had for you was if you ever had social media, and you said you did not. So no, you don't use. I don't. Any social media. You've never used Facebook or. Now we're going to listen here to NK telling Kevin Kovac about, her claims about her social media use or lack thereof. Then we're also going to listen to her tell Kevin Kovac what she told Chris Watts when Chris Watts told her that he deleted his Facebook account. But then I'm going to compare it to Discovery. Oh, NK, you really aren't the smartest person in the room. Or Facebook Messenger. Not saying that I am, but I have a couple bunnies here that are smarter than this girl. With Chris? No, nothing. I never used any social media with him at all. I have LinkedIn when him and I first started hanging out for business purposes, but it was something like I was like never on. And then honestly, once all of this news media stuff and everything started happening, I deleted the LinkedIn. So that's it. It's harder for these people to try to come track me down and ask me a million questions. But I never ever spoke to him on that. I don't even think he has it. I don't even know. I never used it. Okay, and then so I don't know. But as far as actual social media, I haven't had any of that other stuff like I never had Twitter. I never had Instagram. I haven't had Facebook since 2016. So no, him and I never had any connection on any social media. Do you know when he closed his Facebook? No. I'm glad you brought that up because I forgot to write that down the other day. He mentioned to me on She's like, I'm glad you brought that up because I forgot to include that in my cover my ass letter that I submitted to you and Detective David Baumhover, right? So it's like everything she needs to cover her butt about, she's making sure that she's, spinning her version of that story here right now with Kevin Kovac in one of the other 5 interviews or that official Nicole Kessinger cover my ass letter. Saturday when we were at dinner. I think it was either when we were talking in the restaurant or walking out of the restaurant. Okay, what did he say? He just so many of you probably know this, but of course you always have to take into account a person's normal behaviors, their baseline behaviors, their baseline speech pattern, their baseline, nonverbal movements, body language, etc., all of these different dimensions. But generally stating, when a person is including just way too much detail when they around a story they are recalling and telling you about, it's because it's manufactured. For example, Kessinger saying, I don't know. He was telling about deleting the Facebook. I don't know. Is it like the lazy dog? It was either when we were sitting down having dinner talking about the fitness app or when we were walking out to the car. Okay. Too much detail. Lie. Offhandedly was like, oh, I shut down Facebook. And I was like, what? Why? And he's like, cause I'm never really on there. He's like, she used to be on there all the time for work. And he's like, but I don't need it. And he just it was very random, nonchalant comment. And I was, so do you was surprised. Oh, and then no. Oh, that was my phone. And then I asked him, I said,
I said, did you shut it down all the way? And he kind of like gave me this puzzled look. I was like, you have to actually like write Facebook a letter. I mean, not like a letter, but you need to send them an email. You can't just deactivate it. I was like, you need to send them an email that says, I'm so-and-so, and I want you to shut down my account. So what was this?
So offhandedly, I just knew all of the steps that you had to. Oh wait, I don't need to use my bomb over voice. So offhandedly, I just happen to know all the steps that a person needs to actually take in order to not just delete a Facebook account, but effectively scrub it offhandedly, right? What do you guys think?
No.
So to delete Facebook, and I did this search one time, you have to go through a lot of steps because you can delete it and then reactivate it again. But there's like certain steps you can take to like permanently delete it where you can never retrieve it ever again. I think that's kind of what she was looking at because she was great.
Exactly.
Googler.
And she was right about the steps she needs to take, because my shady ass ex-boyfriend went through all those steps because he's my shady ass ex-boyfriend. You know who I'm talking about, honey. Sorry, Mike. We won't say the name. But yeah, that's basically what you have to do, and you have to follow up. But you know, she was right about it. So what do you think, Kurt?
I don't know. I mean, I've just been listening to all this, and I'm very intrigued. It's just so shady to me.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. I
so-
know.
I'm without words, honestly. Seriously.
I know.
I think I need to just watch a little bit more. And
It's all right. We're gonna keep playing it. You need a pie chart, Kurt. That's what you need. Everyone needs a pie chart.
it is very. I mean, this is intriguing. It's very.
I sent her a text, honey. Thank you. Wait, just 1 second. All right, sorry. Go ahead. Are you sure, honey? Okay. All right. Sorry. I thought my son needed something from me, but he's like, no, I don't need you anymore, Mom. Bye. Okay. All right. I'm going to continue to play. All right. His response to that, I don't remember what he said to me. So do you think I really don't. Just deactivated it? I don't think he did it. Not shut it down? That's what I think he did. Okay. But I don't think I don't even think he knew that he hadn't completely gotten rid of it. Okay. Because I've done it. So I know what you have to do it. Okay. Anything else? No, but that was just kind of offhanded that you mentioned that. So yeah. Okay. But we never talked on Facebook. And then I ask you, if necessary, if for some reason I need to get your phone, that you would be willing to provide me the handset if necessary, and you were in agreement to that. Yeah, I mean, you guys just give me something else so I can like get a hold of people in my life that I need to get a hold of. That's fine. Okay. Can I have it back when you guys are done, though? I mean, if you need to keep it, I can like go get another phone if I have to.
Hey,
well, we can work that out.
hold it,
Should
honey.
that come up? Yes, dear.
I'm sorry. Aura is getting your
That's okay.
attention. Double R wants the link.
Damn. All right. Your wish is my command, Double R. Jeez.
Kel,
I'm just kidding.
while you're- and I mean, is she? Saying that. I don't even know what to say to this. None of this makes sense.
Ask Aunt Peggy. She went to Vanderbilt.
Yes.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I love that.
I know.
I mean,
What specifically?
I don't know. I need to hear some more of this. It's just blowing my mind listening to this.
All right. Well, you guys all just tell me how I can cater to your needs, and I'm going to continue. Hey, Double R, I dropped the link in chat, and I'm going to play a little more. If I'm kind of like listening and I'm reading something in Discovery too, if you want me to stop, just kind of like, I don't know, be like, hey, stop. Empeñada, stop. Okay. Oops. Wait, no play. Oh, here we go.
I'm being very kind of like,
Okay. Still waiting. Okay.
And chat would
Waiting
like,
for a call from the computer forensic expert to okay. Give me an idea. Because of your phone's an iPhone, which makes, and my knowledge of this is that if you deleted something off an iPhone, it's gone. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, so I asked you to call Verizon because that's your provider. And so if they could give me some advice on that, did you happen to do that? I did. So I got on their online chat, and I saved that in case for some reason you guys need it. You can see that I asked them. I was able to, they told me that there's like several cloud storage devices. They said that Verizon has a cloud, and iPhone has a cloud. And I checked, and of course, my iPhone cloud backup is not, it's not active. Okay. Okay, now wait, hold it. You guys have to listen to this carefully because remember how, Miss Kessinger, she really jumped the gun. She's always like ahead of the game. She's like, I wake up with my running shoes laced and I'm going. She's like, can law enforcement, whatever. What is the difference between text message content and text message detail? Things like that, right? So remember, bitch likes to look this shit up, right? So now listen, I'm going back about 30 seconds. Listen really carefully to what she's saying here. Fine. Okay. Can I have it back when you guys are done though? I mean, if you need to keep it, I can go get another phone if I have to. Well, we can work that out should that come up. I'm okay. Still waiting. Okay. Waiting for a call from the computer forensic expert to okay. Give me an idea. Because of your phone's an iPhone, which makes, and my knowledge of this is that if you deleted something off an iPhone, it's gone. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, so I asked you to call Verizon because that's your provider. And so if they could give me some advice on that, did you happen to do that? I did. So I got on their online chat, and I saved that in case for some reason you guys need it. You can see that I asked them. I was able to, they told me that there's like several cloud storage devices. They said that Verizon has a cloud, and iPhone has a cloud. And I checked, and of course, my iPhone cloud backup is not, it's not active. Okay.
of course.
Right. Right. So, and right. And she talks to him about it just when, oops, well, just this morning, anything from the time period you've been interested was deleted by the mandatory deletion period set forth by Apple. And Kevin Kobach knows all of this. I remember he says to her in one of the interviews, and some cell phone companies don't keep your text messages at all. I'm not going to tell you who they are. Do I know who they are? Yeah. Am I going to tell you? No. He knows this. It's not news to him. Go figure. I don't pay any attention to that stuff. I really don't. Yeah. Well, that's why I asked you if you used any cloud stuff earlier. So none of that was active. No, that was not. And then I asked them, they're like, well, your phone works with Verizon iCloud. And I was like, well, how do I activate that? Like, how do I open that? Where do I find that in my phone? And he's like, oh, it's an app. You have to download the app. And I was like, well, is anything from previous conversations going to be on there if I haven't downloaded the app yet? And he said, no. Okay. But I'll let you guys look at the conversation and my phone and maybe, no. You guys can figure something out. It makes perfect sense to me that I can't. I know exactly what they're saying. So that was their only. So they were saying if you had the cloud, it would have been backed up to the cloud. But since you didn't, the messages are gone. Yeah. And my iPhone cloud is not backing anything up either. Right. So okay. It's just not active. So I'm really sorry about that, but that's okay. On a good note, so then I found this thing under data usage. I'll show you. I was going to bring my laptop in when I come. Not that you need anything off of there, but just so I can like show you my Verizon account, and maybe we can see if we can dig up some stuff on there. But I found messages, and it wasn't the actual body of the text message, but it was like the date and time and the phone. Okay. Number that went to it, and I received it, and I got really excited. I was like, oh my God, it's a message log. And even if it wasn't the body of the message, it would probably help us figure out what's missing and what's not. See, all of this stuff that she's regurgitating right now, this is the stuff that we already know that she was researching. She learned about all of these details on an academic, commercial level, and she's regurgitating them in a narrative that favors her innocence and need for a pacifier and blankie. And double penetration. Let's welcome Double R. Speaking of, yikes, that was a weird intro. double. Okay. Hi, Double R. How are ya?
Pretty good. How you doing?
I'm good. I
There
just
he
want
is.
to read this comment so I can get it down off the screen here because I want to read it. And hi, Desiree. Love ya. I don't want to block anyone's face. So Desiree says, Chris Watt's phone is a treasure full of it, I'm sure. That's why Rourke won't give it up. Damn Skippy is what I'd say about that. Yeah. So, hey, what's on your mind, Double R?
I know. I was just watching earlier, just kind of making fun of Kurt over there, but I was just joking around. No, I was listening. This is one of the best ones I've listened to in a while. I know that.
Oh, so what is it that makes it one of the best ones you've listened to? Is it stuff you hadn't heard? Is it my riveting reading of the transcript script of
Great. What's the guy's name?
Kevin Kovac?
It's great. I love it.
He read it for me in person.
I mean, I was laughing out loud. Dude. Great. I was in it.
Oh boy. Yeah. I
Hi,
was like,
Double
Hey,
How are
is Kurt is he standing the whole time? I'm
is
not.
Yeah.
he standing?
Wow.
I feel like Kurt doesn't sit down.
Respect that. Do you sleep standing up too like a cow?
You know.
Like a Kurt.
We'll do some Kurt tips.
Kurt doesn't have time to sit. He's busy, you know?
That's right. That's the vibe I get too.
Anyway.
Yeah. So
Get off this panel before I get in trouble with my husband. I'll talk to you.
hi, husband. I don't know. I'd like to vouch for it, but I don't have a pie chart.
Oh, I'll get one for you.
Thank you for everything, sweetheart. Everybody, please go check out and subscribe to DC Primetime. So far, I'm very impressed with the.
Yeah. Are we on a panel with 2 men and 1 woman?
Oh no! This is when I have technical glitches, and the rest of this live stream will be available in only transcript form. Just kidding. I can hold my own. So, yeah, DC Prime. Maybe I can put it on like the community post or something. Obviously, with a link to your channel, I'll send people to your channel. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Yeah, we'll make it work.
Why'd she leave?
She said she was going to get herself in trouble with her husband.
Oh, okay.
She was about to be outnumbered. Oh man, she's probably getting tired. She's got a little baby she's got to wake up for in the morning.
This has been great.
Yeah.
Transcripts and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Should I continue to play this?
It's your channel, so yes, ma'am.
Do what you want.
Yeah, it appears to be my channel, but really, it's not. I'm just kidding. Okay, here we go. And I was super excited. And then I started scrolling through it and realized that the last ones they have are from August 14th. So I think they keep them for a week and then they get rid of them. Okay, so did you screenshot that? I wish I would have known that 2 days ago. What's that? Did you take a screenshot of that or anything like that? I mean, I can if you want me to, or is it in your, is that in your personal Verizon account? Yes. Yeah, so it would, yeah. So
Kelly?
did you just like print that page or something? I almost failed to switch voices.
What,
Yeah, what's up?
Wasn't everything already deleted off her phone at this point? Or?
Yes, it was deleted off her phone before she even talked to the investigators. Now she's telling Kobach something that she thinks is going to serve her, but he already knows it. But he knows more than she does because unlike, not according to her, lifelong belief, she's not always the smartest person in the room. So he's cornering her a little bit here and making her feel uncomfortable. So you see her do a little side empanada stepping.
Well, that's fine, but I'm just wondering how he keeps saying, well, can't you take pictures and all this kind of stuff? If things are deleted, then how can she do that?
Okay, so what she's talking about is her extra credit attempts to go above and beyond and find them information, even though she screwed the whole thing up in the first place.
Right.
She's just being the little brown noser in the front row with her hand up 24/7.
Okay. Yeah.
Except much more serious,
Yeah.
I'm running out of analogies though. Something for me, because in the event that they are, computer generation deletion, if there is something there, I'd like to try to save it as much as we can. Well, I mean, I wish you guys would have told me this like 2 days ago, because if they're only saving, it looks like they're not saving the body of the messages. And then this is when Kevin Kobach is like, temper tantrum alert, and he has to like pull out one of his techniques, like pop a pacifier in that bitch's pothole because she's about to throw a tantrum. It looks like, right. Like what they're doing is saving the date and time. It's like a timestamp for the text message. Sure. And who they came from. It looks like they're only saving them for a week, like, right. Because he knows that. And she knows this too because she researched it. Okay, I'm not going to interject again. Back to Kessinger. Today they went from 8:14, August 14th, and I'm afraid that if I wait, tomorrow they'll only be able to go back to 8:15, right? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So if you print those tonight, and that'd be great. Just like, I know, I was so bummed. I was like, the 2 days I needed, like right before they were cut off. Yeah, that's okay. I think we're going to be okay with what we have. Like I said, I'm just trying to make sure we have as much info as possible. And sometimes it takes a little extra bit of work to get that information, but I'm okay with that because it could be very important later on down the line. It could be very... But wait, I just want to point out something. So Tracy says, it's amazing how many times this interview is played on audio, but we get more out of the visual. I get lost in her meaningless words to hear what was said. So listen, I hear what you're saying. And a lot of, this conversation, it's like, I think I've heard this before because throughout all of her 5 interviews, she just keeps rereading these scripted statements that she has. But actually what I'm reading here right now, you wouldn't have heard an audio, as in police audio, because I just want to be clear on this for people that haven't been here since the beginning. There were 2 phone interviews on the 17th and 21st of August, 2018. And both of those phone interviews between Nicole Kessinger and Kevin Kobach were largely redacted, meaning big, huge chunks of the interviews were just missing, like, oops, made it look like a technical audio glitch or something. But it just so happens that the part of the interviews that are not available in audio form, but in I felt hard to find transcript only form, therefore this cheesy reading of Kevin Kobach and Nicole Kessinger having a weird disconnected dialogue. There is actually no audio of this part of it. Pretty crazy, right? Oh, so You're like, stop all the talk. I mean, in general. I've not heard what you're reading. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that you were clear on that. But I thought that, in that comment, it just made me think whether or not someone, did think they'd heard this spoken in NK's own words before or not. The way she just was so repetitive in her scripted approach to these interviews, it's almost like you wouldn't know, right?
And the audio went poof. Right?
Yeah. Actually, you know what? I think that it's actually a good time. DC Primetime says at Double R and Kurt with Kelly. It's like a fitness channel. That's awesome. This entire case is a mess. Touche. So let's take a clusterfuck listening break for a moment, and let's just go over to the actual interview, the audio portion of the interview that did survive the Weld County massacre, and see how the audio just cuts out. Now, I would like to say thank you to Scott Reich of Crime Talk, who I asked permission to use this video, and thank you for this audio video. I don't have it on my channel. Hold it. I'm starting to multitask, and that's a bad situation. All right, here we are.
Women can do that. Men don't do that so good.
No, I don't do that very well either. Not good. All right. There we go. All right. So we're not now. Listen. So the whole first portion of this interview that's not redacted or lost or whatever is like 53 minutes long. So let's just listen to the last couple minutes when the audio started to fail. I guess, the labs in Quantico didn't have the equipment necessary to continue to record past 53 minutes. I'm aware it's CBI, not FBI, but I thought it was a powerful statement nonetheless.
I don't know if he was talking about the conversation they had that day, or if he was talking about North Carolina. But either way,
It just struck you as a
weird.
lie.
It struck me weird because he said that he was the one that.
I'm sorry, but she just sounds like a woodchuck right now. I'm imagining like a little woodchuck chucking wood around like the yard and like saying these words in Nicole Kessinger's voice.
And very hard to follow.
Yeah. I'm a little woodchuck and pinata. Okay.
Was like pushing for it now, and I was just thinking in the back of my head, like he made it sound like when I first got into his life that he was the one who had brought up the separation, but that she was like super gung-ho about it. Like he made it sound like she was all on board with it. And then when they were in North Carolina, he's the one who said that he tried to fix it and she didn't want anything to do with it. So it was weird to me when he was saying that he was the one that initiated the separation, because I'm like, wait a minute, like, and I think it was weird to me because I think he was referring to either whatever happened on Monday morning, or he was referring to whatever happened in North Carolina. And I was just really confused because I was like, well, at that point, I thought she was the one pushing you away, like not you pushing her.
Gotcha. Okay. All right.
So I don't. It's just a lie.
Yep.
I mean, honestly, I don't know if it has any significance. It was just a lie that I caught him in. I think everything he told me was a lie, but it was like a lie on top of it was a lie that contradicted the previous lies that he had told me.
I understand. What's next on your list?
Let me see. Okay, so then in that same exact conversation, two more things happened.
Okay.
One, I was asking him about his daughter's EpiPen because I know that Cece has that tree nut allergy.
Okay.
And I was like, I don't remember like word for word, but it was something along the lines of like, she didn't take your daughter's EpiPen, and he was like, no. And I was like, well, aren't you a little worried? Because I was like trying to do my own reconnaissance, and I was like, aren't you worried about that? And he's like, well, we have like a stash of them in the basement or something like that. And he's like, she probably just took one of those. And I just thought it was weird because several weeks earlier, he had told me how expensive EpiPens were. So I'm like, if they're not expensive, how do you have a stash? You don't have a stash. Nobody can afford a stash of EpiPens.
Right, they're very expensive.
And, yeah, so I almost was like,
well, that's the end of it. So now let's look at the exact point where the transcript version picked up. Let's see. I think it was, I can't remember, but yeah, here we go. So we're just, bullshitting about reconnaissance and EpiPens and stashes and, all right. Get rid of you. Share you.
Where'd Double R go?
Huh?
Where's Double R?
He's there. He's invisible. He's like a ninja. Okay, so it says, you don't have a stash. Nobody can afford a stash of EpiPens. Right, they're expensive. And so that's where it cut off. Okay, so this is what's up next. And yeah, so I was like, so at the time, like, I didn't think anything of it. And now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, well, that was a lie too. And so, okay. So there's that. And then in the same conversation, so then I started questioning him about why he didn't go into the office on Monday. And I was like, again, okay. So it cuts off at the EpiPen. Next couple breaths she takes, she starts recounting the story of Chris Watts telling her that he's going straight to the field, not to the office on Monday morning. Every time she retells the story, her story changes dramatically. I dare say in a material way, if we're talking about litigation. In the context of this story, she also forgets to keep up with her own lies, and she tells and doubles down on and triples down on the fact that she was, yes, on the phone with Chris Watts, on the phone, voice-to-voice conversations, the morning of Monday, August 13th, 2018, just hours after his family was murdered, which she otherwise denies.
Ping. That ping. Remember that ping?
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
So, hey, well, let's take this. I mean, I don't want to belabor the point, but I also don't want to. This is a big deal. This is a really big deal. So combine that really big deal with another really big deal, like the 6:16 a.m. ping in Frederick, Colorado, and, several other really big deals. The 111-minute phone call, none of which appears anywhere on the official Discovery timeline, along with a ton of other important things. I mean, guys, the list is like, it supports a whole channel. We could literally never stop talking about it, and it wouldn't become ridiculous.
Yes.
Yes. This is what happens when all you ladies, you see what happens when you leave me up here with a couple men?
And we're just like waiting to be invited to speak.
Speak. Oh man.
What do you think? What do you think about that? I've got my own theories, but I mean,
what were we talking about again? Which part? Honestly,
all the whole Nicole Kessinger stuff, where everything's lining up with the pings, where her phone was, where she claimed she was, everything with around the time of the murders, and her coming forward with her information, to the investigators, and I don't know. It just seems, and all these things that have been not followed up on as they should have been followed up on.
Yeah, and you started to share with us some of your, own theory last time you were up here. So go ahead and expand on that.
Did I do
or
that?
whatever. You got to talk though. You got to talk, Double R.
What's that?
You got to talk.
Oh, okay. Well, what I said last week was that she was planted there, to I guess infiltrate the family, because I believe that Shanann she owed money to somebody. That's why she wanted to change her name from Shannon to Shanann, to go on and on about that. And she wanted to get as far away as she could. They landed a job, and the past caught up with her. That's what I believe.
Yeah.
And then she was hired. I mean, I don't know this, Nicole. It's just really strange how things just disappear. They're not allowed to see this or that. It just doesn't add up. And that goes on my theory, of Shanann always being on Facebook Live because of fear of, they wouldn't kill her on camera or whatever. So she was always trying to get on camera, just a fear, to stay away from the fear of, if she wasn't on camera, then they have possibility of killing her and her kids. So she was always at every second.
That's really interesting. I mean, it makes sense. Like, I never ever thought of it that way, but it does make sense. It's like, if you're always on camera, if you're always appearing on social media, just like exactly what happened.
Yeah.
The moment you're not for a few minutes, everyone notices.
Yeah. And then people
right?
What happened? Well,
and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, and I remember Double R brought back, everything from North Carolina. He's going back in the past to North Carolina and bringing it up to the present of what happened there. And watch it. Last time we were watching those commercials and all that, and people that she was involved with. And I mean, that's a really good theory. And what you're basically saying is the motivating factor for her to be on the phone all the time, every day, was that she just wanted to make sure when she felt like maybe she was being stalked or somebody was there, that she wanted to be on that phone just in case something happened, right?
Yeah. So somebody would see it, or just actually deter them from doing anything to her.
Very interesting.
Anyway,
That's really interesting.
That's what I think. That's what I believe.
Now, did you think about this over the course of hearing about the details of the case, and like, this is just how things are naturally explained to you, or is there like a group somewhere in the corner of Watts Island who believes this theory to be true?
Oh, I just have a different way of thinking. I mean,
yeah,
really, the things
cool.
that you're fed are bull or BS. So you have
Mm-hmm.
alternative method and figure it out yourself. And that's
Well, I mean, because your theory explains exactly what happened.
Yeah,
She's
well,
on social media so much. The moment she's not there, everyone who knows her bugs the F out. And it's like, it's the dial up to 100, like within 0.5 seconds,
right. It's more than that. It's like her family still calls her Shannon. We're like, what the heck? I thought it was Shannon.
Right.
I think it's like if we go to Colorado, we'll be far away from North Carolina. It's not that far, it's 4 hours on a plane. So, I mean, thinking that they were going to get away and start a new life with the money that she took, or that she owes.
But
it wasn't until I was recently putting together a video that I realized how freaking quickly it was like engagement, wedding, move. Like, it happened quick, like this, and like I don't want to say the wrong time frame, but I was like, holy shit, this happened quick.
Yeah, they had motivation. I mean, and I can't quote it, but it wasn't his parents, like, kind of like, whoa, slow down with this girl. Like,
Right.
He knew something. They knew something. I don't know if they linked up with the person that she knew or whatever. They crossed paths somewhere, and she's like, "Well, that's a guy I would never be with. Let's do that. It's safe." Because he was a tool bag. I mean, he dated a couple girls in college or whatever, and then, anyway.
Yeah. Really non-attractive guy. Yeah.
But
let me welcome Ara up really quick because whoops, that's not how you welcome people, by removing them. Hey girl, it's your birthday. It's your birthday. Woo woo, it's your birthday. Yeah, yeah.
That's like the coolest cheer I have ever heard, Kelly. Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Well, not for me, it's 11/29. So, but I'm literally gonna go into my birthday with you guys.
Yes, woo, I love it. How old are you?
Well, I mean, I'm gonna be 33 in 30 minutes.
Oh, cool. And I guess 23. And that was pretty close.
Wow, I love you so much more now. Okay. I was just gonna ask you something quickly.
What am I? I'm 43. I'll be 44. Whoa, I was born in. Holy cow! I swear to God, I can't remember my age.
Kelly, what I just heard you say is that you were 33, and I think you look great for your age, and that's awesome. And hell yes, girl, hell yes.
Yeah. I don't care. I'm like God, nothing about age. So yeah. So what are you thinking about?
I just had one question for and anybody, and you guys, awesome. Double R, you're like so cool to hear you speak. So I'm just gonna ask this and then jump down.
Nice.
But do you remember? Okay, so you know those pictures that she took, right, for the Denver Post, those staged, like the modeling photos, or NKs, so looking like she did. I always had conflicting thoughts about her decision to do that because she didn't want her name to be out in the media. She didn't want. I mean, her social media is scrubbed. She wanted to be the most private person ever, but then agreed to a photo shoot that probably took hours. She had her makeup done. There was, outfits that had to be decided for her. So I guess maybe that
damn brown jacket or something.
And then maybe that goes with what Double R was saying. Kind of feeds into his theory. But I just always thought that was so strange. She wanted to be a ghost, but just made sure she had those face. Or what do you call those? When actors have their faces.
The headshots.
Yeah, headshots.
Yeah.
Agreed to headshots, but then also wanted everything to be private and deleted.
Yeah. One thing, 1,392,500 that makes no sense in this case.
But what do you guys think about that, I guess, is my question. And I'm going to jump down just because I want to hear you guys talk, but I just wanted to put that out there because I thought it was weird.
No, please stay on.
No, please stay on.
I will.
What do you? I'm like, I'm the one that should be begging for her to stay on. No, I'm just kidding, guys. You guys are awesome. Love you. So here's one of these said pictures. Do you have any thoughts on that, gentlemen?
And yes, that she was going to write a book. So she was already thinking about writing a book like in August.
Well, because she was thinking about money, like always. I mean, I think.
But already, she was thinking about money. All right, let me do some headshots because I'm thinking about doing a book deal. I mean, so cool.
Exactly, because this would be lovely on the cover of a book or inside the back panel where it says about the author, this guy formerly known as Nicole.
And Daniel just said, and what would her book be about anyway? What would be the topic?
Borderline personality.
How she was so innocent, and this all happened to her. I mean, but you see how? I mean, if we don't have evidence that she was there. We don't have evidence of a lot of things, but there are these little things that rub us the wrong way. That when were these pictures taken? Maybe not August, but September or whatever. And at that point, she was already trying to make money off of tragedies. So you know how people come after channels that you guys are just making money off of talking about these tragedies. Y'all, this bitch was already thinking about doing that like a month after.
You say sorry and
right.
again.
Sorry, bitch. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, but yes. So
Sorry, bitch
that's
face.
where that's what this woman is like, by the way.
Right, exactly. Exactly.
Didn't
Exactly.
she researched right after the deaths and all that other woman that was, I
Amber
forget what.
Fry.
Yes, her. Amber Fry. Yeah. And she
Yeah.
was involved in the other case. So, I mean, and Amber Fry did do a book, didn't she?
Yeah, but Amber Fry she truly did not know Scott Peterson was married. And then she wore a wire and continued to talk to that pond scum for investigators because they needed that.
And at the time, the internet wasn't what it is now. You couldn't just, at the time when all that happened, you couldn't just research, you couldn't just Facebook somebody and see what their history was like.
And Amber Fry's energy, I'm sorry, I mean, this is completely anecdotal, but she was just a kind, good person. That's just the vibe almost everyone gets from her. I mean, Nicole Kessinger is...
She was already thinking about making money off of it. And even if someone hates you, you can still make money off of it. I mean, look how much money Sherilyn Cato made off of it. And not a lot of people agree with her. You hear both sides, but you know, it sells. Bad press, good press, it'll sell.
Yeah.
Well, sorry guys, I just walked away like I can do that. Sorry, I'm coming back. Just like,
but and then do you think that maybe she didn't go through with the book deal after all because she agreed to some sort of agreement, so she couldn't talk about it?
Possibly. I mean, I think that's, I mean, okay, so let's, my idea about her, I was talking about this earlier, is whenever, she's talking about Chris Watts as having some financial motivation or financial, preoccupation or obsession. No. He's not like that at all. That is all her. And there is evidence of it throughout the body of evidence that we have to observe and investigate. So I think that financial motivation is always a major, if not the primary motivation for her. So in the absence of something really easy for a few quick bucks, like a book deal, there'd have to be something bigger trumping it, like a payoff or
she didn't need the money. She didn't need the money. She was good. She kept saying that over and over.
Right, but that's a lie because she's a liar.
Damn, Kelly's just like, yes, but you're wrong. She's a liar. Well, I guess I'm going under the premise of, like people like John, our awesome friend John, that's like everything that she says is true.
Yes. Well, I mean, this is something I will say to some of my students who are just very, they're just always putting themselves out there and just really just talk about themselves all the time. Just big talk, no walk. I'm like, listen, if somebody tells me about who they are, it starts to concern me about them in that regard. And my experience in life has told me that you can almost, bet the ranch that whatever they're telling you about themselves is not true. It's what people show you in who they are and about who they are that, you can always count on. So, and I believe that it's just a fundamental belief that I have in life, backed up by no pie chart. But what I've observed in Nicole Kessinger is all of these things that she boasts about herself time and time again across time and different audiences and settings and, whatever. The things that she's telling other people about her are the lies of her life. Does that make sense? So this whole idea of this financial security, and I don't buy it. I think she's a mess. I can see a train wreck coming from a mile away, honey. And this girl, she's like train wreck.
Well, DC asked Double R what he thought of NK's interview.
Or shit.
Ah.
They're very limited. That means that it's not that it was staged. I mean, who brings their dad to, the interview. I mean, it's horseshit.
A daddy's girl.
It's more than that. It's like she's somebody.
An incompetent young woman who acts like a child and is not stable in any regard, including financially.
Yeah, how old was she at that time of the interview?
Like 27, 28, something like that.
Yeah. 2008. Yeah, she was about 30, yeah.
Dad was with her at the interview at the park and at the other one.
That's horseshit.
Hmm.
He's somebody too, but I mean, supposed to be nobody, right? There's somebody. There's something.
Yeah.
Do you think that he's like some kind of lawyer or something? Because she never lawyered up.
No.
The connects. I don't know. I haven't figured it out. I probably never will. Really don't know.
There is a connection. I mean, if you're talking about, a company backed by as much money as big oil has rolling around, connections can be made really quickly as well. Doesn't need to go back to like mother's milk,
Right. Somebody needs something done. Get rid of a problem. I mean,
that's right. Exactly.
Hey, it's over. I mean, just go back to doing what you're doing.
Transaction. Exactly.
You have to be drugged through the media for a little bit, but you'll be fine because you're going to be okay. It's not your fault.
But, a big company who's doing a lot of dirty, it's just another transaction,
She does say that in the interview, she says, she tells with her dad, she says, what's that bar you and I used to go to? The Lazy Dog. So, I mean, they go out and drink at bars, fine. But then she says, but then we actually went to the other one. It's like, dude, you've already been to this bar with your dad and you're telling me you didn't know the menu and you didn't like it. You've already been there, been with your dad.
Oh, one of the first things I actually researched about this case is I meant to bring this back. Was it Sarah? Was it you who was talking about this with recently? I don't know. Before I'd even done any videos, I looked into did my research via the internet, made my pie chart, but then also called the various locations. At that time, the Lazy Dog has franchised. It has a few more locations now than it did in 2008. I believe at that time there was 2 locations, possibly 3. I can't remember. But anyway, they did seasonal menu changes across the franchise. So they did not have differing menus. Like the one that was the flagship, they might have like an added dessert and a appetizer or something and a seasonal beer, but it wasn't significantly big changes in the menu from location to location at all. So that and it would have been a piece of cake for them to figure that out in real time.
Exactly. And let's say that, fine, I want to go to the other Lazy Dog for whatever reason. You know how far away those 2 Lazy Dogs are? It's like a 20-minute drive.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of restaurants in between that. That's why in my head, my opinion just means that they went to the wrong Lazy Dog. They were meeting other people there.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
1 and 1 plus 1 is always 2. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. It does.
And that's also where, she just told Kevin Kovac that it was at the Lazy Dog that night where she, gave Chris Watts his marching orders to completely delete his Facebook account, to scrub it. That was something she was easily able to remember from that evening. I mean,
that's crazy. So what other case could you think of that somebody was this protected where, it's obvious that there's more that they're hiding, but can you think of another case?
The only other cases that are like this are the cases that involve a lot of money, with people with a lot of money, or that companies work, or people that work for big companies, etc. But like normal people, they don't go through this type of protection.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's always, it used to be about, government or big government or how they want, our government to spend money. They were influenced by this or that or whatever. It still goes on, but, they rid people of if they weren't on the boat with, you know, whatever they were trying to sell, or, you know, with us, the American people, they were trying to, you know, it's so hard to unwrap. I'm trying to figure it out. It's like when somebody tries to force something, like a big company, United States, you know, they do this, they do that, and all the while they're trying to sneak something in the back door, you know, accept this, but they really,
Right.
you know, there's always something other going on, and I think
Right.
that this plan, I don't know, it's like, I mean, this is not like a JFK thing. It's like two nobodies owe money to somebody,
Mhm.
I'm telling you. And you know, you always hear people have, the corporate America have powerful people that make people disappear. I mean, it's true. That's people in government retire and go work for these other companies or whatever, and
Right.
they're forgotten about. You know, this guy retired 20 years ago. Well, he has showed up and, you know, killed somebody, but you would never know about it because he's forgotten about. Retired. Oh yeah, he used to work for the government. But I mean, these are the kind of people that just do stuff in the dark when people are asleep.
Yeah.
Like big oil controlled Colorado. Big
Yeah.
oil controls, and still does. And in that October, there was supposed to be, or there was an election for mayor. And people had been on death penalty at that point since 1993,
Yeah.
and they weren't going to kill anybody. There was an election going on. Big oil still wants to get their way. They want to get the people they want into office. I mean, I can't, you know, for me to do this and connect all the people, I could, and I have been working on that. But now I'm learning that it had a lot to do with the election. I know there are people that have done videos about it as well. But I'm like, even if you see other videos, it's always helpful if you do your own research and kind of connect the dots on your own, because the information's out there, and then you can explain it in a way that will help other people. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
that's what you were saying, Kelly. Like, don't believe just everything you see that one creator says. Go and do your own research.
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm doing, and I am seeing a connection between big oil, the election that year. I can't say the guy's name because it's a really long name. He was going up for re-election. They were asking them, like, what are you going to do about the death penalty, et cetera, et cetera. And then this was a case that deserved the death penalty, in my opinion. It to me, it's like this web, but now I see the web, and I think it would be very beneficial for people to go and do the research if they really do care about wanting to know the insights of what's happening there. There's more to it. And it's interesting, I think, but there's a lot going on with that.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, very few people can fail at their job responsibilities the way District Attorney Michael Ward has and still have a career in that same industry or profession. So, you know, that alone.
What's his base salary?
What's that?
What's his base
salary?
His base salary. I mean, he probably gets a little.
Or?
Yeah.
I don't know. I bet I can find that out real quick, though.
About.
By the way, I heard who you were saying about that, and so
Where did you go? I don't get it. You can just walk away and then come back and act like you didn't leave.
I heard,
but he's still standing, though.
Yeah,
right.
I went afterward.
Put money on.
From what I'm seeing, it's about $70,000.
So,
but that's just one link.
Your source, right?
Yeah, I'm going. I know you're gonna go there with me, so that's why I'm going.
I'm into the source citer, man. It's all about.
I know. I got you.
So
I'm gonna put it in the chat too.
So are we?
Well, wait. Hold it. You can't just walk away and come back. And
no, you can't do that.
No, ladies go. Good night, bye-bye. And I'm just kidding. Don't go anywhere. But just 1 minute. We're doing something here.
I just want to know what you were doing. I've done it like 7 times.
I put it in the private chat too, and in the main chat.
Okay. So here, I'm just going to read out loud a couple of things that I found. I have not independently verified them yet, but I will before Ara turns 23. In 2009, so this is going back quite a way, Michael J. Rourke was a GS-14 under General Scheduled Pay Scale and is among the
highest paid 10% of employees.
Yeah. See, because I was looking at ZipRecruiter, so I was like just like Googling it. So, and you go to different sites and it says different things.
Yeah, I mean that's why. Yeah, that's why that's why I'm always asking people about sources and cross-referencing because then it exposes the.
I respect that.
Yeah, exposes the. I wouldn't have made it through grad school without it.
No kidding.
My ass out. They'd have been like, sorry, bitch, you're not getting a diploma from here. Just kidding. Not really though. Let's see. Oh, go ahead, Kurt. You may talk now if you'd like.
No, I was just looking. It's okay.
You may talk now. Dang, Kelly, you be sassy today.
I'm sassy. I can't help it.
She's a sassy woman. She's like, you can do this. Or she's like, I don't know. Yeah, I thought it was my channel, but I could be wrong now. I was like for it. I was like, hell yeah, girl. Hell yeah, you go.
That's right.
Double R lost.
What's that? Double R. You there?
I think is he still on panel?
Oh, wait, let me just make sure he didn't. Sometimes people. Oh no, he's not. Oh, double R.
Look at NK's eyes in that picture though. Like,
I know.
I bet you your bunnies have more expression than those eyes.
Oh my gosh, I don't. This woman is. She's a shit show. I mean, it's just
pictures.
I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. I will be again. But I just think she's just a walking, talking shit show.
Kurt's like thinking something else, dude. I look at that Kurt, and he's just like wanting to say something else, but he's holding it back though.
Hey, 7 minutes. Ara's big B-Day. Woo woo.
He's like, what do you want to say, dude?
I'm just being a gentleman. That's all I'm just like.
All right. You be on.
So what you're gonna say is not gentlemanly, like?
No. Wait a minute. Well, first of all, I'm looking at this video up here and this piece of trash that we got.
Yeah.
And,
wants the link.
Yeah, I think he dropped off. He was in the middle of saying something and then he just disappeared. So it's like.
All right, here you go, double R.
No, I'm just saying. I looked in the private chat at those links. Wow, that money. What you all were talking about that. Yeah.
Well, I don't know how accurate that is.
I mean, here, I haven't even looked there yet. I'm like, so what do you think, double R?
Is double R up?
Oh, never mind.
Kelly, are you drinking today?
No, but I'm not.
That's my job.
Oh, wait, there we go. I wish I could drink. I'm not a good drinker.
Drinking is my job, Miss Kelly.
Hi, double R. Oh, there you go. You guys do what you do well. You go on with your bad selves.
I know.
Yeah.
All I did was went to the private chat thing, and then I hit done, and it kicked me out. I think her has something to do with it. To be honest with you,
I think it's Weld County. I think they're behind it.
Anyway,
I'm just kidding. So, what do you think?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. I don't know
know.
what you're talking about. I was cut off.
You weren't cut off. You make it sound like we smacked you down off panel here. We're speculating about
big oil.
Yeah. There you go. Thank you.
Anyway, that's hilarious.
In Colorado and re-elections and salary of the district attorney.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry. Yeah.
That's
And Ara's birthday's in 4 minutes. Woo woo.
Kelly, stop.
Sorry, I can't help it. I'm excited. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I don't know. I said yes. Yep. Exactly what she was talking about. she was right on
Oh,
track.
well, I'm going to have to cut you guys off if you're just going to be like, yes, no, yes, no. I'm just kidding. Let's
I'm afraid to say anything because Kurt would probably cut. He's a bad dude, man.
Michael Rourke County.
What is the beef between Double R and Kurt right here?
It's playing around.
Oh, I thought it was. Is it a B?
Yeah, I remember him from Nashville. I do.
Yeah.
You remember that? You remember? He doesn't remember. Because there's nothing. I just thought it was funny to pick on him. Everybody's giving him these great. I thought I just want to be negative about it. I think different.
Yeah. Kurt stands all the time.
He does because he's a cow. I swear.
I think he stands because he's drinking alcohol, and if he sits, he's gonna feel drunker than he is.
No.
Like the world records thing or whatever.
I was a classroom teacher for years, so I'm used to standing up. So,
No, I feel you on that. I have a hard time. Yeah, I feel like that too. I'm like, why? How do people sit and do a job all day? Yeah.
Kelly, Zoe Van Eaton Meister. I don't know if that's. They're asking for a link too. Just letting you know. I don't know.
Oh, okay. I think that is Zena here. So.
No, I want to say, so you were saying, just elaborate on what you were saying about. I looked up that man's salary. I mean, wow.
Okay, so what did you find, Kurt?
Like it was over $92,000.
Michael Rourke.
Well, I don't know what salary has to do with it. I was talking about big oil and controlling Colorado. Election was happening in October. People were upset because there was this guy. I can't remember his name right now, but he's been on death row since 1993 because he shot 4 people. Mm-hmm. And there literally there were only 3 people on death row this whole time.
Yeah.
And Colorado never put them, they never killed them. And then in the re-election,
it's not a real threat. It's not a real imposing threat.
Yeah, and so they say, hey, if you confess, we will not put you on death row. But the death penalty was taken off the table in 2020.
Right.
Right.
And that plays into the whole thing that was going on during that time, where they were saying, should Chris have gotten the death penalty? Even if he had, it would have been retracted because of that. So.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean.
But he didn't have any real lawyers to do that for him.
What?
He didn't have any real lawyers to walk him through that. He had a public defender.
Right. I know. It would have become Colorado law anyway. I mean, it's just.
Well, first of all, hold it. The public defender in this case, I myself just looking through all of the procedural filings and responses that he submitted to the court, or how he handled them when ruling to his motions came back from the judge, and more importantly, how my 2 friends who are actual real life attorneys, not just ones who wanted to pretend they were going to be and then dropped out of law school like me, when they were looking at this stuff based on the questions, the scope of the questions that I asked them, the feedback that I got from them, they thought that he very fairly and justly represented Chris Watts, so long as he was doing what he was doing legally on behalf of Chris Watts and not a third-party actor. I mean, I don't know, if Chris Watts was being as lame about his legal defense as he was about everything else in his life. I mean, I don't know what people expect from this attorney. He can't pull any rabbits out of a hat because they all live in my house.
Kelly, so public defenders, do they defend the state, or are they really defending the individual person, or according to what's best for the state?
Public defenders are defending the public, and legally here, the public is defined as persons who are being charged by the district attorney or prosecutor's office.
But public defenders are paid by who?
The same fucking place the district attorneys are paid.
Correct. So basically, public defenders are really just defending the state or doing what's best for the state.
Taxpayers' money.
I
Basically.
think it probably depends on the district and municipality you're talking about. I'm sure that there are plenty of places that work that way. People I know who worked in the public defender's office, man, they really freaking believed in what they did, because if they didn't, with their degrees and experience, they would have been getting paid a lot more to do something else.
Yeah, but they're getting paid by the state, and they need to have a good run. They need to have a good rapport with the state, they need to make sure that they make the state happy, because they're working for the state, essentially.
Right, and basically a promotion from the public defender's office is into the district attorney's office as the
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
It's all very incestual.
So the public defender is basically working for the the district attorney. I mean, it's all the same place.
You would think, as brilliant as our legal system is supposed to be, that we would have included more checks and balances there, but unfortunately that didn't happen.
The fact that he never got a private attorney, to me, baffles me. It baffles me.
Now, that's the true insanity here. I mean, there are plenty of attorneys that would have taken this pro bono.
I mean, unless the law enforcement said, hey, we're going to get you a public defender, but they're going to do everything in your best interest. And being Chris said, oh, yeah, I believe you. Let's go with that.
I don't know, man.
It just shows that, and I hope anybody doesn't take this the wrong way, but that man was not the brightest bulb in the bunch.
Well, no shit, Kurt. I'm just kidding. No, he wasn't. But
Kelly, you on fire. You on fire, Kelly.
But in like a really, really tragic way. And guess what? It's your birthday. Woo woo. It's our birthday. Woo woo. Yeah. Confetti. Someone say happy birthday or something.
Thank you, Kelly. You guys are awesome.
Double R. It's the woman's birthday.
Happy birthday. You know what? When I was on live last week, that was my birthday. I tried to tell you that.
Happy belated, Double R.
Yeah, thank you.
Well,
43.
can we make that retroactive to cover
43.
all the days between then and now? Happy birthday. Yeah. Woo! Happy birthday. It's Double R's birthday. Woo woo!
I just imagine you with pom-poms as you say this. I love it.
Oh, I was shaking my pom-poms too. That's like...
Oh, shit.
Not like that.
Oh, never mind.
When's your birthday, Kurt?
What?
When's your birthday?
June 22nd. It was in June.
Oh, well, happy belated birthday to you as well.
Thank you.
So you're like a how do you say, summer solstice baby.
Yes, Cancer. I'm a Cancer.
Very interesting. Well, my birthday's in the end of December, but I can't remember how old I am, so it don't really matter.
43.
43 or 44, I can't remember.
You know what happened on June 22nd in this case?
No. What?
June 22nd, Shanann wants travel to San Diego to attend that Thrive convention. Just FYI. And he created NK as a phone contact in his personal phone.
Yikes. Yikesy. We've got the Watts Almanac.
My birthday is the day they went to the Lazy Dog and planned the murders. What? Did I just say this? Oops, sorry.
Aww.
Who's they? Who are they?
Chris Watts and the accomplices. Don't get me started on Troy McCoy, y'all.
I didn't ask for names. How many are you talking?
More than one.
7.
7? Damn, dude. What do you mean?
Coordination.
7? You think there's 7?
5 to 7. Yeah. I'll put money on that.
Can you elaborate?
No. I don't want to end up missing. I believe that. You have to have them. You have to
Are they spanning from like North Carolina to Colorado, or are they?
I mean, their plane is just like she was. I believe that she's in Europe. Do you believe that?
So you think that?
NK.
You think that? Oh, NK.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
She's not in the States at all.
I thought you meant Shanann. Hold on, I need to reframe
Yeah,
my
she-
thinking there.
No, I'm not.
Because I was like, no, we don't do the PSYOP thing. Okay, all right, I'm cool. That's fine. In Europe. Oh. It's unbelievable that we don't know.
We do know, don't we? She's not in the States. No way. No way.
I keep her in one of my bunny cages. I'm just kidding.
You just
It's
gave me
almost-
some sort of anxiety, Double R.
It's almost here. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Who is it? Xena is waiting backstage. Let's hear what Xena has to say about this because she has thoughts.
Yeah, she got some great information.
Can you hear me?
Xena, how are ya? I can.
Oh, hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys get that?
You
First,
guys-
Zena, you have a whole studio at your house.
oh
I
wait,
have-
wait.
Yeah.
Hold it. Okay. Oh, I thought I heard feedback.
Okay.
Oh wait,
No.
you have YouTube playing. Can you mute it or turn it off?
I don't think I do. Is there a thing? Because I'm not hearing it here. Do I
maybe
sound-
it's not.
Do I sound bad? God, I am so
No, maybe
technologically
it's me.
challenged.
I can. No, you sound good.
I sound all right? Okay, cool.
Hey, what's
Man.
saying? I can. Like,
Thank you for letting me back on. I was having so much fun with
course.
you guys before, and I haven't been on with Double R.
Ah.
I gotta say, I really respect your views and your willingness to express them. So thank you. Thank you for sharing these ideas that I have heard them before, just from some other areas, but yeah. I can't say that I'm convinced, but I think it's good material to chew on for sure.
Yeah.
What doesn't? What are you not? Oh.
Well, I think that I think that NK was probably could not probably but could be a plant. The fact that she was Googling them a year or so before meeting them, or that whole thing. I kind of subscribe more to the potential conspiracy theory that Jim, NK, the body double for Shanann, and then there's another friend too, another female friend, that they were gonna drive that white car out there and blow it up with the whatever that fire stick thing is that they met up, that Troy McCoy and Chris Watts met up to talk about the fire stick. I actually think that might be code. Fire stick might be code for like a remote control to drive the car in to blow up the place, because if you're going to blow that place up, you need to be far away or you're going to die too. And by having the two girls in the oil tanks and Shanann there, once the thing is all blowed up, they wouldn't be able to tell that anybody was not in the car to begin with. They wouldn't be able to tell that the girls were in the oil tank prior to getting the explosion. I think that was the plan, was to go back out there with the car and get millions of dollars in a lawsuit for losing the family, and he was trying to stage it so it looked like they had a fight and she followed him out there.
He's
I
not
mean,
do that. I don't think.
what's that?
I just don't think he was having enough to.
No, I don't think it was him. I think it was NK.
Yeah.
He's a tool, like you said. I've never heard the tool bag, I think is what you said. I say douchebag a lot and I say tool a lot, but tool bag is good.
Straight to
So yeah, I think I totally. What's that?
The reason that I tend to not
Feedback.
give me really back feedback. Hold it.
Me? Or
I don't know. Let's see.
it could probably be me.
Yeah.
I have
Here, let's see. So Zena, just mute yourself for a moment,
Okay.
please.
Yes.
Can you do that? Do you know how to do that? Here, I can mute you for a minute. Okay. So it is. So Zena, because I don't get the feedback now. So you have something, I don't know whether it's your phone or your TV or another tab that's playing this live stream right now. You might not even be able to hear it because we're having the same conversation, but StreamYard's like penalty on the field, so whatever that. So if are you on a laptop right now? So if you can just close every other tab other than the StreamYard one you're on right now, if that's okay. I know sometimes what's going on.
I know. I've tried that. I need my kid. My kids are so good at this stuff, but then they don't want to help me because they're doing their own thing.
Oh, wait, hold it. Let me see if it's fixed because it might be.
Sounds like it is.
I think it's fixed. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Okay. So the reason that
I think I might plugged the mic into a different thing. Okay.
It happens. So the reason that I never have subscribed to the Fire Stick theory is, well, there's a history, a factual history of Chris Watts having a conversation with Shanann about the value of a Fire Stick, is they did discuss the need to reduce their household expenses, and he really wanted his sports, and he was told that this is a way he could still get all of his sports, no cost. He didn't know how to do it because he's like one of those jack of a couple trades, master of none for sure. And he and Kay had also talked about that. I think that somewhere in the Discovery, I could actually look it up right now. There's also a history of him talking about someone other than Troy McCoy about the value of having that Fire Stick. Is they're trying to reduce their expenses. I think, with one of the people, he was talking about the possibility of heading for a separation divorce, having to pay child support, having to pay alimony. With MK, he was talking about, well, I've got to move out of my house so I can move into an apartment with you, sexy empanada. When he's talking to Shanann, he's obviously just talking about being responsible for their finances so they can work out their marriage. But there was a lot of discussion about the Fire Stick as being like what it is and the value that it might have. That's just my 2 cents.
Sure. I want to share with you guys that we got Roku about, was it 10 years ago ish? And we've definitely saved over $10,000 with Roku off of cable.
That's what I got. I
yeah. Oh yeah, it's amazing. So the
but make sure you keep YouTube Premium, everybody.
The thing is, though, is that he was showing the Fire Stick to Troy McCoy, and the other thing about Troy McCoy is that he went out to Survey 319 on Tuesday, right? Mm-hmm. And the investigators were pissed as shit with him. They were like, "What the fuck were you doing out there at Survey 319?" And he's like, "Oh, I just couldn't believe that this had happened, and I was just looking around because I just didn't know." And they were like ready to,
well, it was a huge freaking oversight. I mean, working on,
but like, so he went out there on Tuesday, like potentially to clean stuff up or whatever. But whatever it was, you guys are aware of that interview where they brought him in for an interview after they found out that he had gone out there on Tuesday, and they were just like, "Buddy, what the fuck were you doing out there?" Like, yeah, you know about that interview, right, Kelly?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and he was just totally playing dumb, and him and his wife. Him and his wife were both using the Lavelle stuff. In fact, his wife was a distributor. I don't know if he was, but he was also there that morning, right? He was one of the 4 people that were out there with Chris that morning.
Yep, he rolled up on scene.
So they got there at like 8 in the morning. it's just, I'm very suspicious of Troy McCoy. I'll just say that, especially with a name like that. Who the hell has a name like that? It's like a fake name, but I don't know.
My name's like, dude, that's crazy.
It's a crazy name, but going out there is crazy. And if you, I mean, I can understand the curiosity of wanting to go out there in a horrible situation like that, but I think a normal person wouldn't go out there because you'd be so creeped out. You'd be so creeped out.
Or you would just have an understanding that it's possibly a crime scene or one of the most horrific crimes you could imagine happening that may have been committed by someone you work with, and you'd have respect for law authorities hopefully doing their job. I don't know.
Right. You wouldn't go out there. You just wouldn't. I don't think. I think he was going out there to smooth things over, clean stuff up or something. I think he was involved. I'm suspicious.
What would be his motivation or his incentive?
Maybe he thought he dropped a cell phone. I mean, anything.
No, I mean, what would his motivation to be involved in this crime?
Money. I mean, if they were hatching up a plan to get a $5 million settlement, they'd each take a piece of the pie. We got the pie chart, right?
Yes.
There it comes into play. But one of the things that really trips up my brain in this case is that rake. The broken rake that was sitting there by Shanann's gravesite, right?
Yeah, the stage.
And that rake was, in my opinion, I'm solid of the opinion that rake was set there as a marker, either so that Chris set the rake there so he would know where to come back to, or somebody else set the rake there, or Chris set the rake there so that somebody else would be able to know where she was. I don't think that rake was just random, and that's how Chris tries to play it off. He's like, oh yeah, the rake broke and I just left it there. I mean, as much of a tool as he is a meticulous, fastidious man. He's absolutely fastidious with everything with his work and everything with his home, right? He's anal retentive. We'll say that.
Yeah.
And
I mean, who knows if that was, if that is a personality trait of Chris Watts, or if that is a product of Chris Watts not having a personality of his own and really, forming to the personality that he believes the strongest woman in his life wants to see of him.
Right. I'm with you 100%, Kelly, but also going to NASCAR training and having that dream his whole life.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't go to NASCAR training without being 100% OCD, I would imagine. And I say that, tongue in cheek. I mean, I would diagnose myself as OCD. I think there's a lot of things you can't do if you don't have some OCD. I don't think you can raise a kid. I don't think you can get through college.
That's right.
So in some senses, I think that OCD is something that we all have to some degree. But Shanann was completely off the wall with hers. I mean, every square inch of her house was organized and labeled. I mean, painstaking.
Now, I just was looking in the discovery for some mentionings of the Fire Stick, and I found a couple. So I'm just going to read these to you really quick. So I always find the narrative of Nicole Kessinger's interactions with her supposed best friend, Charlotte Nelson, to be interesting because there's all kinds of discrepancies. And I've talked about them a little before, and I'm sure I'll talk about them again, but Kurt's not keeping me on track anymore, so it looks like I got to do it myself. So,
all right.
I know. So, not your time to speak. So, this is Kevin Kovacs' narrative. When Chris returned home from North Carolina in August 2018, he and Nicole spoke by phone. Chris told Nicole that Shanann was preparing to finalize their divorce, and Shanann had called a realtor to find a new place to live. Nicole said she helped Chris look for an apartment for himself. She recalled finding an apartment in Brighton, Colorado that fit his needs, and Chris was gung-ho about the possibilities of the new apartment. On Saturday, August 11th, 2018, Chris and Nicole again discussed the apartment, and Chris did not seem interested. Nicole thought that Chris may have already known something. I didn't, she said. His mood had changed from their prior conversation about the apartment. Nicole further stated that Chris discussed how he could cut costs when moving into an apartment. Nicole said Chris is an avid football fan and he loves to watch the games. She said he talked about cutting costs by getting rid of cable and using an Amazon Fire Stick. She said an unknown friend, there we go again, was working on this for Chris because she didn't know Troy. She said after this conversation, she felt like he was planning on leaving his house and moving into the apartment. Hold it. There's another one. I want to read.
Man, that's some bizarre information, Kelly. Good job pulling that up.
Our information everywhere. That's why. What's the obsession? It's
the inconsistency is that Chris was showing Troy McCoy the Fire Stick. It is I'm about 100% sure that's how Chris described it. He was meeting up with Troy McCoy to show him the Fire Stick, just to show him the Fire Stick. And that was it. And it was real simple.
So we could jailbreak it. So in order to do, Troy McCoy was going to jailbreak the Fire Stick. So that meant doing some stuff with it so you could get some stuff out of it that you didn't necessarily have to pay for all of it, right? That's my understanding.
I didn't catch all that, but that sounds good.
Yeah. So here. So this is on, hold it, I got to get a date here because I'm looking at the timeline. Oh, I may as well share this page with you guys. Lots of clips.
And isn't Troy the guy that Nicole was saying, I know that he exists. I've never seen him.
She was just saying he was giving it to some guy, So the date here is August 10th, 2018. I just want to skim this really quick and make sure there's nothing else there. It was their anniversary too.
Wait, August 10th is whose anniversary?
Shanann and Chris.
You're kidding me. What?
Yeah.
I had never heard that.
Yeah.
Holy crap. But that also escalates the pressure that Nicole was feeling.
Yes.
Because
and the lack of love that Shanann was feeling,
And the chickening out that Chris Watts was probably feeling of actually leaving his wife. I have no doubt that during that week he was completely chickening out and thinking, you know what, I'll just keep living my life the way I'm living it. And NK saw some signs that, either he was thinking that. I mean, I just want to say he had to be thinking that to some degree. Whether it was like 1% of him or 99% of him.
I think he was very much.
Yeah.
Here, let me read. So this is August 10th from the Discovery. It says at 1,334 hours. Could you guys mute yourselves really quick? Because I'm getting some echo. I'm sorry to be a pain.
No, you're fine.
It says 1,334 hours. Watts asked McCoy what time he wanted to meet for that Fire Stick. So Watts asked McCoy what time he wanted to meet for that Fire Stick. By 15:05 hours, Watts told McCoy he had arrived at their meeting location. So this is Friday, August 10th. Chris Watts was called out of work or had off. Troy McCoy had off of work. Kessinger had off of work. 1,342 hours.
Wait, are you saying that they all had the day off, or they were just out for the?
They all
finished?
had the day off.
Oh, weird. Oh my God, are you kidding me? I've never heard that.
Yeah, they did. They all had the day off. I don't remember why Kessinger. Oh, because her friend was coming into town. Watts said he was taking Shanann to the airport, but that was a lie. Surprise,
Right.
surprise. Because
Right.
Atkinson took her to the airport, and I don't know what was up with Troy McCoy.
Right.
But here's
Wow.
something interesting I found as well. So just when we're looking at Chris Watts deleting his Facebook account, here on August 10th, also, we see that his father, Ronnie Watts, at 14:33 hours, Ronnie asks Watts, if Shanann gone, you think we could FaceTime with the girls? Oh, wait, hold it. Oh, no. I'm sorry. Above that. 1,350 hours. Ronnie Watts asks if Watts deleted his Facebook account. Watts replies, yes, sir. Liberated myself. Now, that's August 10th. Right around the same time, Shanann also asks him, just bear with me for a second, about him deleting his Facebook account. I actually think it was prior. There's our anal sex guide notation. Prior to when Ronnie asked him.
Are you looking at the chats over here about how they all had the 4 days in a row off? I don't have my glasses on, and somebody wrote that they had those days off to dig that hole too. And I think that's pretty.
To dig that 8-inch hole? I mean, you don't need days off for that.
No, it was 8 inches of dirt on top of her. So it was like an 18-inch deep hole.
Yeah,
I don't know. Digging is hard work. I mean, it is. It takes a while.
So is running half a marathon. It only takes a couple hours, if that.
Right.
But maybe. I don't think so.
And such a large, I mean, not just deep, but such
if there was evidence to substantiate that, other than happenstance, I would be like, okay. But I thoroughly looked into it time and time again, and I personally don't find any evidence to substantiate any such theory.
Well, and I want to respect that both it's your show and you know what you're talking about.
So I always read chat, but sometimes I read it out loud, sometimes I don't. But that's just me. It's all I mean, anything can be discussed. That's totally fine. So, okay. So Ronnie Watts, anyway, asked him about deleting his Facebook on August 10th. And I'm not sure if we're going to find when Shanann asks him about this.
So this person, Turquoise, says, it took a few hours for my boyfriend to dig a hole for my mini doxy in Pennsylvania.
There's just so many variables. I mean, there's so many water table, quality of soils. I mean, there's there's so many variables. I mean, I get it. I mean, I don't know. It takes me over an hour if I have to bury a bunny to dig a hole, but that's like usually the ground's half frozen up here. Okay, so anyway.
I dug a couple of deep holes last summer, and they were only maybe 12 inches wide, but more than 12 inches deep, and it took me forever.
Yeah.
But our soil has a lot of clay in it. But it took forever. I just could not believe how long it took.
Yeah, it does. But so maybe there's some prep work. But okay, so on August 4th, at 12:45 after midnight, for over 2 hours, Kessinger searched Google for wedding dresses. So now Shanann is really bringing it out with Chris, putting him against his family and talking about the daggers and really telling Chris that He needs to turn his back on his family and, support her come hell or high water. Do you want me to read this or no? Let's see. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go do it like this. Okay. And so can you guys mute yourselves again? I'm sorry. I'm getting that feedback again. It's getting too tired for me to it's getting too tired. I can't talk and hear myself talk at the same time. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you so much. So a whole bunch of things are happening on August 4th. It's like total turmoil for Chris Watts. He's getting it from every angle. Wow. I'm just going to read this. My eyes picked up on this. Shanann responded with 2 messages to Watts. Yes, that I created this dagger between you and your dad, and that wasn't me. That was them. I protected our daughter from their stupidity. They created that, and you belong with them thinking otherwise. I didn't tell your dad to remove himself from the kid's life. I did and do not deserve to be treated the way you have. I defended our daughter. Meanwhile, Nicole Kessinger is spending a few hours looking for wedding dresses. Watts replied to Shanann, yes, you protected our daughter, and I thank you for that 1,000,000 times 1,000,000. I don't think they are innocent in any of this. They do want to be in the kid's life, and I'm not sure if they even know how to right now. They should have swallowed whatever they needed and came to Cece's birthday party and called her and shouldn't have blocked all social media contact with them. I don't care what they do with us, just as long as they love and respect the kids. I'm not used to having a relationship with my dad. I should have just called him before it got to this point where it got to my head, and I didn't, and that's my fault. Shanann responded, why should you beg them to be in their life? They pick up the phone and apologize for starters. They show up to her birthday, especially since we were an hour away. They did this. They make the effort. You blame me for this so-called dagger between you and him? Fuck that. You are just like them. Believe whatever he tells you and move back home where you weren't appreciated when I met you. No one ever protected you from your mom, and someone should have before me. I'm done being the bad guy in all this, especially when I had more balls to stand up for you a long time ago with them. My bad for thinking you deserved better. Not my kids in the pic, and I'm done now. A couple hours later. Continuing the conversation, Shanann told Watts, well, it's on my mind. If I'm in the wrong, that's one thing, but I'm not here. Well, I'm in the wrong, it's one thing, but I'm not. And you're not standing up for us and the girls. It's not cool. You just make it so they feel they did no wrong and brush it under the rug. I will never trust your parents alone with our kids, ever. This is the week we started dating 8 years ago. They ruined everything special. I won't forgive you or them for that. I'm tired of it. I'm the one that takes care of you, not them. You're making me feel like complete shit the last several weeks, especially this week, and I'm not okay with it. And I won't change my ways when it comes to our kids. And I always defend you. Always. Shanann added, I'm not asking you to choose who to be with. I shouldn't have to ask you to choose right from wrong. You are not happy, then you know where to go. Worst summer ever. Meanwhile, 1410, Kessinger searched Google for Watts and Shanann's Facebook accounts. Later, videos and photographs were taken of the girls on trampolines in the Pavilion Park. So, in the midst of all of that craziness on August 4th, Kessinger searches Google for Chris Watts and Shanann Watts' Facebook accounts. It is several days later, less than a week. Give me just 1 second here. Just one second. Definitely less than a week. I'm trying to find when Shanann asked as well. On the 8th, Shanann is telling her friend she feels scared of Chris. And the doll photo is on the 8th or 9th. Okay, then, okay, so on August 4th, Nicole Kessinger Googles for Chris Watts and Shanann Watts' Facebook accounts. And then on August 9th, just 4 days later, Shanann sends him a text message asking, why did you delete your Facebook account? Next day, his dad asks, why did you delete your Facebook account? So then Kessinger says it's on August 11th while they're at dinner, either while they're talking about his macros or while they're walking to the car from the restaurant in the parking lot, that he mentions deleting his Facebook account, and she tells him how to do it properly. I don't know, man. What do you guys think? You'll have to unmute yourselves, by the way. Sorry. I wasn't meaning to be bossy. It was hard to hear.
All right. Yeah, the Facebook, I don't know what to think. I didn't know that he had waited that long to delete it. I thought he had deleted it earlier in the affair.
No.
Yeah. I mean, things were really coming to a head. I know that you know this, Kelly, but I don't know if everyone knows that they were doing that gender reveal party on Monday. You know, the same Monday that everybody was murdered. And they had canceled the gender reveal party, but she had only canceled it probably like Saturday, right? Or like at the very last minute.
Yeah, they canceled it at the very last minute, and they decided they weren't going to have a big party. I was just reading about something about that, the Discovery, and they were just going to, do it themselves. I actually am not precisely sure how that turned out, but yeah, that was the timing that you just mentioned.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, do we still have Kurt and Double R with us? Oh no, is Kurt not standing? That could be really bad.
He fell over.
Kurt's like all fours are up in the air. Oh man!
Like how you have Cal tipping. Somebody went Kurt tipping.
Yes, Kurt. That's so funny.
It was Double R.
That's great. That's crazy. What do you think, Kurt?
Is he muted still?
I don't know.
It's good.
Kurt, you're there.
Hey, right there. That's good.
All right. I think Kurt's muted. There you go.
There you go. Yeah, no, I heard what you were saying. I don't, with all the deleted Facebook accounts and all that. It just adds to everything that we're talking about. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know what to say about that. I mean, it's just more evidence.
It's almost symbolic. Facebook was how they met. It's how Chris and Shanann met.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost symbolic of him killing her or ending their marriage.
Yeah.
What do you think, Double R?
About the Facebook?
Anything?
Anything? I mean, we're led to believe a lot of stuff is BS. So, I mean, I just take it for what it's worth. I mean, you're trying to you're trying to
I'm not
take
trying to do anything.
that have been fed to us that are complete bullshit, and we're supposed to make sense out of it. So you say, well, that's a truth, but that's a lie. Why is it this here? Why isn't that here? Well, if one thing means that, then it should mean this. I mean, it's like, I just take it for what it's worth. I can't have an opinion about it. I think a lot of it's baloney.
I want to add something about.
Go ahead.
What are you doing?
I was going to say I wanted to add something about the Fire Stick on Friday meeting up to show that one of the most high priority pieces of evidence in any investigation is timing. Timing is evidence within itself. So the Fire Stick is one thing, but the Fire Stick on Friday before the murders is another thing. You follow?
Yeah.
And again, meeting up. I mean, taking a lot of time and energy. You know, everybody's got very busy lives. You know, they all have kids, and you know, to take an hour to meet up to show somebody something that was like, you know, looking at a battery basically.
Well, look at it like this. Chris says he didn't have any other way to pay for his dinner with Kessinger other than that shared, you know, card with he and Shanann. We know that Shanann had an automatic purchase going through the hair care company Monet for $32 that Sunday night that got declined. They didn't have $32.
Right.
He may have been very interested in saving over $200 a month to get rid of his cable and still watch sports. It may have been worth the hour.
But he already had it. He already had the Fire Stick. It was Troy that needed
jailbreak. It needed a jailbreak. So
yeah.
It's Troy that had the Fire Stick. Troy McCoy had the know-how. It was something that was easy for him to do. We just had to, I don't know, probably.
So you're part of their cover, are you, Kelly?
With that?
Are you covering for them?
No, I just think, you know, if they wanted to blow something up remote control wise, I think there's like, I don't know, a Fire Stick wouldn't do it. It would have to have.
No, I think the Fire Stick is just code. I think the word is just code. I don't think there was actually a Fire Stick.
I just think the Fire Stick makes so much sense, and it's just that's just my opinion. It's just referenced so many times. I've talked about this with a number of people. I'm just like, you're not gonna move me on the Fire Stick, nobody.
Well, like I said, I respect you because it's your channel and because you're always right.
No, I'm definitely not always right, but the Fire Stick to me
almost always right. Yeah.
The Fire Stick, you know, it makes sense. There's a lot of things that don't make sense.
I have an opinion about the dinner, charging it on the credit card. I don't think that was an accident, or I think that was planned. I think that was his way of starting this fight with his wife.
Starting the psychotic break.
Yeah, because she was monitoring everything he did all night.
He knows she's going to see that right away. He knows her. He knows that she's watching everything like a hawk. Yeah. So he's setting the stage for the fight, where then he can say, "Oh, we had a fight. She followed me out to work. She got blowed up." You know.
Yeah.
I think it was very intentional. You know, because he always, every single time they did anything, he paid with those prepaid gift cards from work. Except that one time.
Yeah, because up to that point, he didn't want to get caught.
Right. He wanted to get caught. He wanted to start a fight, basically.
Yes.
Yeah, and I mean, also, I just really think their finances were getting critical. Shanann was in North Carolina for 6 weeks. You know, during her Thrive business. I'm sorry, I don't have all, you know, the black and white to prove this, but I kind of do. She wasn't bringing in a dime. Everything she was doing was spending. She wasn't bringing anything to contribute to the family's finances. They were spending like crazy out there. It was like a trip to Disneyland the whole time.
Right. Then they got a room at the beach. They got a hotel room at the beach.
Right. And
sorry to interrupt.
No, that's fine. Yeah, it's all, yeah, all of that, you know.
But
And
that really blew my mind that they're already on vacation and then they go take a vacation from their vacation. I mean, if you have money to burn, sure, why not? But that was just weird. Also, they're there to see family and then they go out to the beach. But didn't some of the family go too?
Some of the family wasn't invited.
yeah, well, I mean, our
Right.
family ended up going. The Watts family ended up doing their own thing because of Nutgate.
Yeah.
From yeah, the whole thing.
You know, Nutgate backfired on Shanann, and I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, but they the whole everything about this was a backfire. If you think about it. I mean, it's just if you go all the way back to the beginning with it,
Everyone gets
and you look at the dynamics between the two families, and you look at possible history with her. I mean, he was like a guy that really had not had a lot of any kind of history or experience with women, and she was a very ambitious woman, and you put it all together. I mean, you just and even going back to like what Double R brought us back to before, you know, when she had that huge house in Carolina as a what was 25 years old then? I mean, right? Like around that age, I guess, right? 25.
Yeah.
In her 20s.
Yes.
Who owns a mansion when you're 20 in your 20s?
Well, and she must have only owned it for like a year. Do you know, Kelly, how long she owned that house?
Yeah, I've got it somewhere. It wasn't very long. I mean, from the money put down and the little that was made in monthly payments, it appears at the time the home was sold, the principal on the house wasn't even covered, meaning that the house itself was an underwater investment.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Well, and that was
I tried to say that delicately.
that would have been about 2009 maybe. So right around the time that everybody was losing their homes because of their double mortgages and, you know, being toe up.
Yeah, it was a little, yeah, that's right. Oh my God.
Because 08 was when
I decided to have a kid in 2008.
Yeah, we sold our house. We put our house on the market in 2008 and it didn't sell. So we thought we'll wait a year and we'll sell it next year. And then in 2009, it was even worse where we lived out in Seattle.
Well, I lived in Center City, Philadelphia, in a booming Center City neighborhood too, and had a condo. I put it up in 2008. Let's see, I moved here. I still rented it out for I think it sold 4 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, if she built that house in 08, you know, she was probably part of the bubble. You know, she was, I mean, it really was like this nationwide movement where everybody was getting in over their heads.
Mm-hmm.
And
she built the house after 2008 though.
Okay. Well, so she built it around 2009.
Yeah, so it was, I mean, it was after, by the time she built the house, no doc mortgages, no longer. All right. You weren't like swinging off your pole and hopping yourself into a bank and getting a mortgage. Like there was no more no docs. There was, you know, so she says
that the builders didn't believe that she was serious about her desire to build a house, and she, well, this is what Cindy Watts says, rather.
Right.
I think Frankie said, I don't know, showed up with, a suitcase full of cash. Again, double R, we go back to this transactional way of doing things. It's never a good thing, and you've always got to know the source. You've always got to back your shit up, and a transactional way of living only gets you to the next transaction.
Well, a suitcase full of cash is to buy real estate. That's how people launder money. That's how drug dealers launder money.
That's stereotypical, yeah.
It's very stereotypical, but I'm just thinking that there could have been some drug dealing with the Dirty South. Could have been running other businesses other than just their.
Let's just say they could have been running a multi-dimensional business, offering a range of services. Leave it right there.
There you go.
I think
So that would make more sense why she was making $500,000 a year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would make
taking D and selling the P.
Wow.
Yeah.
Whew.
If not more.
You just blew my mind. Some things I just hadn't thought of before. That's one of them. Never crossed my mind. Money laundering, drug dealing, escort service, whatever. I mean, they all go together.
Yep.
And they all go with the Dirty South thing.
Dirty.
Yep. There's a whole nother issue. Can we jump tracks? I want to ask you guys what you think of the friends that Shanann nannied for when she quit Dirty South. She nannied for her friends. That was the family that moved to Colorado. Mm-hmm. That Chris and or her lived in the basement for like a year while they built their house. Mm-hmm. First, they went and visited them for Thanksgiving. Then they came home and moved. And then by the time they moved into their house, those friends have had nothing to do with them, to my understanding, right, Kelly? Those friends hate them.
Well, they have nothing to do with one another. Jenna Dietz did call law enforcement when she learned about the murders and offered to take Dieter back. Mr. Dietz spoke out publicly and just said that his children are scarred for life, and how could they not be? That's all I've heard of it.
Yeah.
It clearly wasn't a warm relationship.
Yeah. Well, and as I was saying all of that too, I was thinking a lot of roommate situations go bad. It's just too much living with people.
So, Zena, what do you think was the issue
with the friends?
Yeah.
I always think everything's financial. And that, when I first learned of the whole case and that part of it, I figured that Chris and Shanann were not contributing to the household and, saving all their money for this $400,000 or $500,000 house. And that was what the bitterness was over, was that they were, pinching pennies while they were living there and then moving into a lavish house.
And taking advantage of.
Yeah. And just being really selfish and greedy. So, that was what I thought early on, and it still kind of makes sense to me.
What are you talking about?
Why that family quit wanting to have anything to do with the Watts was my theory has been that the Watts didn't contribute to the household when they were living in the basement. That they weren't paying rent, they weren't paying bills, they probably weren't even contributing to a lot of.
Why would they? When my parents visit, I'm not like, can you please pay these following bills for me?
Right. But yeah, they lived there for 12 months.
You're talking about your friends.
Oh, the Rusiks did, but
I'm talking about the Watts when they were living at the friend's house while they were building their mansion.
Oh, okay, got it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So they were probably not contributing to the household, and then moving into this $400,000 or $500,000 house. That was my assumption.
Well, the home was, many say that Shanann was modeling her home on the Dietz's home, that was very nice. They were well off, but still, even so, you should be pulling your weight. It's just the neighborly thing to do, right?
Right. Well, and even, I mean, I'm sure that they were well off, but people still have financial trouble even when they're well off. I mean, that's.
Oh yeah.
The stuff spends so fast. It spends faster than it comes in.
Yeah.
I mean, I've known many people. I lived in Malibu, California, growing up at one point. I knew a lot of really rich people with really big beach houses that were cash poor,
Yeah.
And maybe not always cash poor, but cash poor this year or this month.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, rich people run out of cash.
That's
it happens.
Desiree makes a really good. Hi, Desiree. How are you? She says, if you think about it, Shanann and Chris did not live on their own for very long at Watts the Obsession. That's a really good point. They really didn't.
Yeah.
It's like they were children trying to play adult.
Wow.
Couple.
That's a really good point. And those kids, I have 4 children. And it's hard when they're little. It's really hard. I mean, it's hard when they're big too. But those 2 girls, precious girls, they were so close in age. What were they, like 16 months apart? 17 months apart, I think.
Yeah, something like that. Very.
And my kids, I tried to space them out as much as I could. The 2 oldest are 27 months apart, and they're the closest in age. And I've always said I would not want to have kids closer in age than that, because it is so hard when they're little, when you're changing diapers and double duty there. And it just turns your brain into oatmeal. I mean, it really does, and you're sleep deprived. And those girls are just beautiful, but they were high energy. Obviously, especially the younger one. But I mean, a 3-year-old and a 4-year-old.
Yeah,
that's rough. And I want to say one of my theories with Chris losing his shit is that he had no limits. He didn't know how to just be a normal person and say, you know what? No, thank you. So when his little kids wanted to spin around or hit him on the head or throw a handful of whipped cream in his face, he would just take it. He would take it and take it and take it and take it. And I mean, we're all human. Any of us would just get angry and violent after a while, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
I mean,
yes.
You can really take that stuff for so much. I mean, I really think he painted himself into a corner with that. That he probably hated those children for all the abuse that he allowed them to do, not knowing that they were abusing him.
Maybe, but I think I kind of think it's like exactly what he said, that he was really beginning to forcefully come to a place of resentment with Shanann, because he felt that she treated him very poorly, and it just broke his heart and probably wore him down to the core when he started to observe that his children were treating him the same way that she was. I mean,
I just got to say this because this is who I am. I can't stand it when the perps play the victim. They do it every time. They turn the tables every time. It's part of the gaslighting. It's like, oh, poor me. Shanann was so mean to me. Yeah, she was mean to him. I will give him that. But it was on him to say, honey, cut the crap. Don't talk to me like that. Don't treat me like that.
Absolutely. I mean, all the things, that he's saying, to that end, now he really should have been talking about with his family, a friend, his wife, a therapist, a trusted person long before it got to this point, obviously. But, I think to that end, and I get what you're saying, and, touche, but I mean, the kind of treatment, and like I always go back to this, but we're gonna do it again. We're gonna watch Cece whack a daddy. It's like, and I want what I really need you to do is watch his face towards the end when she's just being encouraged, whack a daddy, do it one more time, whack a daddy.
I know, it's terrible. It's terrible.
I don't know. I mean, I like to be a gentleman, but I might slap a bitch. Like, seriously.
And I would let you, Kelly. I would definitely.
It's like, it's too much. It's just too much.
Well, I mean, relationships and life is all about negotiations. And, if you give too much, people will walk all over you. And I think that's just a human thing for anybody. But I think that Chris allowed Shanann and those girls just to walk all over him.
Oh God, I get this.
What's that?
I think she's going to show us the Whack a Daddy video.
Oh, Whack Daddy is full on. It's happening.
And let me just reiterate: boundaries, limits, Chris. Just say no. Enough.
I agree.
If I was husband, none of this shit would have been going on.
No. Most people would take very little of that.
First of all, if my son ever spit on someone, he wouldn't be the same child afterwards. I'm not saying I would hit him or anything, but things would change really quickly in a really real way. Like, you do not spit on people.
You have teachable moments.
What I'm telling him is, good job, honey. Look at this positive reinforcement you're getting from mommy. This looks like love, doesn't it? I'm smiling and laughing. Do it again. Seriously.
Discipline. After you show this clip, let's talk about discipline, because that was something that they didn't have.
I want to go there with you.
So, could everybody please mute your microphone for the main event of every live stream? Whack Daddy.
Don't do that, Cece. Don't do it. Someone's got
Whack a daddy. Don't spit.
Don't spit on Daddy, please.
Now watch Chris Watt's face as this continues. Like starting now.
Careful though, don't fall, okay? Whack a daddy. Whack a daddy. One more time, daddy. Whack a daddy. Whack.
So Bella just says, now it's my turn. And Cece goes, no, my turn! I mean, my God. Is a applied behavioral analysis. I picked up on 6 very distinct child behaviors there that need to be ixnay in the up bay immediately. I just can't, even with this video. A booty?
That's a new exercise.
Careful of the corner of the wall.
Oops.
She's biting his shirt.
Don't pull me down, CC. Whoa, CC.
What's going on here? She's going, I trust.
What?
There's so much here. She goes, I trust mommies won't cry. I trust always mommies won't cry. Meanwhile, Cece runs over there and she's going, a booty? A booty? And she's biting his shorts and his shirt.
Don't pull me down, CC. Whoa, CC. What? You got my shirt in your mouth, kid.
Just for the record, this is from May 2018.
Okay.
One more time.
Oh, good Lord.
One more time, and then it's Bella's turn. Okay, it's Bella's turn now.
Well, hey, when you've done enough squats. What other little gems are on here? I can't remember.
You guys might get dizzy here. Watch CC's blink, Bella's. CC's enjoying it. Yay! She's
Whoa.
I think Daddy's dizzy.
Daddy's very dizzy.
Hold on, let Daddy catch his balance. Hold on. CC. Oh, kid. Oh my goodness, kid.
So, just as a little FYI for all you people out there with children wondering how to support your spouse, this is maybe when you put down your phone and you say, honey, listen, I know you want your turn. That looked like a lot of fun right there. What Cece just did with Daddy. Awesome. Good times, right? But listen, look at him. He looks like he's going to freaking blow chunks. Give the man a break. You're going to get your turn. Hug, hug, snuggle, snuggle. Nursery rhyme, sing a little song. Give Daddy the break. Give child turn. Move on with life.
The room is spinning. Room is spinning. Okay.
Watch them.
All right.
You got to duck though, because your Daddy's tall and you're tall. Just watch the fan.
You got my hair? All right.
Watch out, Dieter. Watch out, Cece. Cece, watch out. Cece, wait, honey. Cece, wait. It's Bella's turn.
Whoa.
Cece don't like sharing. Thanks, Shannon. We got to catch up. Come here, baby. All right, go by Daddy. Go by Daddy.
And still, he finds a way to please all three of them. I'm not a Chris Watts fangirl, but this is crazy.
I think Chrissy's going to lose it. He's so dizzy. You can tell he's slowing down. Oh, this is hilarious. Again? Cece, I think you're dizzy, buddy.
That is dizzy.
I couldn't agree more, Debbie. Pure happiness in their voices.
Hold on. Hold on.
Thanks, Mitch. Daddy's dizzy. Come here, Cece. Cece. This one never stops. Come here, Cece. Look. Cece. Come here. Come look. Look at. Say hi. Hi. Say hi. Hi. Say hi, Dee Dee. It's your birthday.
No, it's not. It's ours birthday. So, that's all.
We all know that
Daddy. You may unmute. Sorry, guys.
I have a question for you, Kelly. Do you know if Shanann nursed either of the girls? Did she breastfeed?
I don't know. I assume not. There's definitely no mentioning of it because I've scoured the history.
Yeah, she probably didn't. She probably didn't.
She would have, she would have been posting about.
She would have been like a La Leche League leader, I'm sure. That's just the personality type. Yeah. Like whatever she did, she really overdid.
Yeah.
It would have interfered too much in your schedule.
Right. Oh, it's and you can't clean your house and nurse the baby at the same time. But you can have your husband clean the house while you nurse the baby. Or you can just let the house go to hell in a handbasket. Those are your options, right?
Yeah.
Man, it is just nauseating for me to watch those videos. I mean, it makes my head hurt. It makes me sick. One of the things I really, really dislike with Chris and with anybody is when they use their babies like that to try to make their bodies hot. Basically, they're trying to get a hot body, and yet they're trying to pretend that they're like the most loving parent in the world. And it's, to me, it's just so twisted. It's like, that's fine if you want to use your body as a weight to give yourself a hot body, but don't try to pretend that you're doing it out of the goodness of your heart to entertain your kid. Because clearly you're not. You're wanting to kill the kid because they're driving you crazy, but you're thinking, well, I can get a workout here so I can cheat on my wife.
Yeah, maybe. And that's could be totally 100% true, but I guess I kind of see it as all going back to the need for footage for the MLM pumping Facebook Live show.
Every time I see any of these videos, especially when they're showing just the kids, but like just now with Chris, I get that picture of that monkey clapping the things. Like they're show monkeys. Like they're just obnoxious show monkeys. And that's not what people are. People are people. But that's what is going on in my mind when I see that.
I just have to address something in chat, and I can just tell you this because I do have lupus. I was diagnosed with it 4 years ago in April. And
I'm sorry to hear that. But good that it's diagnosed. Good that it's diagnosed.
Yeah. Before it was diagnosed, it was really scary because nothing was. I get kidney stones and kidney infection. It's it can be a real beast.
Wow.
I mean, I will say, I do know some people that have lupus. Before I was diagnosed with it, the only person I knew that had it was my grandmother, but I didn't know she had it. I just knew she had an illness. But now I know a lot of people that have it, and all of the people that I do know who do have it go through times of flare up where they're unavailable to the world, and they might say, "I'm not available to the world because of whatever," but it's because of that. But that's, I would say, a consistent across all of the people I know who do have it. Now, in regard to autopsies, what I understand, lupus is like a bitch to diagnose. It's not easy. Like, you want to find out if you have the flu or COVID or a number of things. You go and get a test. Some other medical conditions are a little more complicated. I still don't fully understand the panel that needs to be done and line up for a complete lupus diagnosis. And I've been diagnosed with it and I've read through the material. I guess it's just above what I can comprehend. But I do know that depending on whether you're in a stage of flare up or not, the values on the various tests are going to show up differently. And my understanding is it's going to be the same in death. So, say if somebody who has lupus is in a mad flare up when they pass away, and they did a postmortem, some kind of a test that would indicate lupus or not, it's going to show up. If they're not in some kind of a lupus related flare up, and maybe there are other health conditions that would be masking or I don't know, the lupus, it might not show up. I know that in life it's very hard to diagnose. I would imagine it would be the same in death. And I talked to some people who are far more medical experts than I about this, during the course of, live streams. And I think that what I'm saying rung true according to them as well. So I just wanted to put a word in on that.
Yeah, I appreciate that because I know a lot about some diseases, but lupus is one that is very mysterious. Very mysterious.
Yeah.
Aunt Peggy has lupus.
Oh, really?
Yes, and it manifests itself at different times. Like it flares up sometimes, and she gets bumps, on her skin and all that kind of stuff. And and she's very tired during that time.
I've literally slept for 5 days straight. Literally.
It goes in cycles. Like she'll have it for like a week, and it goes away, but it comes back. But she can always tell when it's coming back, a flare up that's coming back again, because she gets very tired, and she can tell she's just because she just turned 73, so she's lived with this. Her initial diagnosis was when she was like 42 or something like that.
Yeah.
So she understands when she knows when she starts feeling a certain way that she's about to have a flare with it. Now, they wanted to give her chemotherapy to treat it, and she didn't want to take that because she thought it would do damage back in her day, with that.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, I know people that are having that for treatment. Yeah, it's crazy.
yeah, but I understand it because I see what she deals with. So
Yeah. The best thing that I found is to try to incorporate balance into my life as much as possible, knowing that I have a tendency to do. And also just accept that I have that tendency. But people that I've become friends with through this channel, I remember it was recently, like a few weeks ago, I maybe got done with a live stream. I talked to some people like 3.5 days later. I'm like, you gotta, I wasn't meaning to make this point, but it just came up. I'm like, I've literally been sleeping since about 30 minutes after that live stream ended live. And they're like, oh my God, I've done it. I'm like, I literally have been sleeping. I got up twice to pee and twice to get water. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah.
So, anyway, I didn't mean to get on that personal thing with it, but so as far as Shanann, I've made a decision to reserve judgment on whether or not the whole topic is exhausting to me personally. And I know I've had people in my life, you know, be like, "What's wrong with you?" Like, there's nothing wrong with you, and I just,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
Yeah. So
And I
we
tell
are.
them they can go shove a broomstick up their ass. No, I'm just kidding. But it's hard to hear.
We are into August 11th now. What is it, like 2 a.m?
Oh yeah.
So, you know, tomorrow's August 12th. Like, we're that close to the anniversary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kelly, are you going to do like kind of a special live stream on the anniversary?
I don't know. I know, like in past years. Well, there's only been one past year. Yeah, I think since I've had the channel. But I know, you know, just watching, if people make a big to do, I'm going to do something, but it's going to be like this. I'm not going to do anything. I don't have anything like that this year. What it's the 11th is. Let me see. It's honestly going to be what the calendar looks like. And, you know, I did, you know, send the moderators and some people connected to the channel an email earlier saying that, and I'm sorry I forgot to mention this being a live stream. I saw Ara and some other moderators. I'm sorry if this gave you a strike, you know, because it is the week of that memorializes the tragic deaths of these precious souls. I'm just narrowing the range of what I'm normally very liberal in what I allow to be said, but let's just be humans and be humans, you know.
Yeah, I've been noticing in the chat, Ara and RB and 12th Man having a discussion about that issue. Basically, that she's trying to do what you asked and keep the criticisms of Shanann down, especially at this point in time.
Yeah.
Which I think that's always good. You know, I mean, like you've said before, any of us having videos of all of our personal moments and having that on Facebook, we'd all look like fools. And, you know, I mean, you can criticize anybody for anything. But yeah, I mean, go ahead.
I want people to understand. Oh, and Ara, she said she was going to do a birthday Watts Live on the 11th. So this is this coming evening. I definitely do that, and I will be there. Just make sure if you can send me an email or a text or something. Yeah, do that for sure. Awesome, and happy birthday. You know, I've said this before, and I say it in response to comments all the time. People get very upset about the range of comments that I allow on this channel, particularly about Shanann Watts. I get it. Uncomfortable. Like, that's the range that I allow people. And the reason that is really twofold. Number one, I believe with all my heart the importance and the protection of our right and our need of free speech to express ourselves freely and to vet out our thoughts of all kinds of things in this world freely, or else you live in a mental prison, and that's not good. And the other thing, and not more importantly, but the other thing is, you know, over a year and a few months of having this channel, you know, by kind of crossing my fingers and holding my breath and deciding I was going to allow this range and liberty of different kinds of comments that a lot of other people wouldn't tolerate, I just trusted in people that it was going to all work out for the better and to show us that most human beings are good people in the end. And what I mean by that is if you follow these commenters and these comments through the natural, you know, discourse of discussion and arguing and debating and bringing up difficult things, most of the most callous, hardened, hateful people come somewhere towards the warm center, you know, and those who are already, you know, holding their own, representing compassion and the best of humanity, they're not going anywhere. So really, in my opinion, and I truly mean this, and I've watched it happen, and I think I have pie charts.
you know, allowing this range and liberty in what people say and how they say it has been good for people as a whole.
Mhm.
We're very confident in saying that.
Can I give a shout out to someone that was a bright light shining in the universe for a lot of people? And she was a little bit before my time, but I knew all about her. And that was Dame Olivia Newton-John, passing, this past week.
Yeah.
And she was such an advocate, and she was such a positive, sweet woman.
Yeah.
And just her advocacy for women with breast cancer, living for 30 years with it, and fighting it and establishing her
Wow.
her um, her research operation in Melbourne, Australia, for all the stuff that she did for that. Nashville knew about Olivia just from her early years, and she did have some country hits back in the way early days. And like I said, this was way before my time, but I know all about her because I'm in the music industry and I know about that. But she 73 years old. She fought breast cancer for 30 years, and just a shining light for a lot of people.
Yeah, she just passed within the last, I didn't even know about it, honestly. That's a real loss. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think we've all seen Grease, that movie Grease, right?
Of course. Of course.
And just a sweet woman, and just an advocate for breast cancer women. And I just wanted to shout out for her.
Yeah, man. The world does lose bright lights every moment. Yeah. So.
Well, it's over. Go ahead.
Me, I was just going to say, we haven't heard from you for a little bit, Double R. What's up?
Observing, listening, trying to stay awake.
Yeah.
I gotta get up in 3 hours.
Oh,
you got to get up in 3 hours?
3.5, yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
that's rough.
Nah, it's life.
Well, I actually am going to get ending this because I'm just exhausted. I was totally not planning on being on the song tonight, but
can I throw one ball for you to hit?
Sure, I'll try.
It's a big issue we've discussed before. I don't think you and I have discussed it before, but I think almost everybody that's discussed the Watts case has discussed it. And I'm curious what your thoughts are, Kelly, and both of you gentlemen as well. You know, in the it's in that February 2019 interview where Chris Watts says, we had a rake and a shovel, and it's in response to Tammy Lee asking him about digging the grave, and I can't remember her exact question, but she says something like, did you have to pull back weeds or something like that? And he says, yeah, we had a rake and a shovel. And it's the we that, is so striking and that everybody has discussed. And then he quickly tries to cover with what I see as a quick recovery with, and we're issued a weed whacker too. So he makes it sound like this company thing, like we all have a shovel and a rake and a weed whacker. But you know, he started with responding like, yeah, we had a shovel and a
Are you
rake.
trying to insinuate that the guy with the weird name, they had the fire stick and that was their code?
I was thinking it was him and Nikki with the shovel and the rake.
Oh, really?
Well, the thing about, you know, the use of pronouns, people have clear patterns in their use of pronouns. Some people are very tight and specific with the use of pronouns. Other are very loose in general with their use of pronouns. So these issues have come up regarding Chris Watts and what he said time and time again as people have examined the case. The she, the we, the plural possessive, the, you know, singular feminine, you know, so many different things. So without doing like a formal conscious study on it, I've just observed how Chris Watts uses his pronouns, and it's kind of like slop. So when he says things like, you know, we, they, I personally, and I'm aware of what you're talking about, and I've tried to consider those perspectives, but I think he's just talking about we, the people I work with, the people here at this site, the people who might be using these tools.
And I think of it more like that porch interview where he says Bella was going to start kindergarten on Monday. And he's talking past tense, and he quickly, in that instant too,
tense is a different thing. Tense is
he quickly recovers it, though. I mean, like, you know, to me, it was like in both of those scenarios, he heard what he was revealing, and he quickly covered for himself.
Yeah. How did he cover for himself there?
Oh, on the porch with Bella starting kindergarten.
Yeah, but I think I feel like I sense he realized it, but I don't think he recovered. I think he was just kind of at an oh fuck moment.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he just kind of talked really fast to try to distract, and he just kind of tried to cover it up by just.
He thought he was fooling everyone. He thought he didn't have to try too hard.
Well, and NK did a lot of that. Like, she said so many things she knew she shouldn't have said as soon as it came out of her mouth, and that was her style of recovery, was just trying to overwhelm with too many ideas and go in too many directions and just talking too fast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I always say, you know, and for that we can thank her, because she just dug herself into a pit. She just painted herself into a corner again and again and again.
She did.
Yeah.
Agree.
Not a good criminal. Good criminals don't talk. Everything you say will be held against you.
Yeah, I don't know. With that, I'm trying to remember if I heard that or not. If you're saying that it's on camera, right, where he said, we did this and we did that. I don't know. Based on his intelligence level, I really don't know how to respond to that unless he just suddenly said, "Oh wow, listen to what I'm saying," and that kind of thing. It's I don't know how to respond to that, to be honest with you. If he was saying we did this and we did that, and then all of a sudden, you know, then he realized and trying to cover this up and making it sound like it was just.
Have you guys seen the photograph of NK, what looks like NK, at their house in the front yard at the makeshift memorial, where she's like squatting down? Do you think that's her, Kelly?
I don't.
I have seen a photograph though where they said that she was at the beach, hanging out on the side. Have you seen that?
Oh, you mean in North Carolina?
Yes.
I have not seen the one at the beach. I saw the one in the airport that I think was debunked.
There was a woman that was like sitting off to the side, and it was like this video where it was like, did Bella recognize NK? And there was this woman off to the side where they're showing when the girls are first experiencing the ocean.
Very blurry because she's wearing a brown bikini.
Yeah.
Is it that same bikini?
And you've seen it, Kelly, right? You know what I'm talking about?
You guys are all treading in the water of conspiracy theory, but that's cool.
She looks a lot like her, don't she? I mean,
tall, slender brunettes. I mean, there's only a couple of them worldwide.
I don't know many people who have brown bikinis, that's for sure.
The one, hey Kelly, did you see the one with her and Tupac? Did you see that?
No, but I must.
Well, the one in front of the house, the one at the makeshift memorial. I mean, there's so many indicators that it's her, in my opinion. But then a friend of mine, you know, I was saying to my friend who hasn't followed the case a lot, but a little bit. And I said, you know, I can't believe she would show up to the house. That's just crazy to show up to the memorial. And my friend said, oh no, she did that for the cameras. And I was kind of shocked by that opinion. And I thought, well, that would make more sense. And she was probably hoping to get an interview to, you know, it seems to me that is something she would do, that she was an attention seeker. But I think it's her because she's got like the black hair holder around her right wrist that NK often had. She has the high ponytail. She's wearing tight black pants that have like hot pink stitching going right up the butt crack. And then she's got like Tiva sandals on, and it looks like she's got a tattoo on her right ankle.
I have all those things too, except the blonde hair.
I do too when I dress up. Exactly. I mean, like my daughter is like 6'1", and she looks similar to her. I mean, what do you mean? She's 19. She looks like she's 27, 28. She looks, I mean, not identical, but very similar. If you saw her with a pair of sunglasses on, sitting in front of some stranger's house, you say, probably her. No, I mean that's a pretty common feature. Like you're getting mixed up. I think you're too far the wrong way of trying to believe that. But I mean, you can believe whatever you want.
Have you seen the photo that I'm talking about?
Yeah, I'm trying to find
like
it.
My daughter looks similar.
Yeah.
Dark hair. She has her tight, high ponytail. You're just saying, okay, that's Double R's daughter. All right, she looks similar.
Does your daughter play sports?
Yeah, she did. Yeah.
Volleyball, basketball?
Volleyball and basketball, yeah. State every year.
I was going to say 6'1", man. That's amazing.
Yeah, but you know what? She just pushed it away and just going to WVU now. Didn't want anything to do with anything.
Yeah.
She's in a sorority. She don't care about sports now. It's crazy. It's a
What
waste.
sorority is she in?
I know you're going to ask me that. It's the three names. I don't know. I'm not good at that.
They're all three names. Is it the
Delta,
three
Delta,
same
Delta.
names? I'm a Delta. Can I help you? Oh, the deltas. We're the neatest, we're the sweetest, we're swinging us. We're the ones that have the fun. We're full of them, and the deltas.
Yeah.
Boys, if you should capture one, then your fun has just begun. She's a rah-rah Delta girl. Chug.
They act like they're too cool for school, you know. But I don't know what it's called. I mean, she had some opportunities, and then she just said, "Screw it."
That's cool. Sounds like she's doing just the right thing for her age.
I guess, right?
Yeah, it's good. You must have raised her right.
Yeah, I did, I guess.
Did she go to school locally or
No,
away?
like 2.5 hours. WVU, yeah, the party school.
Where is it?
WVU.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, what? Yeah.
It is party school.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
But she's got a level head, though. She's good.
That's awesome. Good for her. I'm sure she's good. She sounds like she's good. That's great. Good story.
What? What's a crazy story? What?
I said that's great. That's a good story about your dog.
Crazy.
Sounds like she sounds like a success story for her age for
She's
sure.
very responsible. Yeah, I sent her to private school and put the fear of God in her. Because I knew I screwed around too much. So that's what I figured when I had my 2 kids. You gotta do whatever you can.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess okay. I don't think Double R was impressed. Who said that? Kevin. Oh, what are you talking about? It's an opinion.
So yeah, discipline is such a pivotal, central part of parenting, and just teaching your kids for their own benefit, not just to keep them contained, but just to give them good habits.
We were going to talk about this, right?
Yeah, I mean,
they need to know what their expectations are, or they can never meet them, and they're going to live a life of always feeling like they're not good enough.
Right.
It's so hard for me to see parents that don't discipline their kids, because you're not doing your kids a favor.
No, I think it's selfish in most cases, honestly. Or sometimes people just don't know better.
I think a lot of people don't understand. They think discipline is mean. They think discipline is corporal punishment.
Yeah, I wasn't even raised Catholic, and I sent her to a Catholic school. I mean, just based on, everybody can say what they want to about it, but it did well for her. It was a small school.
I'm Catholic.
Well, that's great.
Well, and like church provides good discipline, martial arts provide good discipline, yoga.
Just structure in general.
But sometimes I don't know. Yeah, they clearly were lacking discipline. Celeste really needed a good set of rules, boundaries, and she needed to be told no. Celeste's view of the world is what Cece wants, Cece gets. Cece gets it now. Or whack-a-daddy, I'm going to spit on you and throw a fit. This is not setting your child up for a good life. It's sad. It's heartbreaking.
Yeah. I was raised in such an opposite environment. I was raised, if you were out of line, or if you said one thing wrong, or if you pissed my parents off, you got the shit beat out of you. And I know that's a lot of people don't like hearing that, but I tell you what, looking back in retrospect, I'm glad I was raised that way, because it made me a better person, and it made me a decent human being, and I was never disrespectful to any adults around me, and that's what's lacking in what I've seen as a classroom teacher, as I've seen with disrespectful students that think that they can just talk to adults the way that they want to. There were so many times that I just wanted to smack the shit out of them to teach them a lesson and say, you don't do that. And the next time you do, watch what happens. And I know that people don't like to hear that kind of stuff, but I tell you, that is what is lacking in today's society.
Called the pussification of America.
Dude, no, I'm telling you, I'm just saying, there are so many disrespectful kids talking to adults. Say that. And I so many times, and that's why I'm not in the classroom anymore, because I wanted to smack the shit out of them when they were acting like that, and I couldn't.
Yeah, you catch a case of that.
Because I knew that if I did that, of course, there would be all kinds of lawsuits and everything else.
I was going to say,
if they had been raised this way, do what? Do what?
Oh, I was gonna say, it sounds like you needed to limit your exposure.
No, I wasn't going to be disrespected like that. And I will tell you this: the students, when I was in the classroom, they knew that if they got smart with me, I went after them and I went at them hard, and I had no problems after that because they respected me. Because and we had a good after that we had no problems at all, and I had a great relationship with them because we respected each other. But I tell you what, kids are not going to talk to me or disrespect me like that and think that they're just going to get away with it. I'm sorry, that's just me. That's the way I was raised. And when I was in the classroom at the time that I was, we had a great relationship.
Oh, did you find the photo?
I did, yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, I think that, discipline and, a child's job is to explore the world around them, to explore their limits and to see what they can do with the limits that they're finding they have in this world. As children get older, this happens in a number of different ways, in a number of different settings, in a number of different aspects of life. So hopefully they can grow into a complete person who's enjoying, a lot of different dynamics in their own life. Our job as parents or educators or adults is to help them understand what the boundaries are and what the consequences
Exactly.
life are for not acknowledging any boundaries, because there are very real natural consequences that can be dangerous, devastating, and demoralizing if a child goes out and has to experience that for themselves raw in the world without having been taught the appropriate lessons by a responsible, loving adult, caregiver, educator, etc. This is what I found to be most unsettling based on what I could observe in that household. So I did find that picture. Sorry, I don't mean to take the last word, but I'm really tired. I got to go to bed. But here's the picture that has been discussed. This is from Armchair Detective Blue, which is where I happen to find it. Thank you, Armchair Detective. I will, give you credit here in the description. And there we go.
And I want to add that at first I did not think it was her at all when I saw people speculating. I thought, no, she looks a little too chunky to be NK.
Is this Nicole Kessinger? Brazenly having a look at the cards outside the Watts house. Most true crime enthusiasts recognize this home in Frederick, Saratoga Trail. This is August.
DC Primetime, we did one of those overlay situations.
Days after the murders.
She did a great
I'd
job
like to
with
thank her
that.
for that. And let's look at it. Is this lady here Nicole Kessinger? Is it? Well, let's have a look. Body shape wise, yep, could well be. But it's all in the hair. And that side of the face is similar. Of course, there's the same high ponytail. It's the same color hair. But what else can we find? Same shaped face, yeah? Now take a closer look at the hairline. What do you think? Could it be? Well, here's a massive clue. I believe that's a tattoo on her foot. If anybody knows NK well enough to tell us if she's got a tattoo right there, as you see, looks like a tattoo to me, then we've got her. So I've looked around at the sand dunes to see if I can find that tattoo.
I can't remember what the outcome of this video was. One on the ankle.
tattoo there. It's something she would likely have, right? That fits in. That hairline.
I have to say, honestly, for me, what did it was the hot pink stitching
Again,
up the behind.
Really? Why is that?
Just because I don't think a lot of people would wear black jeans or black pants with hot pink stitching that highlights their ass crack. Pardon my crassness.
Well, you have to decide.
But I think she would. It fits. But I'm also being a little facetious.
And their thoughts and prayers to keep Shannon,
I feel like those are like old Navy yoga pants, but maybe not. I don't know. But I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know.
And
I don't know.
Celeste.
What do you guys think?
And their thoughts and prayers to keep Shannon, Bella, and Celeste, and their thoughts and prayers to keep.
Pretty common.
That back to you, and then at that time.
I think that photograph of her with her feet in the sand might show her ankle better from the sand dunes.
Oh, hey, that's a good thought.
Hey, is there any way to photo in that private chat?
See if I can find that tattoo.
Is there any
and
way?
I can't find her
private
feet
chat?
only. You can only find down to her ankles.
What's that?
If anybody knows about that.
Attach a photo to send it to the private chat. Private chat.
Okay.
Can I send a photo to the private chat?
Yeah, sure, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Do that so.
It's gonna go to everyone who's in piano.
Identical. This, and she probably had a pair of those. I gotta figure out how to do it.
I tell you something in my email, but I have trouble getting my. Well, I guess I could get on my phone.
Uh-oh, he fell off. I know what that's like.
See, I'm just gonna look to see if I can find that one picture.
Which one picture?
You're saying her feet in the sand.
Yeah, you know the one I'm talking about? Which, I don't even know if it shows more than just her legs.
We're about to find out because I have over 8,000 Watts files on my computer, not for nothing.
I got to get more tech savvy. I have so many photographs from this case, but yeah, they're not organized. Because I know I have that photograph somewhere.
Here, I got it. Just like that. Your Watts wish is my Watts command.
Oh, you are so good at this. You're the wizard.
Yeah. Here, I'll show you what I got here.
You're like the NK nemesis, Kelly.
Oh, I don't want to be the little sweetheart's nemesis.
But you are. You're her undoing. It would be funny if your last name started with an N, if you were KN. Tell me it is.
Nicole Kessinger. So, yeah, they only see that tattoo that's like higher up.
It looks like you can kind of see. Can you zoom in on that? It looks like there's something further down, actually, but that could be the sand.
When is it sharing? I have like 15 of them up here. Oh. You only see that one on the ankle, I believe. I don't know. know she didn't appreciate a good pedicure. I don't want to look at your feet anymore.
Yeah, it looks to me like it could just be the sand.
Yeah. I don't know. Here's all these sand dune feety pictures. I don't think we're gonna find anything.
Yeah, that whole thing with her getting rid of her car the very next day. Didn't she sell her car on the 14th?
See, I don't know about that. I hear what other people have said about it. I don't know anything more. And I don't know if what other people tell me is true or not. It wasn't anything that I could find verifiable information on. But what do you believe to be true?
Well, I've heard it from multiple sources that I thought it sounded reliable, that she had sold her car the very next day. And she also lied about what car she had in one of the interviews. When they asked her, she said that she had a 4Runner, and we've probably all seen the photograph of her with the 4Runner. But I believe that's Jim's 4Runner in the photograph at the sand dunes. Apparently she had some kind of older pickup truck with a cab, maybe. And I always found it very odd that she had the detectives pick her up to go to the interview. And, you know, if she did get rid of her car the next day, I would think that she did that because it had evidence in it. And I would think DNA evidence. So.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about that. You know, I looked into the car thing a while ago because I was all, oh, she lied about the Toyota 4Runner. I was really hot in that trail for a while. And, oh, that gray truck that was spotted outside the house. Oh, that was really hers. It was her dad's. What I found to be true was the Toyota 4Runner was her car. Her dad did have a more kind of smaller, kind of not as nice, like gray pickup truck with like the cab on it. I don't know about the sales. It wasn't anything I was able to get any access to. But I mean, again, like I'm not putting that out there as that's what I found.
Right. And why would she need a lift? Why would she need them to come pick her up at her apartment?
Yeah, I think somebody earlier commented here, and this is just what I've always sort of assumed, that she was afraid that they, you know, while she's being interviewed, they might want to go through her truck, and I'm sure there was something to hide, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
She's very, very shady. It's just, to me, it's just unreal, the crimes that she obviously committed, like destroying evidence and lying to authorities. It's just, it's disgusting how she's been handled with such kid gloves. You know, you pointed out those quotes of D.A. Rourke are just ludicrous, where he says, you know, Chris Watts's confession precludes the necessity to look into anything.
That's bullshit.
It's like when anybody confesses, you have to verify that they're confessing to facts.
Right.
I mean, you get fake confessions from nut jobs all the time.
Right.
All the time. But I've heard law enforcement leaders say crazy things like that. That it's like they say these things that just don't make sense, but because they're a white guy in that position, people go, oh, okay.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like, seriously? I mean, I think if it was a woman saying the same thing, they'd be like, no, you're not making sense.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
It's the white male privilege crap.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not insulting you, am I, Kurt? I mean, my husband and my boys are all white males. and man, I know I'm a white female, so not, you know.
No, I'm not. No, not insulting at all.
It just blows my mind, some of the things that professionals will say that are so stupid and unprofessional and unethical and nonsense. And people don't question them because they're in this position of authority and they say it with conviction.
Yeah.
And for men, like if they say it with a deeper voice, it makes them more believable. So, well, thanks so much for helping me get back on.
Yeah. Yeah. No, and thank you guys for coming on tonight. I really very, very much appreciate it. And yeah, and thank you very much, moderators and people in chat and just everyone, and especially Kurt, Double R. Whoops.
I am so impressed by now I'm blanking on the name of her thing, the overlay. I'm so impressed with that overlay.
That's right. DC Primetime was up too.
I'm gonna have to look her up and look at that some more.
Yeah, definitely go sub. She's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
So as we're leaving this evening, I'm just going to play a video. This is kind of the beginning of another video that I'm going to be putting out in the next couple days about what we know that Nicole Kessinger saw in days, weeks, and possibly months leading up to the murders, and how that, makes a clear path to showing us, lie for lie, what she was dishonest about with investigators that absolutely rises to the level of criminal culpability. So yeah, so I'm just going to play this. I am going to, I don't know, go make sure all my bunnies are fed, and I'll say bye, and then I think I have to go to sleep because I'm really tired. But thank you guys so much for being up here. You guys are awesome, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you. And thanks for loving all those bunnies.
My pleasure, usually, except for in July and August when it just becomes too damn much for one person. Well, me and my son's been a little bit, he's 13. He's been really cranky and lazy lately. That's normal, right?
Oh yeah, I've got my boys are.
Is that normal? Please, I'm serious.
Yes. My boys are 15 and 18, and yeah,
oh, really?
13 was rough. Yeah.
I was working until just a couple days ago because I got a job offer, kind of like my dream job in the profession that I'm in. It's only a 5-minute commute rather than an hour commute. I'm really excited about it, so I'm taking a couple weeks off. So I wasn't home a lot of summer, but all he's doing is loafing around. I can't get him inspired to do anything.
It's really rough when you're not there to moderate your child. and they're just left to their own devices, running amok.
Yeah. So that's not super abnormal.
Yeah. Well, and with the heat too.
That's right.
Yeah.
He's clearly in a growth spurt. He just, was as tall as me. Now he's taller than me. Now he's really taller than me. And I'm like, holy shit, does this stop? So, yeah. All right, guys. All right, I'm going to play this and love you guys. Thank you so much.
Peace out.
And peace out.
Nice to see you both.
Yeah.
I don't know how to, if I just leave it.
Yeah, here, I'll take you down properly so you don't feel like we're
don't mess it up.
Like we're in your living room all night, There you go. Great people.
What's the Obsession? Please take a moment to click like and subscribe and hit that bell so you'll get notifications from this channel. For people who have been following the Watts case from the beginning or who have started to follow the case recently, the question quickly arises, what did Nicole Kessinger know, and for how long did she know things about Chris Watts and about the Watts family?
You may have seen this video of Shanann Watts cooking for Thanksgiving in the end of November in the year 2017. At some point, Shanann says, "So what's with the mean faces?" And I feel really bad for Shanann here. You notice very easily how quickly her demeanor changes, how quickly the tone of the video changes. And you can tell that she is pretty upset by seeing these mean faces. Now, in my opinion, Shanann was a pretty tough cookie. I don't think a few mean faces thrown up on one of her live streams was going to be enough to really throw her off the way these mean faces did. As you continue to watch this video, observe Shanann, and you can tell that she's troubled, that she's deep in thought, and that she's flustered. Many have asked the question, was it Nicole Kessinger who was perving around Shanann Watts' live streams and was throwing up these mean faces while she was presenting a cooking show to her friends and family? What do you think about that? We're going to take a look at the timeline as it's presented in the discovery and compare it with the social media record, the historical record that is left behind from Shanann Watts and others. And you're going to see that we can easily determine what it is Nicole Kessinger most likely or definitely saw as she was trying to take a peek into Chris Watts' life and his family's life. I think it's pretty disturbing. I'd love to know what you guys think. Let's take a look here at Shanann after she realizes someone's throwing up mean faces on her live stream. Hi, Rosie, by the way, I didn't get a chance to say hi to you this evening. Oh, what's going on here? I just lost sound, but... Sorry, guys, I don't know what happened in the audio. Take a peek into.
No, I don't know. It's okay. They can do the mean faces.
Poor Shanann. Felt bad for her here.
I know. I don't know. It's okay. They can do the mean faces.
So the next day, Shanann was live again. It was Thanksgiving Day. She was doing some Thanksgiving cooking with Bella. And someone asks her about the flowers. And she says, "Oh, it's just something nice that Chris did for me. I like colorful flowers." Well, in all of the hours and hours and hours of Facebook videos that we have been able to watch that give us a glimpse into the Watts life, I don't recall Shanann ever mentioning that Chris has given her flowers. He doesn't seem like a big flower guy. What do you guys think about that? So, in my opinion, there must have been a reason that, Chris ran out and got her those flowers.
Oh, please. Cece, be careful.
Now, when we refer to the discovery documents, we will find that Nicole Kessinger had already been texting the names of both Shanann Watts and Chris Watts prior to this date on Thanksgiving of 2017. Do you think that Nicole Kessinger was watching this family Do you think it's possible that she was the one who threw up the mean faces? And do you think it's possible that Shanann just had a bad feeling about those mean faces, or that she already suspected that something weird was going on?
I missed something. Thanks. Chris got them for me yesterday for fun. Are you good? Are you doing good, kid? I like colorful flowers. Do you like the flowers?
Since these Thanksgiving Day cooking videos were recorded on November 23rd and 24th of 2017, you might be wondering why anyone would ask if Nicole Kessinger may have been the person who threw up those mean faces on Shanann Watts' live video. Well, we know from the discovery that Nicole Kessinger first searched Chris Watts on August 3rd, 2017. Less than a month later, he searched Shanann Watts on September 1st, 2017. And she again searched Shanann Watts on January 7th, 2018. Long before Watts and Kessinger were supposedly dating. Let's take a look at some of the posts Nicole Kessinger saw when she searched for Chris Watts in August and Shanann in September of 2017.
Kelly thrives. She's just, yeah, they're building like crazy behind me, Kelly. I'm excited. I have a large local in January. CEOs coming into town. There's going to be 300 plus people in a room. I'm excited to be hosting it with a bunch of incredible leaders. Right, Bells? I think Cece's in the potty. I gotta go. Unless Bella's gonna talk to you. You wanna entertain them, Bella? Hold on. Come in.
Yes, Nilda, long ass live. Just ending. Good point, Karen. Nelda, I would love to have you on panel anytime you're ready, sweetheart. These Thanksgiving Day videos were recorded after those first two searches when Kessinger searched for Chris Watts on August 3rd, 2017, and Shanann Watts on September 1st, 2017. And just a little bit before, she searched for Shanann Watts again on January 7th, 2018. The question that has been asked by many is, was it Miss Kessinger who threw up those mean faces on Shanann Watts live that threw Shanann Watts off so much? And by watching Shanann, do you get the sense that she knew something was off, that something was going on, that there was more to those mean faces than just some emojis that were being thrown up on the screen? Now, before you come to a conclusion as an answer to that question, let me give you some more information and some more context. So it was in the August 16th interview with Nicole Kessinger, between Kevin Kobach and Nicole Kessinger, that in the video version of the August 16th interview, at least, Kevin Kobach says that there were another 153 pages of search results of searches conducted by Nicole Kessinger. Now, in addition to the search results that I just mentioned, for which Kessinger searched Chris or Shanann Watts long before the time that Chris Watts and Nicole Kessinger both report they got together, which, according to their reports, was in the middle or end of June. Throughout the discovery, they're sprinkled several different mentionings of Google searches that Nicole Kessinger made.
It'd be pretty cool if she heard.
Now, when you add up those Google searches that are mentioned in the discovery, they absolutely positively do not equal up to 153 pages of search
results. So what happened to the rest of those search results? Did all of them have nothing to do with Chris or Shanann Watts? I simply do not believe that. And the ones that did have to do with Chris or Shanann Watts, why did they not appear in Discovery, yet other searches, like the ones I just mentioned, and the ones that are sprinkled throughout the Discovery timeline, why did those searches get included in the Discovery? It seems at times, my friends, that what is included in the Discovery documents for this case is arbitrary, haphazard, and at times just makes no sense. Or do the search results and the other information that's included in Discovery seem so chaotic because law enforcement wanted the information to seem that way? Are they in fact covering something up? What do you guys think?
I think she's stuck in the toilet.
Eric, it's she's stuck in the toilet. It's a local where a lot of us get together. The CEO's coming. They're announcing the Thrive 2.0 in January, which is going to be huge. But a local is kind of where a bunch of us get together. We share our experience and just network, meet people. It's a lot of fun, especially this one. This one's been amazing. I don't know if you guys hear Cece, but she's playing with the toilet.
And it's so intense.
I hear her.
I hear her too. We're going to a friend's house, Kelly.
And forensic scientist and professor of forensic psychology, Jennifer Shen.
Oh, yeah. So, all right. So, bye, guys. Nilda. So, this live stream is just ending. This was way too much of a live stream. It's going on for 6 hours. It was great, though. I love seeing you guys. I took a little YouTube break, so it was wonderful seeing everybody. Yeah. Happy birthday, Ara. Happy birthday also to Zena. And who else did we learn? Just happy birthday. Oh no. And we're gonna go over to ours for the after party. I think since it's a birthday, I'm gonna actually make an appearance. Woo-hoo. Oh, there's an echo now, or there has been for a while. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry about the echo. I don't know what happened, but I had to take my mic out. Awesome. Nice to see you, Karen. When is the next one? So not tomorrow because Ara's doing a little Ara birthday thing, which is so great. Tomorrow meeting the 11th. Maybe the evening of the 12th. I think I might stay away from the 13th. Just, I don't know, this 12th is good. It's probably Friday night. Yeah, definitely. And I'd love to have you up, Milda. You have a lot of great insight that I know people would love to hear about, including myself. I know last time we were on a live stream, people really enjoyed hearing what you had to say. Same with all, actually, the people who come up on panel. And I'm not just saying that. I was such great feedback. You guys are rock stars. And hi, Rosie. I'm sorry I didn't say hi to you earlier, sweetheart. Aww. Bella had so much intuition. She did. Lobo, it's always nice to see you. Thanks for being here. It's very insightful, Karen G. As always, people can self-sabotage in a variety of ways, including constant financial mismanagement, of theirs, others' lives, unfortunately. That's a terrific point, Karen. You got the truth. Mm-hmm. Yeah, on your way out, guys, please hit like. And you know, whatever else you do, just helps out the channel. I really appreciate it. Appreciate you guys all the time. I like your enthusiasm, know that. So if you're still in chat, if you want to just type in what are one or two to hear more about regarding this case or any true crime case. I always have a hard time moving away from this one. It's the name that I chose, but I would love to hear that from you. I always want to hear what you guys are interested in. So what are one or two topics, if you can think of one right now? If you've been with us for 6 hours, your brain might be quitting, but that's okay. What are some things you'd like to hear more about? What can I cover more of that you'd be interested in? Yeah, guys, thank you for being respectful in chat. You guys are always amazing. Thanks, Tracy. Yeah, Friday, Nova. When NK clocked in. Damn, if I could find information about that, I'll find everything I can. But it's not going to be when she clocked in. I don't think she did. Thanks, Lydia. Thanks, Mia. Thank you. Celine Dion. I'm not even going to try. Sometimes I try my hand at singing on this channel, but Celine Dion, I know my limits, which are just about everything when it comes to singing. Thank you. Elections in Colorado. Hi, Midge. How are you? Nice to see you. Oh, good. With us for 6 hours. Our quality bonding time, community bonding time. How OJ is really innocent. My grandmother, God bless her soul, she watched every moment of the trial. She was so convinced that man was innocent. She was like his biggest supporter. I haven't thought about that in a while. We called her Nani. You're like, Nani, how can you think he's innocent? Come on. Oh, she was like wholeheartedly behind it. Another good one, Ara. Right, so everyone's heading over to Ara's channel for a birthday celebration. Awesome, guys. Thank you so much, moderators, everyone in chat, everyone who's a member of the community, members, subscribers, especially guest panelists and moderators. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for making this channel what it is. I appreciate all of you so very much. Keep giving your feedback, and I will always try to be as responsive as I possibly can. It was great seeing you guys. Everyone be safe and have a good night.